qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome to the second day of the EML Finals, where we'll send one more team to Malta to join G2 and Falcons there next week. My name is Anne. I'll be your host for today, and joining me on the desk we have Alfama and Fresh. Now, guys, it was supposed to be a very long day yesterday, and it really wasn't. Leo, sure, we're hoping for a closer, more competitive day today.
I mean, it should be. It should be. Now, as the weaker has been eliminated, the stronger they've been sent to Malta. Now we should be left with the teams that should be close to each other. At least the first game. I think Gen.G VP, they should be on the same level. I'm expecting at least another time, at least 3 maps. I thought with Des and Ice we were gonna have it, and no, we didn't get it. I don't know why, Jack.
Are you calling that already, Leo? You're calling that already? 3 maps in the first game?
I need one, at least one, to go all the way to the 3 maps.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, it's a lot of games. They come thick and fast, certainly for VP, you know, playing through that gauntlet. But yeah, it was a good day of Siege yesterday. I think, you know, we saw some really high quality games. We saw a couple of teams shaking off the cobwebs. It had been a while since they played, and I think we saw some of that as well.
Yeah, it was that, of course, in the EML, and once we were done, it was almost immediately over to the NAL as well. They had some faster games too, but there was at least one third mapper in that case. We talked about it too, Jack. I mean, a player making their tier 1 debut as well. We're talking about Rival, for example.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the free mapper that they had over there, M80 Oxygen, I was praying on Fabian's downfall. I can say that publicly. I publicly pray on his downfall all of the time, and I told him as such. But no, M80, the current major champs, of course, getting it done. And yeah, Leo, Rival making his tier 1 debut, Dark Zero. They're the ones that are running that gauntlet for SI over there in North America.
Yeah, and they eliminated Wildcard, which was the second best performing NA team in Munich, obviously. Just came back from the major and looked a little bit, I guess, shaken. Rival was the worst rated player on Dark Zero, but that doesn't say a lot, because Dark Zero all played well. It was a 2-0 victory over Wildcard. I think Rival was fine there for a first debut. And in the end, Wildcard is all happy because they still qualified to SI despite that defeat. So overall, I think everyone happy over on the NA side, especially to see Dark Zero performing again, I think is a good sign for them, and a bad sign for us, because it means that they're starting to qualify, what, it looks like 5 teams, and it's a bit annoying because we only have 3 teams in SI right now, so yeah. I'm not happy about that.
We could qualify a 4th. If we look at our bracket for today, though, I mean, there's a bunch of stories over at the NAL, but we have our own as well here inside the EML. Our big story is if Secret win their game, they are 100% qualified as well, which means we would have just another team making it to the SI from the Europe region. We'd love to see that as well. But looking at this in general, though, as we said, G2 and Falcons, they've already qualified. We'll see them next week in Malta. We said goodbye to BDS, the first team that left the competition here in the EML Finals. And Virtus Pro, I mean, we said it, Jack, they have to run this gauntlet if they want to make it to SI, because they started this in, like, what, the 29th position in the global standings?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the expectation, you know, certainly from the outset, is that we've got a big 3 inside of Europe. We've got G2, we've got Falcons, we've got Secret. All of those teams, you know, made main stage in Munich, for example, and Falcons played in the final. But we also have a decent amount of quality in our 5th, 6th, 7th kind of positions as well. VP got over the line against BDS. Now, if they're going to make SI, they can make SI from this competition. All they have to do is win EML Finals. And I say all they have to do. That means beating Gen.G. That means then going through and beating Secret. And then going through and beating the loser of G2 and Falcons, and then going through and beating the winner of G2 and Falcons in the grand final. 4 best of 3s to decide it all. Can VP do it? Yes. Can any of the teams do it? Of course, but that is one hell of a run not to drop a single fixture.
I think they would need to go all the way to the grand final, which is still a really big one. But I think if you get top 2, you get 700 points. Theoretically, they should be in, right? The thing is, getting top 2 means you have to not only beat one team of the big 3 in Europe, 2 teams. And so it means first you've got to go to Malta, and that starts today by beating Gen.G and then beating Secret, and then you need to have one more win in Malta to make it to SI. So although it's not LCQ yet, it's going to be a really big run for VP for sure.
Yeah, and it doesn't even sound easy. Sometimes you can say like, oh, you know, it sounds so easy, but it's so much more difficult to do. But it sounds very difficult for the teams, the path they have ahead of themselves. We'll have a look at the schedule because today we only have 2 best-of-3s. As we said, we'll start today with Gen.G going up against Virtus.Pro, and the winner of that game will then face Secret later today to determine the final spot to go to Malta. That's going to be the big game that we have happening later today. But looking at this, I mean, you know, we had that game yesterday with Virtus.Pro and BDS. I think for Gen.G being the worst loser in the situation, kind of unfortunate they have to start that game earlier, but you already said it, Leo, there is a good potential for a third mapper there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think obviously Gen.G, yes, they struggled hard. Yes, they got absolutely slapped, but they were also facing G2 and G2 in full force. I think if you look at VP, they were facing a struggling BDS. So obviously, yes, we have the worst loser against a real big winner of yesterday, but I do think that VP, they still have the same weaknesses. They still showed some of those weaknesses yesterday. Gen.G, they showed a better face on the second map against G2. And so the two together are, for me, maybe the 2 teams in Europe, are the big 4, now that BDS is eliminated. That 4th team, it could be either of them, and I think it could really show that these guys, they have the potential maybe to upset some big teams also on more international stages.
It might really be that way. I mean, we'll talk about these two as our first game of the day, because when Gen.G and Virtus.Pro play against each other, it seems that Virtus.Pro almost always have the upper hand over Gen.G inside these matchups. But when it comes to the best of 3 they played each other inside stage 1, Gen.G actually took a map of Virtus.Pro. So there's definitely opportunities there for these 2 teams, and we've both not seen them before yesterday for a little while, right? Not having made it to the major, you know, playoffs and everything not going the way they wanted to for Gen.G at least. We've not seen them in a little while. And then when it comes to Virtus.Pro as a roster, I think it's safe to say that we were surprised at what they've done in those 2 months, or rather surprised at what they haven't done in the 2 months, because we thought they were coming up with new things. But no, they went back to the basics. They took down things to the basics, the default, the communications, and those were the main things, Leo, that they worked on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I say I can be surprised. I guess I expected, with the Munich Major being played and these guys not playing an official match, to have a lot of time to come up with new strategies, to use the Munich Major as inspiration, to come up with maybe being closer to the meta, and all of those things, I guess, were not there for VP. Pasha said in the interview, right? They went back to, let's work on our default strategies, let's make sure we have a solution for every problem we face, and let's focus on our communication. I don't know what you think, Jack. I just think that, yes, it's good on one hand, it showed that they have good fundamentals, but I do think there is a ceiling to that.
Is there? Yeah, I think there is. I think fundamentally, whenever you look at top teams, they all share the same characteristics: communication, team play, teamwork, togetherness. They execute, even if it's a bad plan, they execute it well together. So I think from VP's point of view, like, we can talk at length about their playstyle, about it being slow, about operators, about map pull, about all of those things, right? And yeah, I think in a perfect world, you would improve all of those things, but actually they can still execute old strategies, or, late round siege, perfect siege, you might want to call it, traditionalist siege. But if they do it together and they really focus on the team play and the communication, I think that's why we see them punish teams so hard when the other team doesn't have the team play, doesn't have the communication, doesn't have the coordination.
And there's a really good example of that from what we saw yesterday, where Virtus.Pro really take their time. They rather waste the time of the enemy team. They play really slow on that defense, and that's really good to see from them, because we're not always used to seeing that from Virtus.Pro, Leo.
Yeah, you can see the utility usage there, and you see the lineup, right? Tachenka, Smoke, the Mute, and all of this. You see on the right side of your screen, the Mute and the Smoke playing a crossfire with the double shotgun. At the same time, Ella is supported with the fire. Dan, he holds the other side on A with the Azami. And look at the fire here to support Joystick. He knows he doesn't care about that window because of the fire. He can focus on the bathroom. The fire helps him on the bathroom player as well. He wins the gunfight thanks to the Tachenka. Look at the Smoke also isolating the gunfight with the guy's grenade, with the fire at the same time. You see the utility? Yes, it's individual players in stronghold positions, but they're always supported by someone else. They play off each other. And that's the VP we wanted to see. That coordination is right there. Now, it only works because BDS was super slow. Yeah. And this execute, it happens in the last 40 seconds. Everyone in BDS is super disjointed. My real question here, Jack, is can they play against a team that is quicker, that has a faster way of approaching the game. Because yes, it's good to punish time burning, but if it's secret and it's explosive, it's not going to work the same.
Yeah, BDS were completely out of sync yesterday. They were slow. They were, yeah, it looked, honestly, at times, and I don't want to be too rude to BDS, but it was like the first time they played together, realistically. It was a very, very bad day for BDS. VP punished that well. Gen.G will be more in sync, and then even when VP get through that, they'll be going up against Secret, who will be even more in sync, but also variable, very dynamic with their timing, their pacing, and what they're doing. They'll apply a lot of false pressure. It won't be as easy to read. So there's the levels that VP need to step up. Yesterday, they dealt with it well, but there's levels to go through today.
Yeah, and they'll have to show it against Gen.G, who for themselves have a difficult path ahead for when it comes to the SI as well. And even yesterday, you know, we haven't seen them for a month. They got a difficult game to get back into it because I think maybe they needed some time to warm up, Jack, but against a team like G2, you're not really going to be given that time anyway.
No, absolutely not. I think, you know, that was straight into the fire going up against G2. And a G2 that was, you know, maybe a little bit refreshed after the major, that knew that they were on the cusp of SI, that knew that they'd achieved ultimately their goal and were playing with a big, big freedom. That's the, like, as an opponent, that's the worst opponent, really. I think one of the worst opponents you could face in World Siege. And Gen.G, they had a horrible day. Like, in, you know, in terms of bank, they got, what, one round? This was the only round they managed to get, and it was a Skies 1 versus 2 clutch. And in reality, they looked like a team that was rusty. They looked like a team that wasn't, you know, match prepped, match ready. Bank, certainly, it took a lot out of them. They did, however, pick it up on Skyscraper, Leo.
Yeah, and I think you can see that, right? It starts with their defense side that obviously, you know, didn't start the right way, but afterwards they finally picked it up, and in the end it's a 3-3 split. And most importantly, it's some of those attacks where they managed to bring rounds back that they should not win. They managed to have some cool direct attacks. They use a couple of tricky things, the ying, the glass. That's the usual preset plans that we love to see Gen.G use. They love to innovate and have some of these prepared rushes in the middle of the rounds. And we saw that the last time they played on Sky. It just didn't work against G2 all the way to beat them at 5-7 on Skyscraper against G2. To me, that's already a victory. It is a better face, and it is something that I like to see starting round 1 against VP. They can have the same pace, the same coordination. Starting that match, I think it will be a very different face they show today.
Oh, 100%. It's a very different team they're playing against in that regards as well. And as you mentioned, that best of three they played, it was really close. They took a map off Virtus Pro. Some of the maps went into overtime as well. So we'll take a look at the map veto that's taking place today. Which potential 3 maps are we going to see in action? 2 for sure. The first one, however, is a Consulate. And Gen.G, Leo, leaving that open for Virtus Pro to pick?
Yeah, that is surprising to me because VP absolutely love that map, and it's very often the case of you see Cafe and Consulate banned against VP because it's the 2 maps that are like supposed to be the strongest out of the 5 that they play overall, and to see a team leaving it open, yeah, that's a question mark. Especially because if you think of Gen.G, they barely showed Consulate the entire year. They lost it 7-0 to Falcons last time they played it. They barely beat Wild 8-7. It was all the way in stage 1. But then if you think deeper, basically, Gen.G, they love to do that. If you think about it, their map, their basically a map that they never played was Chalet. And then they played it against Falcons, if I remember well, or against G2 rather. They just in a BO1, they show it one time and they beat G2 on it. So they experienced with hiding a map, having one map that they never play, but then for a specific matchup, they will come up with new strategies and try to play it. And I think that's what they try to do here, Jack.
And if there's a team to do it against, it's certainly Virtus Pro, as we know, as we saw yesterday, are not going to change a whole lot strategically wise, which means they are going to be very, very counterable. What I will say for Gen.G, just quickly on that map pick of Consulate, is it's a little bit of a, it's going to be hard when they get onto their attacks, because attacks is really where they struggle across the last 6 months. A 15% attack win rate. They're going to have to get out in front on their defenses to stand a chance on that map, in my mind. And then Gen.G will follow it up with a pick onto Bank. Now, 2 trains of thoughts here. First and foremost, VP have been very, very public that since CJX came out, that since the new ban system came out, they are struggling with Bank. It used to be one of the best maps in the world for VP. It's no longer one of the best maps in the world for VP. So on paper, it makes big sense to pick it into them. However, Gen.G picked this map yesterday into G2 and they lost it 1-7.
Yeah, and games are not played on paper, you know that, Jack.
So
and
true.
Despite the 1-6 record of VP on bank, I think they can still do it. And no, they go on Chalet afterwards. And we just mentioned it. Gen.G, it used to be their permaban. They showed it once against G2 as a surprise. They beat G2 on it 7-4. It was convincing. They haven't played it since. On the side of VP, it is one map that they like to go to. And towards the end of the stage, when they played it against Matchco, we all expected them to come up victorious. And they still lost it to Matchco, a Matchco that was struggling hard during that time. They've not showed it since. It's been more than 2 months. They've had a lot of time to go back to these maps. Both Consulate, both Bank and Chalet, the maps that they used to love and didn't love that much towards the end of the stage. These are supposed to be the maps where they basically reworked everything, are better on their fundamentals, and are able to play at the highest level.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we're going to be looking at for this matchup between these three. I hope we do get to see all three maps, because it seems like there's a story on each of these maps individually. You know, Virtus Pro being able to play into Consulate with the poor attacking win rate that we're seeing maybe on the side of Gen.G. They're really going to have to set a pace on that first defensive half there going into this matchup if they want to stand a chance. But Jack, looking at this matchup, do you feel like there is a chance that Virtus Pro are going to win that first map, or do we think that maybe with the defensive start of Gen.G, they have a good base to go off of?
Yeah, I think realistically, if Gen.G will, in my mind, need like 4-5 defenses, because I think they will struggle on the attack and they'll, you know, have to limp over the line. So I think if VP ride that storm, which we know they will, we know that they'll bring it to late round executes. If Gen.G are not on it, then VP can punish them. So I see a world actually where VP win their map pick, where Gen.G win their map pick, because VP are not particularly great on bank, and we'll be talking about a Chalet in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, that's what you expect, right? Teams winning their own map picks because they pick it with a reason. So can Virtus Pro do that on Concert? We'll send it to our casters, Pengu and Defmarta.
Thank you very much, Anne and everybody over on the Analyst Virtual Desk. Nick, we've come through all this year, EML, we've also been on APL, and we're into the EML Finals. We've had the Munich Major, it's done and dusted. Unfortunately, EU could not clinch the title at that event, but one thing's for certain, Nick, no matter what, North America cannot steal the EU title away from the EML Finals. It's going to be one of these teams or one of the other teams in the bracket who is going to take it. And today we get to knock out either Gen.G or VP. The winner will then go and play Secret later today. So they're not out of the woods, even if they do play well here. Who have you got taking this one, Gen.G or VP?
Oh, I gotta say, you know, there's always that small sweet spot for the boys over on Virtus Pro. Back when they were called Empire, back when they were, you know, new to pro play, and they've had a good story ever since then, but they've been lacking consistency in recent times. Not making all the international tournaments, not, you know, making those big grand finals and long deep runs. It's been quite some time since we've seen VP really be like the top one dog team here in EML. And this could be the start of their, you know, fight to the gauntlet and bring it back to that kind of level, but they gotta show us a decisive victory to be in that conversation.
Yeah, very much so. In VP, they have struggled this year. It's been a turbulent one for them, but historically they have held up a very good fight against the French on Gen.G. Every single time that they have versed in 2025, Virtus Pro have been the victors, despite one very close best-of-3 series back in July, where all three of the maps, funnily enough, went to overtime. So we could be in store for another one of those today. But as everyone on the desk was saying, I think Consulate should be very much favored towards VP. Gen.G, this is not their map pick, and for a good reason. VP very much like it here. But they do start on the attack, which might give the French a little bit of a way to get an early lead in this game.
That's exactly it. We gotta see Gen.G just go nuclear on defense. I mean, first hit like 4 or 5 defensive rounds ideally, because they're probably gonna be struggling on the attack inside. So VP, a team that we've always spoken of being very slow on the attack, taking every single second available to them to get a quote-unquote perfect execute. So Gen.G can do 2 things here in their playstyle to counter that. The first one is to slow the game down even further. We're talking plant denial, clash Ella, for example, here, trap operators, or they can play super aggressive against Virtus Pro, and if they do it successfully, clear an attacker or 2, and then VP won't have time, manpower, or utility to actually go for an execute. So the question for me is, Gen.G, is it going to be a very slow and steady pace or an aggressive punch towards VP?
No, it seems like for now, Gen.G playing this pretty simply on that top floor. Start things. Oh, that's unfortunate. Missed Sam Cam from Always. Just a classic, you start to peel back the layers, right? You contest admin, and then you peel back, you contest a little bit more, keep the barriers so that Nako can escape despite these repels, but right around the corner from him, Joystick just misses his chance. Almost an early pick for VP.
Definitely very close for comfort. Mind you, had a spare keeper in pocket and Asa on the clash. Both could be used to escort him safely past the window. But a good old sprint away gets the job done. Mind you, that's almost half the round burned. The Selma charges going out now from Ace. A Dokkaebi call as well from Pasha. This is arguably about half of the utility from Virtus Pro on the majority of their operators. The only kind of unknown factor is going to be Joystick on the sense. Now, these projector walls are going to be saved until the bomb site execute, either to make the clash not see where the push is coming from, or to disable the crossfires that Gen.G will be establishing by the side. But again, time is ticking away, 1 minute and 10 seconds, and we're still only inside admin offices.
There's not a lot of counters to the clash here.
No.
Not a lot of ways to deal with it. I mean, what, 2 flashbangs? Good luck trying to make that work against Asa. Few nades, but it's not nearly enough to hard counter this position. For me, I'm keeping in mind that maybe VP in the late round could pivot and go for a CEO execute. We don't have the Chanka on the board, so Plantain, it's no Goyo as well. So Plantain will mainly be with that smoke. But it's an early pick for Joystick, actually. I don't know why Nako has exposed himself. Also, a flank from the other side from Pasha, Boss G in hand. He wants to try and loiter from yellow stairs. And a second pick for Virtus Pro. So Gen.G, despite in theory having quite a fortress on this top floor, have failed to hold on.
Yeah, now VP can just push on every single angle once, drop in yellow, push in top spiral, and push meeting door, attack from every angle.
Yeah, it's time to refrag it out. The clash makes his presence known, but Always should be able to get in there as Shepard starts planting that diffuser. I don't think Always is actively covering it, and Sky's able to go big for a double. Skies is able to deny the plant as well. There's nobody from Virtus Pro could go and pick it up, and as a result, it's going to be an absolute steal from Skies. What a devastation for Virtus Pro.
In so many ways, such an iconic round for both teams. Gen.G relying on the aggression, the individual heroics, one player stepping up, getting 3 kills, and then also VP running out of time once more, planting inside the final gas from the smoke, and of course, not covering every single angle. And that's what I said earlier, right? VP use every single second that they have available to them on the attacking side to get a quote-unquote perfect execute. And if one thing goes wrong, they will lose the round, and that one thing was simply not watching one location inside meeting room. Both of the attackers looking to the right, no one watching the left, and the flank happened, and the entire round was lost from that one play right here. Skies right here.
Yeah, that is so silly. The fact that there's nobody covering Shepard from actually on the side door. Yeah, you're right. Perfect operator to deal with that. Scorpion with the high rate of fire, large magazine, you can just mow people down. It couldn't have been more of a dream there for Skies. But there is a red flag for me, for Gen.G. It should never have gotten to that point. Right, Nick, like that. VP should not have such a strong opening round on the attacking side. You shouldn't be finding 2 early picks. You shouldn't be able to get into a plant position without that much contest.
Yeah.
So the fact that VP got there, at least good signs for their attacking side. But they really should be 1 round up like now.
No, you're completely right. The story is that Gen.G, oh, they won the round. The VP, you know, classical them, but you're correct. Like, Gen.G did suffer 2 early losses. VP got by the bomb, so it got actually in a plant position even. So if one thing goes differently, it should be a VP round. Gen.G now, of course, they are a very momentum-based team in the sense that I think when they're really feeling the aggression and the confidence, they're going to keep applying more and more pressure. And that's going to force VP into a tough circumstance. Either they're going to have to deal with that aggression and win their gunfights, or they're going to have to slow down even further and ensure that they don't lose in a 1v1. So Gen.G now, they're playing the layers, right? They got C-Force below, they got the Pulse, they got the Solace, tons of different ways of having information, and VP are going for a top-down player. They have to be careful, the vertical damage is good there, NQ on half HP, and VP much quicker this round than the previous.
Yeah, no, I'm really liking this. Early map control from VP. Gen.G able to fall back downstairs. Only 1 roaming at the moment, it's Azox on that Goyo. And definitely, like, the player that you want to be in a risk-taking position, don't get the Pulse or the Solace to die early. If the Goyo dies early, at least you aren't losing a lot of active util with it. But no, everyone now back down in the basement for Gen.G.
Of course, with the solos and pulls, they can scan for a C4, but also for a flank possibility on any of the staircases. If they see yellow is clear or the back portion, they could literally sprint up a staircase and just retake that control. It's that shot with Asa, C4 pre-placed with the pulse scanner, fishing for that kill. C4 goes out, it misses. Always takes a little bit of damage perhaps, but nothing really to change the outcome of this round. Here's the last bit of verticality going out from Always on Ramboogie drones, and this is VP with 64 seconds. Another C4 goes out, also doesn't find anything. There's a third one from Skies, but I would say for now, this is VP winning.
The only downside here for VP is they're struggling to open up. Okay, well, firstly, there's that hatch, right? But thankfully, the wall is able to be exothermic, and that should be able to breach it as soon as the Tuberel goes down. And there you go, hatch open. Problem is still, the main breach is solid, and that enables so much more mobility. Look at this from Nako. He can hide right in the corner and maintain some really strong crossfires, but VP know where he is.
Great shot on the vert. They're forced to, run in yellow door and drop down the hatch. Here comes the smokes for that cover.
It's going to be up to the Blitz now to make an entry. Skies, thankfully for Gen.G,
flanking spiral
brings things back, and the cross is going to be okay here. I think that VP are going to be able to get into a plant position, but the diffuser is caught on the ground. Flank elsewhere will fail. Shepard has to re-attempt it. Azox and Deadshot now to try and recover the situation, and Deadshot does just that. Sneaking up ahead and taking down the planter. It's another round for Gen.G.
Another round where one thing goes wrong and VP will lose it just like they did. It's actually crazy. If you're a player from Gen.G right now, you're gonna be really happy that you won the round, but also pissed off because there is 7 seconds left. You're flanking spiral. There are 3 attackers left alive and there's a person actively holding the flank. And you're like, what are you doing? Because when they see that player holding spiral flank, they know there is very little cover by the bomb site. So what do? A second player flanks and the other person pushes the bomb site. That means there's one person covering the site, one person planting, and there's gonna be a gap somewhere. And look, that's the second flanker, and while this happens here, that shot pushes from beneath. In that 2v2, you cannot cover both above and below with a singular gun. So Gen.G play the team strategy perfectly when it comes to coordination and timing. And Virtus Pro, one mistake's gonna cost them the first round and the second.
Again, I will say, coming into a Consulate, if both teams are even, you expect it to be a 4-2 split in favor of the defense, right? So already, defense, maybe even 5-1, depending on how good that defensive side is. VP should not be in positions to be winning these rounds this early into the game. And yet they are, so great for them. Problem is, like you're saying, tiny little mistakes. Gen.G are able to win these rounds that they really shouldn't be winning. It makes me wonder, how many times is that going to happen before VP really starts to get rattled and we're going to stop seeing the success they're having in the early round, in the mid round?
If you want to talk about what VP can do better as well as a counterpoint, last round, for example, it's 5 men clearing top floor, then it's 5 men clearing the first floor. There is no 2 groups working together. For example, the Thermite and someone else get in the main breach, while the Blitz and Sledge and Ram, they do the roam clear top floor. VP are doing one thing together with all 5 people, and they are succeeding at that singular task. But that means there's no other things happening at the same time, and that's why they're running low on the clock, and it's also why that they're often having to move so much around, Thermite is top floor, then he's first floor, then he's got to get the hatch, then he has to go outside, get the breach. It's too much movement, too many things that can go wrong. I want to see VP try and do a few more things at the same time and spread out a little bit more perhaps. But with that in mind, if Gen.G are known as a very aggressive team that wants to take those 1v1 gunfights, I fully understand why they're respecting that and then playing closer together to not give Gen.G that advantage.
It's also just not the VP way, is it, right? They want to work together. They want to look at the round like a series of checklist items, and okay, everyone work on taking this part of the map. Okay, everyone work on breaching this area. What's step 1? What's step 2? What's step 3? That's the VP way.
This is good though. This is one of those off plays where they're working together. One person droning in front of Dan, who's going for a backstab play, and the pulse has not seen him. This could be big. The red ping goes out though, and it's forcing Gen.G to run away from that location, leaving Dan still looking for that kill.
Yeah, Nako knows though. He's now heard Dan. Dan's in a bit of a pickle because he can't really safely go up those stairs. He'll be fighting into the pulse with the shotgun, but Down below him is still the Solus as well. He's going to try and bait out these positions. 2 players down in the basement. It's Skies and Nako for Gen.G. But I like this from VP. We're doing different things at once, right? You've got the player down in the basement to cut off rotations below, and you've got Joystick putting a lot of pressure on the side.
Again, timer 25 seconds, and Dan is the sole person downstairs. If he does not come out victorious on getting that C4 cleared off the board, the plant cannot go down. They want to plant in main lobby. That means the basement has to be covered partially. But there's Dan. That's pulsed down. This now means there's a chance they can go for a plant with only 10 seconds left.
The Solus is right around that corner. He's down going to hear it. He doesn't look the right way, but Nako also not activated just yet. He does bring it to action, and not a moment too soon. VP have once again run out of time on the clock, and with 2 players left alive, well, again, they will fall. Probably the most pitiful round we've seen from them so far, as Gen.G makes 3 rounds in a row.
Again, it feels like the same 3 rounds we've seen over and over and over again. VP get into a plant position, and it starts off well. Dan gets the first kill, Pulse dies, Joystick jumps in the breach, dies with the diffuser immediately. Second player follows in, dies immediately. Dan then gets flanked by Solus, dies immediately. It's like, oh, we're doing well, and the round is over. And it feels like classic VP in every single circumstance, besides they've lost 3 rounds this way now. Usually they'll win 1, or they'll win 2, or whatever. But it's been loss, first bomb site rotation fully covered, and I just don't see this changing unless VP can make a drastic, choice differences in these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro have time and time again found the opening kill and lost the round. They've been so slow, they've been so afraid to make a mistake that they've ended up handing themselves a really terrible deck of cards to try and play out the rest of the round, right? You're looking at the first 2 rounds so far, right? Like I said, so Joystick in the first round gets the opening kill, 42 seconds left on the clock. Second round, Dan gets the opening kill, 24 seconds left on the clock. Third round, Dan gets the opening kill, 17 seconds left on the clock. If anything, VP are getting slower and slower round after round.
Such an interesting conversation, right? Because we can say how VP are playing really slow and let's say their shortcomings, but we can also just look at Gen.G and in the same breath we can speak on all the things they're doing so well. Like Gen.G very evidently went into this matchup with a very clear defined playstyle. They're not overly aggressive like we're used to seeing them, not over challenging like we're used to seeing them. In the previous round, despite the pulse dying, Naku on the solo just stuck his corner and had no fear that the bomb site was lost. His teammate said, don't worry about, using your gadget and find the planter, we can still see the bomb site. They're not stressing, they're not rushing, they're making really good decisions. And Gen.G just understand, it very much looks like to me, the struggles of Virtus Pro, and they're exploiting that every single round. We've got to see VP speed up. Again, they got Dokkaebi, they got the Blitz, they're on the roof, they're looking for a drop down that skyline, they want to be aggressive, show it to us. Give us a faster gameplay.
The Warden band, that Blitz is going to have an easy time sprinting on through. Surprised not to see a Glazer or anything like that. Even Ying, both are available. Unbanned by Gen.G. VP will take control of that top floor. Nobody remains from Gen.G. Everyone down onto the ground floor or in the basement. Am I wrong? Is this the 4th different bomb site being picked in a row? Wow. Gen.G looking for the world tour.
I mean, it makes sense, right? VP now understand the win conditions and Gen.G's first 3 bomb sites. What's the best thing you can do if you're Gen.G? Play the 4th one. It's going to be completely unknown territory. Nothing that you've seen you can now apply to this upcoming round. And you've now both lost another operator to the operator ban phase. This is, again, a genius play from Gen.G, and Virtus Pro are left running around. Almost chasing kills, but no one's there because Gen.G keep peeling back the layers. They don't want to give them early fights. Pasha has to go huge here on the flank.
Well, this is a good crossfire, though. Pasha has snuck past the default camera, but Azox or Nako are both able to swing him if he tries to approach the player at the bottom of the hallway. Skies is actually going to get out of dodge and skate away safely. Deadshot's still in position, but, I mean, he's really fortified here. He's also going to retreat, though. VP have a lot of headway still to make in this round, and only 45 seconds to do it.
Yeah, no Doka Pico, that's the most important thing in my mind. Pasha is alone on that basement flank and has no information to work with. No easy global gadget. VP are gonna be going into this execute pretty much blind. Almost no drones, no real crossfires. Blitz thankfully can walk in first and get a bit of information. But how are they gonna plant here? I don't think they can.
Nice. And well played on the joystick. That's the blitz going down. Skies still has one gas as he tosses it out. 20 seconds remain. Again, it's desperate here for VP. Over-aggression will eventually lead Skies to falling, but he's been worth his weight in gold this round. Shepard finally makes his way inside. Is a plant position on? I mean, there's no way, right? You've got Asa and you've got Azox. There's nothing for it. Another round that is lost on time for Virtus Pro. And Gen.G, well, they've certainly established the momentum. They've got the ball rolling. It's 4 straight and easy days on Consulate defense.
I don't even understand how Joystick died. I mean, we weren't spectating his perspective, but just to set the scene, he's inside Tellers as a blitz, Warden is banned, and he just loses to the Smoke SMG-11 on a staircase. I don't know how that's even possible. Like, even if he didn't die though, there's a C-Force beneath. BP calling tactical timeout, but let's be honest here, James. What can the coaching staff say that we haven't already said, that we haven't already thought watching this gameplay? It's down to the players. Like, no strategy, no pep talk can save this. It has to come from the players themselves.
Yeah, the problem is when a team is in a situation like this with VP, like, it's not that they don't know how to play the game, they just really need to wake up. I hate to sound so harsh, but like literally you just need to stop playing with any fear whatsoever. You need to be okay accepting some risks and speeding up and playing a little bit less predictably as well, because Gen.G, they understand exactly what VP is going for. VP are spending so much time taking map control and so little time executing. And VP typically are good at executing. And the story of this game is exactly what you're seeing on the screen. It's the clock, and it's always been VP's worst enemy.
That's incredible.
10 out of 10 from the observer team. Love you guys.
It's that good old Twitter meme with the rabbit with the clock, right? Time is ticking, boys. It's getting too late.
Yes, it is.
Gotta start moving yesterday at this rate.
Just to zoom out for a sec, Nick. So obviously this is VP's map pick Consulate, and looking at the map veto at first, looking at the fact that VP have beaten Gen.G every single matchup that they've played this year against each other, I was very much on the train of, okay, well, VP are going to clean house here on Consulate, especially once they switch to defense. And then we go to Bank next, which Gen.G are good at, VP aren't great at, as Jack said in the pre-match segment. But Gen.G got destroyed 7-1 by G2 on that yesterday. So I was thinking we're probably going to end up with a pretty VP-started Consulate moving into Bank. It could be a 2-0 for VP. I'm actually wondering the opposite now, because if VP continue to play slowly, they're certainly going to get destroyed on Bank. There's no question about it. And they're not making a very strong case for them having much more to show on Consulate either.
I'm curious as well, just like, will defense be a much better look, or will it just be the same story? Because, I mean, I'm expecting Gen.G to have a very different approach to these attacking rounds. Before we get there, we gotta see this 5th attack from Virtus Pro though. Again, the Blitz is a stable. Joystick split is operated now, 3 times. Has to, again, get in first, get the information. Again, Warden has been banned, so has the Mute. There are practically 0 counters in a 1v1 up against the Blitz. Yet the Blitz just dies!
Oh my god!
Every single round. Great shot from Deadshot, great reaction play, and the entries are dead. It's gone. And Virtus Pro are practically falling back.
Oh, not very nice thread of the needle from Pasha, but it feels like the round may be dead in the water regardless for VP. For the first time, Gen.G have an opening pick. Maybe this will light a fire under VP and make them realize, okay, we can't just play the plan that we were intending with the Blitz. We have to get creative. We have to pivot. We have to play a little bit more by the seat of our pants. I think that might actually help the Russians get themselves into this for the first time in this map.
Going live.
Could have had destruction. Pasha again, maybe they're going for that flank play. This is the difference here. Virtus Pro are going for a different execute, right? Backside opened up, more hard destruction. They want the main breach as well. We see player up above, looking for the verge. C4 goes out, doesn't find anything. Second C4 also misses. Had they gotten that kill though, that could be the round. Virtus Pro cannot find the Kite Claw. They're not playing any sorts of EMPs. If that main breach doesn't get opened up, then Shepard is going to be stuck outside. But here it going off, there it pops.
NAKO should win this fight, but no, well aware from Always. The shotgun will not prove to be NAKO's ally. 40 seconds remain. Numbers advantage again for VP. Good angle. Always scared off. I think we need a little bit more vertical pressure here from VP. But how is Shepard going to look for a plant opportunity?
I mean, 2 smokes in pocket, can toss them out and just hope for the best. But Skies takes down Always right before execute.
Both of the other players are on the vert though. There's nobody covering Shepard laterally. And now it's literally only up to Dan. He does manage to find one. Shepard needs to force this plant down. Why are you shooting the camera when there's 2 players fighting you? It's another calamitous round for Virtus Pro. Gen.G have just made things look insane. 5 rounds straight on the defense at Consulate. And they are well on their way to bank.
That's crazy. Again, I feel like we've seen that round play out before. There is 3 attackers left alive because Always died right before they go for a plant. And they cannot cover the flank above, the bomb site beneath with only 1 or 2 guns. But this opening kill from Deadshot taking down the Blitz, I feel like that was the round. Of course, VB, they have a chance at a comeback, but their plan A is done. Plan B wasn't all that pretty. The plant not successful, cover not successful, flank was open. Gen.G 5-0 clean sweep, and I would not be surprised if they go for all 6 at this pace because they're feeling mighty comfortable.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a 7-0 at this point. Every single round, whether VP has looked like they have a 1% chance of winning or a 99% chance of winning, it's all panned out the same way. And when you see a moment like, I think it was Joystick on the sledge, right? He's dropping down, sorry, it was Dan, dropping down the hatch, right? He's just killed 1 player trying to kill his planter. He sees 2 more players, and in the heat of the moment, he's going for the default camera. That's his instinct. That's, like, there's no thought that goes into that. It's just pure instinct in that moment, pure reflexes. But your reflexes are in the wrong place if that's your priority. It's not a pretty look for VP, especially after the fight that they had yesterday against BDS to get them here. They could go out of the finals with a bit of a whimper. They don't find a little bit of footing against Gen.G.
The first nade goes on out is to try and clear a possibility of, you know, the Goyo canisters, the barbed wire, any sort of traps for the shield later on, in case Always wants to drop one down. And I like this attack a lot. This is the kind of thing that I wanted to see earlier, perhaps. It comes in the very final one. 6th round, let's try and go for broke, but there's 2 players on CE rappel, 1 on the roof in the skylight, a 3rd on connector rappel. It looks like a 3-2-1. Let's just everybody press space and get inside the building, but you're investing so much into a rappel on in, which is going to make a sound cue. It's going to be very... It's not going to be a surprise if attack, let's put it that way. And here they go.
No. Azox and NAKO are in great positions as well. Always with the Blackbeard, the smoke will force him out. What are you doing? Pasha, look behind you. It's going to get knifed and eliminated from the round. VP dropping 1 by 1. It's desperate for Dan as he makes his way forward in amongst the smoke on that glass. The Ying has gone down. Here's the only X Factor remaining. The Clash still undealt with, and Asa will find a kill as a result. Still holding down the fort on top of the yellow stairs. The air jab won't do anything. He's not even really exposed to it, to be honest.
No.
Joystick doesn't have any util left, and realistically no way of taking this fight. It's another stall out. Gen.G should surely win this round.
They're on their repels again. They had 2 nades in pocket, but they can't really use them. They're in CEO. Get 1 kill, that's good. Astox doesn't go for the 2nd Toxic Babe. This could be where they win the round for VP. If the cover can rotate on over and a plan can be established, that could be how they get that 1st round.
I'll say DMR on this angle is pretty nice. Always is in a very awkward position. He can't realistically back out again because of that barbed wire, because of the vault animation, he'll be exposed. But Ass is going to deal with players in 2 different angles, Always finds him. Maybe this is where VP find their way back into it. Could it be the 1st round on the board? It's Deadshot up against 3 of them. Well duped against Always on that Blackbeard. A little bit too overzealous is that shield as Shepard starts to force down the plant. Joystick, low bullets and low HP, now taken down. It's Shepard
has a nade
against Deadshot. 1 nade remaining. Shepard has to get on that rappel. He has to take the shots. He has to take the fight. Joystick's gonna jump outside, and he will fall. First and only round of attack won by VP.
They needed that so much. It comes up to the support of Cast actually to get that round over the line. It's 2v1, both attackers very low on health. It looks scary for a small moment there, but to get the job done. But again, that was 6 grueling rounds where every second of the round was practically played out. So many plant attempts, only one successful. So many flanks that were left open. Time being a problem. Now it's side-swap time though. They're gonna ban the attack on operators that they deem the most problematic. It's probably gonna be targeting aggression. Deimos banned away first, and then it's gonna be Grim banned away second. Both really good operators here to ban up against Gen.G on Consulate. But VP, you gotta go a good 5 rounds straight ideally here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I want to look ahead. I want to think about the coming half, but really my brain is just stuck on what happened in that first half, Nick, because this probably should be a 4-2 split in favor of Virtus Pro. Definitely the first 3 rounds of that half, they were all VP favored. They all should have been won by VP on the attacking side. Pasha, very passionate man. And of course, that final round of the half even came down to a 1v1. So in an alternate reality, this is a 4-2 split, and Gen.G have basically already lost this map. But it's quite the inverse now. 5-1 all but guarantees that Gen.G win Consulate. And now VP are going to have to prove that their defenses are insane. But all it requires is 1 or 2 cheese rounds, and Gen.G have taken the map.
That's it. It's just, you know, a few good intro kills for Gen.G, a pocket strat, a round of VP makes a mistake or lose a, you know, a bad gunfight. But, you know, round by round, you can build that comeback, and even if it's not about winning this map in the BO3, it's about setting the scene and the story for the BO3 to come. If VP gets 7-1 or 7-0 here on Consulate, that's not going to give us that much confidence going into Gen.G's map pick of Bank. If Virtus Pro almost make the comeback happen and start figuring things out and use this map as a warm-up into the match, all of a sudden, Bank and maybe Chalet could have a real story for us.
And not to dwell too much on that first half, but I just think that Gen.G are playing the operator bans better as well in both halves. I mean, in the first half, VP banned out Mute and Valkyrie, and they were still getting C4'd like crazy. And what did the Mute ban achieve for them? Not very much. I mean, the Dokkaebi wasn't a big impact. The Grim was banned against them. They played Blitz, and it was pitiful. Like, they banned the Warden and only played Ying or Glaz in 1 round.
Well, the same
Gen.G, in contrast, right? They have said, okay, we're going to get rid of these things that are really difficult to deal with so we can prevent ourselves getting stalled out. Get rid of his army, get rid of Clash. You keep all the shields in, and suddenly, every round, Gen.G can just play it slowly and surely and know that they don't have these massive obstacles that are going to be a headache to deal with.
Really enjoy the multi here in these kinds of rounds. Like, it's the first attack. This should feel out the opponent. We know VP are probably going to be a slower paced defender team. Kind of like Gen.G were playing, just peel back the layers. The multi simplifies this approach to the attackers. He's going to be practically unkillable. He can just this, I'm in your face, I'm getting information. One guy's playing hard left, okay. Now they see the Warden yellow. That means Glaz of Nakio on top Spiral should have free reign to go for an aggressive play here if he wants to go for it.
Oh, he's actually going to take the fight. Wow, that was very aggressive. Looking for the vending player. If that was timed with another assistance, I would have liked it from Gen.G. Thankfully, Skies is very hot today. 9 kills so far. And he will trade Dan's position out. No more Glaz, but it doesn't matter. Gen.G have taken control of the admin side, and with the assistance from the Monty, might have a way in, but not if they're going to keep losing these 1v1s.
Oh, it's nasty angle. The Narlays are working out greatly though to give that information to his teammates. VP in good control. Axos alone in the Monty has to go for kills because there's no help for him.
Yep, 2 French players on the 2 French operators, and well, Azox now in a 1v4. There's 1 freebie. VP a little bit cocky after finally winning their first round and looking like they're going to win a second. At least it wasn't just a whitewash here for Gen.G. Thankfully, VP do have a little bit of fight on their defense. But it's a long half ahead of them, and they are still trailing by, well, after this is a 2-5, 3 rounds. Azox is going to bait. This is just how it's going to be.
Okay.
Second round on the board.
Nice and steady. again, I feel like there's not much to talk about there for Gen.G's perspective. I mean, they want to feel out Virtus Pro, see what can kind of work, and it comes down to small things. Virtus Pro, if they're successful in the opening engagements here in defense, like they were in that previous round, get that 5v4 going, it's going to mean Gen.G have less angles to attack from. If we look at the first half, Virtus Pro were like 5 guys in one position and then pushing into the defenders. Or they had 4 people in one position and then a backstabber. Quite predictable, pretty old school style siege, if you will. That first attack from Gen.G, they were spiral, they were yellow, window repels, and instead of admin slash visa stairs. They were applying pressure everywhere, quote unquote split theory, as that term was thrown around a lot a couple years ago. And it's a very different choice from Gen.G. The reason why that opening kill is going to be so important is if Virtus Pro get that opening, it's going to be one less area that Gen.G will not be attacking from. Whereas if Gen.G gets that kill, it's just so much pressure from left, right, up, and down that Virtus Pro probably will crumble from that pressure. And that's why I think the opening kills are going to be so much more important here for VP on the defensive side than their attacking side.
Yeah, and I did like the idea from Gen.G playing very well split up, but they do need to time their aggression, right? You can't just have Glaz solo push, right? You need someone else from a different angle peeking at the same time.
Had he had the smoke grenade a little bit further in the door, I actually would have loved that peek, but he left the smoke grenade the second the fight started, right?
Yeah, you're right. It comes down to a lot of 1v1s, Gen.G forcing the 1v1 fights, and yeah, if you're not winning most of them, then you're going to lose the round. It's unfortunately cruelly basic, cruelly simple. We'll see how they go on a round where they have to take a lot more map control, though, and the verticality comes into it. That's what we're looking at here. VP, a bit of roam game from Pasha.
Yeah, one thing you can say is no matter how down bad Virtus Pro might be, Pasha is always eager for a fight. Like, he was also screaming when they won that first round. I mean, he is always in it, always happy to play.
Yeah, yesterday against BDS, Pasha got 20 kills to only 9 deaths just in the 24 rounds that were played, which is insanely high. Good. By far the best player in the server. That shot's going to go down, though. So, again, roam game from VP. They're looking much more in sync. They're playing this together.
And then they fall back afterwards. This is so good. Again, opening kill onto Dokkaebi before the final call goes out. Massive value. Now they can fall back, play much closer together, and force Gen.G into that 4 versus 5. That means now you can cover 5 different positions as a defending team. The attackers can at most attack 4. That means there are no gaps anywhere on the map on the bomb side, and it means you can also force a 2v1 gunfight wherever you choose. This is again perfect. This should be an unlosable round for Virtus Pro unless Gen.G makes a huge play or finds a big pick somewhere in this round.
How many unlosable rounds for Virtus Pro have we had in this map so far, Nick?
Too many. So anything is possible, but it is looking really good. The Kite Claw on the main breach, not clear just yet. Looking, fishing with his frag grenade will make you try. Get the vert. Oh, he finds it. Beautiful.
Well, Gen.G have done something that VP failed to do the entire half, which is breach the main wall. But like you said, numbers advantage isn't going to make it easy for Gen.G. Dan takes a bit of damage. Thankfully, he survives. Pasha is on for a flank as well. Is being watched by Skies, looking for his 10th kill. Drone baited out, and Dan will eventually fall. Maybe there's a way. If the timing is off here for VP, Pasha actually decides to go back downstairs. Plant is going down. Is there any denial here? They know where the plant is. The Nitro Cell will deliver a swift end to that. And it's desperate for Gen.G. They're going to have to drop downstairs. They will go straight into the meat grinder. Always has found 2 of them. And Azox isn't even going to get a chance to take a fight. It's another round on the board for VP, their 3rd. And a taste of what it feels like to actually convert those rounds they should be winning.
Yeah. I think they did a lot of good things there. I mean, of course, to get the opening pick, that's, of course, a job well done. How they do it, you know, not up to us to really talk about what Gen.G messed up, but VP made a good play, but they get that first pick. Then they fall back towards the bomb side. They're happy with their man advantage. Then they're like, okay, let's try and go for a flank, right? That was the Ella Pasha on Visa Stairs, or main lobby area. And the second they lost a player by the bomb side down to a 4 versus 4, he sprinted straight back towards the bomb side and recognized, you know what, a flank is no longer a wise choice. choice because we need more bombs at presence. They had the Solace to find out where the plant was going down and a single C4 pocket to shut it down. No mistakes. No big playmaking, just stable, consistent, precise gameplay. And Gen.G, I think this is a good time to call their tactical timeout. Before they lose all those rounds to come, before they fall too far behind to even numbers, they can discuss it now. They just need those 2 rounds to win in regulation.
I'm going to say it again. It should be 6-2 right now for VP.
Well, they won
the
it hard, man.
unpleasant
They won it the
truth.
hard way.
Yeah, they're still losing.
I mean,
Gen.G is still only 1 attack round away from match point.
if there's a team that's like, you know, molded in the fire of Siege, I feel like Virtus Pro would be one of those teams. They tend to make their lives much more difficult than it has to be. Like, this is comfort territory. Like, we're getting there, right? Like, we all know now. There's actually a world where they win. The players themselves of Virtus Pro, they also see it right now. They see the success, they see the potential. This is prime VP playground.
Prime VP, do you remember what happened about 4 rounds ago when they just bottled 3 unlosable attacks in a row?
That's kind of current modern era VP, right? They have these rounds where things... And the thing is, it's mostly just attacking side. It's not that they're a bad team or they're bad players. They're phenomenal players and they're a good team, but they've had some attacking struggles the last, I want to say, like 3 years, 2 years, like a long time. And it's just because the game has changed and their current style that they love to play just doesn't fit as well into the more modern way of playing it currently.
I feel like if VP, they don't have to like necessarily, like these players are still sharp.
Yes.
I think they still are very, very smart. They know the tech of the game. If they just had more of an ego and disrespected their opponents, I think they would be like 40% better overnight.
I see what you mean.
If they just grew an ego.
And I feel like Pasha kind of brings that a little bit, right? And Dan, when you first joined, bit of an ego player. Pasha is still a bit of an ego player, and in a good way. Like, they take their gunfights, they make the play, they're never scared. Joystick used to be that kind of player as well, but it does feel like a bit to me that it's Pasha fighting for his life, with 4 teammates trying to play a little bit safer. Speaking of the man, beneath the skylight, open wall to his left, finds the opening kill.
Yeah, no, you're right. Very much the flavor of Pasha. He brings a little bit more of a youthful play style to VP.
Oh yeah.
Youthful energy. And certainly brings a lot of kills. Like I said yesterday, 20 kills in 24 rounds. Pretty gnarly. Gen.G is looking for the point of least resistance here. They just want to go in and go for what is pretty much the default plan. Plans, rather. But I don't think it's going to work. I mean, this is exactly how VP want you to play.
Exactly. I was going to say the exact same thing. Like, you don't want to do defaults against these guys because they will play the same opening like a chess game thousands of times over to know all the counter moves. They've seen this before. Blue Mine goes off and the new Monty was in. Capital's going to fire off the verticality. Does VP have an answer? Toxic Babe.
Oh. Yeah, this is perfect. It's just displacing Azox. Problem for Dan is he needs to make sure not to get exposed. That player who's out behind it is Skies, and he actually will be exposed. Oversteps his welcome a little bit. Now, Gen.G have control of the objective. Every single player except for Pasha is upstairs and looks to try and deny this plant vertically. We have 1 Nitro, but the Warden might be able to peer through the smoke. Do they know where the plant's going down? If the plant is confirmed, the Monty will surely be able to hold it in the post plant.
Guys?
And that's what's going to happen now. Azox can get that shield up and get some info for the rest of the squad. He will even fall back. Skies is going to stay inside of the site. He's a top fragger. Gen.G are well on their way now to finding a map point here on Consulate. And it's up to VP to make this retake happen.
From outside, they find the first one, and VP just running the building blind. They have no idea where the attackers are. Oh, they're above, they're beneath, they're next to them, they're everywhere.
There's 1 kill for Shepard, but again, this Monty is just going to give so much info, feed it all to Azza. A drop shot from Skies. He's fragging like crazy today, and Gen.G finally have map point on VP's map.
It comes down to, again, a small mistake from Virtus Pro. They have a Warden up above, and guess what Gen.G they do? They just plant raw right beneath the open holes above them against the Warden. If the Warden just moves 1 step in front and looks down the vert holes, shotguns to the floor beneath him, C4s to the floor beneath him, anything at all, C4 from basement, that doesn't work. So they smoke, they hold F, and they pray. Gen.G, they pray that Virtus Pro let go of the mouse and keyboard or somehow don't hear the plant going down. And it worked. It's how they get their 6th round. They're sitting on match point and they just need it one more time. But the multi has now been bent away. So that kind of stable pillar that we've seen, that the plant, the information, the entry in the building, that's now gone. You can of course play a Blitz or a Blackbeard and do that in a more aggressive way, but you're much more prone to dying and the plant is much less safe to go for.
I still think that any other shield is going to be massively valuable to Gen.G. I think they're using it better than VP used theirs. To be fair, that's not a hard task with the way that VP was running around with that Blitz. Joystick did not have a lot of direction with it. Gen.G are certainly showing us a much better way to use the shield. I think they'll be able to adapt to the Blackbeard just fine. VP are the ones who are in the hot seat now. 3 rounds in a row, they're going to have to run it back. They're going to have to also, in theory, I believe they'll probably start on the attacking side. Actually, no, they might start on defense in overtime. Usually the team that picks starting side in regulation usually doesn't get to pick starting side in overtime. So I think they'll probably get defense in overtime. So it's going to need to be a lot of defenses in a row here for VP. If we go to Bank next up, with Gen.G winning, what, 7-3, 7-4, 7-5, I'm going to be really worried for VP. I think this could be the first time that Gen.G actually takes down the old guard of VP.
So they hold their breath, they use their drones, heavy on the util. It's going to be a slow first half here, definitely. And the question is, what are they going to try and go for? For Virtus Pro, I think the game plan stays the same. Again, last round, super winnable. Arguably should have won it. I had a good chance at it at least. I don't think they gotta get too worried about their stylistic choices here on defense. Gen.G on the roof, using drone after drone after drone. They have to do this, right? Because you've picked these operators, you gotta use the utility. The floors might not be that successful, but the Twitch drone is.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, goodbye Denari. The tripwire is easily found, easily dispatched with. Twitch drone will go down, but it's been worth plenty. Still, it would be nice to also pop some of those Vulcan canisters. I guess that's one benefit of the Twitch over the Brava we sometimes see. I mean, Brava could have hacked the Denari tripwires, but the Twitch can get the Goyos. The Flores can do both.
Oh, the gunfight almost happened there. Swing it back and forth. That's a risky one. Everyone stays alive, no damage done. Gen.G, they want to get this round. They cannot afford to lose a player early. They're playing a little bit more passive, but for good reason. They need that 5-man execute.
They're tightening their grip. Oh, missed shot, very uncharacteristic of Skies. As the guns come to life for VP, 3 kills. It's going to be flawless. Could it be the first flawless round of the game? I think it might be. Nako's found 1 kill. Time for an exit frag. They know exactly where he is. No need to swing him, no need to disrespect. Just wait, hold on. It's 1 of the 3 rounds required to push into OT.
Here it comes. They want it. They're swinging for it. Around the corner
Get him
here,
always.
Wave going out, and again a little whiff. Flawless round.
First flawless round of the game, and to our surprise, it happens for VP, the team who has been anything but flawless so far in the 2 halves we've seen. 2 more rounds, they'll need to push OT. Gen.G still on the verge of stealing Consulate. You can't really read these guys' faces, I mean, except for Pasha, he tends to tell you a lot, but you look at a face like Joystick, there's a reason why they called him the Russian cyborg back in the day. He does not give you much.
Yeah, I think we had a meme for a good while, which was like, there's the 7 reaction faces of Shepard, and it's like the same face, same photo 7 times. But then, I want to say like a year and a half ago, he started smiling every now and again, and it became, when Shepard starts smiling, the opponent will know they're in trouble, because then there's something really cheeky going on. And we haven't seen a smile from him just yet in this game, but I feel like we're slowly entering that territory. Shepard had a great game himself individually. Again, on the attack, he was alive and planting in that 1 round they got in the first half. And so far in defense, being so good at using the smoke, toxic babes, the deny plant, and entryways. He's had a phenomenal game so far.
Razor wire ready. Anybody need a shave?
You know who hasn't had a great game is actually Nako. 1 and 8.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it was also not pretty. I mean, against G2, he found 1 kill and died 5 times in terms of entry. So entry stats were really bad. Was the highest rated player on the team, but still -5 in the KD. And critically struggled on the entry, which is one of the key responsibilities. Skies has clearly been the top player for his team in this game. Good catch, though, from Deadshot with the Bravo.
Oh, yeah. I mean, free real estate, no? Like, this is so good.
So free. I mean, you could call the entire push based on this.
He's like, guys, nobody's home. Do you just walk in yellow door here? Like, do they just send it?
Honestly,
Like,
hide
they
the
might
drones.
as well. Yeah,
Wow.
they're in. I mean,
Both
they're
sides
in.
are free. You said it.
But there's no one here.
Where is VP right now?
Dead.
The plan is to come down. I mean, the site has been stolen. Asta has the diffuser and has found 2 kills as well. Time to plant. Always in Pasha. Well, Gen.G came a knocking and nobody was home. Thankfully for VP, they brought it back. They found a few kills. It's a 2v2 in the post plant now. Pasha, well, he's got to fire up like we've seen him do before. He's on the Ella. He's the main one to swing this. Asa, though, easily shuts him down. 3 kills for him. A good trade from Always. Now in the post plant, it's up to Deadshot. Is Always going to be able to long arm this? He might be able to ninja this. I don't think there's going to be denial from above. Deadshot swoops on and steals the map from Virtus Pro. A devastating start to the series for the Russians, but, well, Gen.G are well on their way to progressing in the EML Finals bracket.
When you see the players' reactions there as well, it tells the whole story, guys. We got that one round that we needed, and it comes down to just VP being too spread out on the map, trying to deny the roam clear. When that one drone from the Bravo got too much information, it could call the bomb site rush. It was beautiful, it was great, and it was really called very quickly.
Well, it was a rough day in the office yesterday, but today is a new dawn for Gen.G. A chance now to knock VP out of it as we go to Bank next up.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
first map goes in the way of Gen.G, and in what a way as well. We talked about just, you know, being VP's map pick. They struggled heavily on the attacks, and it turned out that the attacks for Gen.G were key. I mean, the last round, Leo, it comes down to shooting a toe for them to win the first map.
Yeah, it was just the devil was in the details. Look at this, by the way, from Skies, and it starts in the very first round. Once again, what do we see a VP, a late round execute in the final 10 seconds, denied by Gen.G, and it was the same in round 2 and in round 3 and in round 4. 4 rounds in a row where Gen.G just always the same, and 4 rounds in a row where they win on time. Thank you, observers, for the clock, because it was basically the only win condition from Gen.G, and it's just history repeats itself, and afterwards, well, Gen.G goes in attack, and yeah, they basically had to win 2 rounds, one of a Warden that does not see a plant, and the other one from shooting a toe from Piano. What a game! What a game!
I feel like you've lost the plot there, Leo, I will say. Yeah, I mean, it was classic VP, wasn't it? It was classic VP that, you know, utilized literally every second of the round. And Gen.G, we said they might do this. We speculated that they would have a lot of time to prepare a Consulate that isn't necessarily their favorite map, but they would have a lot of time to prepare specific strats to play against a specific opponent in Virtus.pro. That's exactly what they did. They really won that on their defenses. 5-1 up, could have been 6, but for a clutch that Shepard came out with in the post plant there, and then managed to find a way to get over the line on the attack, like you say, with a Warden not seeing through a smoke, and a toe shot in the end in what was like I think a well-called rush, because it was looking like we were careering towards overtime. And I think for Gen.G, yeah, it was a great game plan coming into it. They were playing against Virtus.pro. That type of game plan doesn't necessarily work if you're going up against a G2 or a Secret, but against Virtus.pro, it worked absolute wonders on their defense.
Yeah, the big difference now is that we're going into Bank. We talked about this for Gen.G going up against G2 on that one yesterday. They struggled hard. It was very difficult. But this time around, though, they're in the driver's seat. You know, they are 1 map up to send Virtus.pro out of the EML Finals. They are going to their map pick next. Looking at Bank, though, Leo, and we've seen what happened yesterday. But today, against Virtus.pro, who seem to be struggling so much on their attack, there definitely is a chance, but they will be starting on the attack themselves as well going into Bank.
Yeah, that's a big surprise to me, because I thought that VP would pick defense. I know Bank is really 50-50, and you think that you can definitely start attack if you want to, but seeing how good the defenses have looked for VP and how dire the attack have looked, how slow they are, I thought they would go in defense first. They chose to attack, which means that Gen.G not only are in the driver's seat because they have 1 map, also because they're going on Bank, a map on which Virtus.pro holds a 1-6 record, by the way, in 2025, and also on top of that, they can exploit the exact same weakness that VP has showed the entirety of Consulate. How slow they are, how predictable they are. Now, Bank is a little bit simpler to attack, but still, the same game plan can apply, especially to the basement, for example, where you can burn a lot of time. I think they need to stay true to the same game plan. It should work the same as Consulate.
It feels a little bit disconcerting if you're a VP fan right now, because you would expect, like you say, you'd expect Gen.G to come out, you'd expect them to ban away those hard breaches. We talk about it a lot, Hibana and Ace on Bank, and then they just force VP into execute base siege, which they're always going to play anyway, and be ready for it. You think about the basement, but also even think about the top floor. If they can't go for the lobby take, it means they'll always have to go for the square side take. They'll always play for a plant inside a CEO. And even on open area, you know, those types of Bank's a big map where you can force layers and layers and layers and drop off. And if Gen.G can execute that perfectly on the defense, it sets them up really, really well. We did say it was their map pick, and they did lose it yesterday against G2, but they're going to be against a very, very different opponent today. So this map should play out very differently to how it played out against G2.
Now, there is one major thing that VP has been doing well, and that is the entry game. Because for the first steps of the round, whether it was in defense or in attack, they were so good. They had 9 opening kills for only 2 on the side of Gen.G. And that's because they're always great and proactive in the first steps of the round. It's a preset plan, it works the right way, they have the right drones, the right intel. First steps are always good. They just spend too much time there. Whenever they get the man advantage, they lose all of that because of time. So they just need to speed around that process. From step 2 to step 3, that needs to be quicker. The step between gaining control and execute, that needs to be much quicker.
And that's where the communication that Pasha talked about yesterday in the interview will really come into play as well. If they get that step 1 ticked off the list, then to go into step 2 and 3 with more pacing than they've been doing on Consulate, because as we talked about for ages, time really seemed to be an issue for them. Bank, again, is a quite big map as well. If you really struggle to get that control going on the board for yourself, you might look at a very different thing here. But speaking of what VP were doing yesterday with really wasting the time, I can think of a great example with downstairs bomb site on the basement, where you have the opportunity to play chunk, where you have the opportunity to play smoke. Surely looking at this check, if they are able to play these operators, that will make it very difficult for Gen.G to get their timing right for themselves as well.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's always the risk. It's almost like we're in a bit of deja vu. For Gen.G, it's going to be about getting out ahead on the defense, punishing how slow VP will be, and then finding ways to win the attacks. I will say Banks may be a little bit different in that you would expect VP usually to overload one side and then go for what would be considered the default attack, whereas when Gen.G get onto their attacks, for example, if we stay with that basement, they've got different options. They can go for all of the hatches at once, drop everywhere at once, push down the main stairs, whatever, and try and push deep rather than just playing for the plants, because of course you're going to expect VP to be set up with the Goyos, with the smokes, with the Chankas, for example.
And that is the biggest difference between the two teams when they attack. Like, obviously, VP on Consulate, admin take, we clear everything. The 5 players are committing to the first clear. The second floor also is cleared by 5 players, and then they move on to the execute all 5 together. It is slow. Yes, it's well done. They're trying to play perfect siege, but also everyone can see what they're doing. Gen.G, the first round, they try to have 2 guys towards admin, 1 towards spiral, 2 towards yellow. They try to poke around the bomb site. That doesn't work. The round after, they go for a full 5 clear. The round after, they go for a rush. The versatility is there from Gen.G. Neko can call multiple things. And even the last round on Consulate, they call rush on site because of the information of the Bravado run. So they know how to play the game and be free-flowing. They know how to change the pace. And that's the main difference between these two teams. And that's why Gen.G and VP, although they're all amazing players, Gen.G right now, they're closer to the right meta, and they will have even more freedom to play around that pace in Bank.
Yeah, and speaking of the IGLing that we're asking for Neko, I mean, we're seeing him talk throughout this entire break. Very stark contrast to what we're seeing on the side of Virtus Pro, where they seem more silent. They seem like they're by themselves preparing for this next map coming up, whereas Neko's doing a lot of talking for his team. And the main question is, can they get it done in 2? Bank is up next. I'll send it back to Pengu and Def Marta.
Thanks very much, everybody. It's time to get back into it, Nick, and it could be the end of the line for Virtus Pro. Like we said, Consulate was no other doctor ordered for the Bears. Gen.G surprising everybody. They're making their way down here from the upper bracket. They've already taken Consulate. Bank up next. Can they redeem themselves after what happened yesterday against G2?
Maybe. Maybe not. We're gonna find out. But I will say this. I think that Desk makes a great point that this is gonna be a very different opponent. VP versus G2, when you play up against them, it's a night and day difference, right? Probably one of the biggest, maybe the biggest difference in the entirety of EML. So if Gen.G were like, the way G2 plays, they destroyed us on Bank. Well, we can play the exact same way against Virtus Pro and probably have a close, maybe a successful series. So looking at that, I can see why they opt to go here. I also think it speaks to the confidence from Gen.G to be like, you know what, we know we got slaughtered on this map recently or yesterday, but we still believe in it. We know that we can fix these small things, make some small adjustments, and actually turn the entire scoreline around.
Yeah, well, let's get into the veto. Ying coming out. Quite a contrast to what we saw on the first map, where the power ops like Ying and Glaz didn't really get banned much, and also didn't really get a lot of play, particularly from the VP side. Now, if I'm not wrong, VP starting attack here. I think I just missed the...
Yes.
Didn't manage to see it. Yeah, so VP starting attack. They're not going to have Ying available. They played it once. I don't know if that's going to make a huge difference. The shields are going to be up. I, for one, just hope we don't see a lot more blitz. If we're going to see a shield, I want it to be a Blackbeard. I want it to be a Monty. Pasha's already toying with me. He's already playing games. We're seeing the blitz. I'm not the hugest fan. I was not into what we saw from VP on the first map with that blitz.
Yeah.
Maybe they can redeem themselves here, but yeah, I'm just not optimistic for them. I haven't really seen the vision with a lot of their rounds that we've seen from them so far.
When you're seeing Gen.G go for the Capitan Ying ban, I feel like a lot of time you would assume, okay, they're gonna play heavy by the bomb side. You know, they want the 5v5s because they can just go for plant denial, as these are execute heavy operators. But they're actually going for a pretty big roam here in the first round, despite it being the basement bomb side. And the only thing that's kind of scary about this is that when you're banning heavy util operators like the Capitan Ying, you're leaving open all the shields, the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, etc., which should mean VP should be in the driver's seat. Oh,
sorry, I got a little bit scared for a sec because Nako was all the way at the top floor, just around the corner from Joystick, who didn't seem to be very aware of it, but... Yeah, you're right. It is a heavy roam here from Gen.G. But my question is, how long will they roam for? Because they are loitering near the staircases. I mean, Nako, for example, he was on the top floor. Now he's all the way back down to the basement. Deadshot could drop down one of the hatches onto site. And Nako is just supporting Skies here, who can also fall down.
They also have very like rotative utilities, right? Like the Finware is good for the roam, but also great for the bombs that you fall back. If you pick up the disc or just reactivate the different ones because you get 4 of them, right? So they're roaming because they have to. It's bang. They can't give Virtus Pro the entire clock. They want to make them burn down that timer. And Virtus Pro, when you're playing this Deimos Dokkaebi, I mean, ideally you want to try and get a pick or get a quick roam clear happening. They just started joining open area. The first track towards Finware, who was roaming, has gone out. They see that he's dropped down to the hatches. So this means VP is going to have quote-unquote full map control and about 1 minute and 30 seconds left into the round. This isn't like super fast or super slow. It's kind of like in that middle spot. The big question mark now is how quick can it go from step 1 into step 2? Mind you, step 1 is going to be the roam clear of top floor. Step 2 is going to be getting all the hatches and then getting server control. If they're going for a front take, then getting the opening like this, that's going to give them even more time to work with though.
It's just risky, isn't it, from Gen.G trying to contest up against the Maverick. And I think, is that shot or is that Burns? Oh, another aggressive peek from Skies. Despite the hatch being opened, Dan's going to find his second just from the exact same position. Yeah, a little bit of a strange start there from Gen.G. VP now making sure that they can convert this round with 45 seconds to go.
There's both C4 is dead, so the only plan now is not going to be the toxic babes from Asta, so they're going to have to feel like Gen.G's going to just keep striking and lashing out because they can't just sit back, but the bombs are shooting at 3 versus 5. But look at that timer, 30 seconds. They only just got circle control, breaking open that wall. Here comes the last Dokkaebi call, and with that should come the push.
Nako's trying to sneak in. Is there anybody above that hatch that's watching for it? Nako might be able to deny the plant. No, just misses the opportunity to do so. Finds the kill, but too late. And now it's a very sad attempt at a retake. Asa, the last one remaining. Pasha claims both of the final 2 kills. Big round from the Dokkaebi, big round from VP, and they're on the board on Bank.
That is an ugly round there from Gen.G. Again, the early roam is so good. The fallback is great as well. I think Nick using it right now, but probably like calm down, relax as well. The only 2 people with a C4 for plant denial were both swinging the hatch and they both died to the same angle. And to make it even worse, the second player, the Kaid, was hip fire standing in the corner watching the hatch, not ADS waiting for the angle, and dies before they can scope in and take an actual gunfight. It's just kind of sloppy, kind of like not what we saw from them literally a few minutes ago on Consulate. I feel like this is going to be Gen.G switching up very quickly. This shouldn't happen again from their side.
Yeah. Early kills,
Guys,
though.
Come on.
Makes plenty of difference for VP. We saw them get tons of opening kills in the first map, but they failed to convert them. This time, even just noticing, we spectated Dan right after he got that second pick. Did you notice how he was pre-firing every single corner? Even the ones where if you died, like at bottom square, right?
Yeah.
You die to someone who's tucked in a corner, you die to someone who's in electrical, you're like, why is he there, right? But they're still aware of those positions. They're still like hyper cautious. I think that's the right way to be. I'd rather see VP be hyper vigilant than think it's 2019 and you can just predict a lot more about the game, because these days you can't predict quite so much. There's so many more ways people play. People take more risks than they used to.
You're also up against Gen.G, who, you know, for the entirety of stage 2, we always say like aggressive team, quite fast-paced, explosive, but what we've seen from them so far in this matchup has been them taking less risk, taking less aggressive gunfights. That previous round is one of the only rounds so far from all of Gen.G's defenses on Consulate and here in Bank where they were actively looking to make a play early in the round. So this is VP saying, we know Gen.G likes to play in those rat corners and go for those plays. We're ready, we're checking, as you said, we're being vigilant. But this can be a bit trickier on this particular bomb site of top floor CEO. This is a classical one where defenders are stuck in very few positions, right? Janitor's closet, relatively safe. And then 4 window room, also relatively safe. But other than that, you're kind of just stuck in corners against window repels.
The lack of Ying and Capital will make this bomb site a lot easier to hold, but with the destruction of that electric claw, it does make Janus a little bit of a kill box thanks to the hard breach that's now gone off on that wall, thanks to Ace. He's still going to play in that position, is Asa. Likely going to fall though, I'm pretty sure once the smoke subsides, there's been a breach on there, has there not?
I think it might be a tall one. It might be in the case of you can crouch beneath it. I'm not entirely sure if it actually went off. I assume that it did. If not, yeah, it's a very tall
yeah, you're right.
Judging fans regardless from a different angle, and Pasha with a second.
Wow. Oh, and another one for Dan. So Gen.G being picked apart piece by piece. They're trying to hide behind these little bits of cover that are being torn away from them. The castle barricades, the reinforcements, the keeper barriers. And now VP, well, they can just slowly but surely lap these last few up. Spider-Man repel from Shepard, nets him a kill. Sky is the only one who's found a frag in this round. Has it all to do, 1v4. They know where he is, they spot his position. Pasha confirms it. Great start here for VP on Bank. 2 rounds in a row. The second even more convincing than the first.
Only 2 people even entered the building there from VP. That's how decisive they won this one. It was good usage of the utility, the smokes, the hard destruction, and understanding if there actually is a player left in Janitor's closet, he has like a pixel of safety. And if we get all the right rappel angles from outside the building, he's eventually going to step a little bit too far to the right or the left, and we will take him down. That's step 1. And then they just keep finding kill after kill after kill from exterior of the building, and that's the round victory for them. It's a classic top 4 CEO, and it's why a lot of teams don't really like going there, and it's so hard to play in it. And this might be Gen.G almost getting kind of baited into safety, because they actually have both the Asami and the Castle open, both played in the previous round. Those are 2 very different, or sorry, 2 very common operator bans here on Bank, but VP opted for the 2-brow and the mirror ban instead. So Gen.G said, we got all the right operators on top floor, and yet VP picked it apart perfectly.
I think despite the Capital ban clearly being targeted towards that bomb site, I just think that Gen.G can't loiter too much on that bomb site. Look, even if they are to win here, I think they need to go to open area staff room. I don't think they should repeat that top floor. Castle, Azami, Kayi, doesn't matter what you're bringing, it's not going to help fortify those positions well enough with the way VP is attacking it.
First, you gotta go to the El Clasico, the basement. One of the longest lasting bomb sites in terms of how popular and how good it can be for the defending team in all of Siege history. That
they switch things up.
Basement. Yeah, they switch. There's a couple of changes, right? We have seen the Echo iteration way back when Echo was invisible. We've seen the wall haster now with Kai 2-brow. We've seen the good old pulse and vault scanning for the default plan. Like, so many different ways of attacking and defending this bomb site. And it still remains a popular pick and first priority for most teams for 10 years straight.
Yeah. One of the most iconic bomb sites in Rainbow Six. A lot of interpretations of how you can play. You mentioned plenty of ops just then. The big picture thing is that last time it was a roam game. Yeah. This time it is an anchor game. Look at all the util, right? Plantanal, you've got, well, no C4s, but you got Smoke, you got Tachanka, you got Echo, right? Goyo as well, and then supported by the Jaeger. Yeah. I like the idea here for Gen.G. Lack of roam presence, though, means that VP is already ready to clear out util inside with the fuse and then open up the hatch with over half the round to go. It's not going to take down all the Goyos, actually. Oh, no.
The last one got it, yeah. And this is, I will say, saying it's a full turtle, right? Also note the timer. Virtus Pro, they were inside open area at 150, starting to breach at 140. Last time when that roam game was happening, they had only just started droning open area at 140. They are 30 seconds faster because they recognized, hey, there is no roam game. Let's speed up. The map is completely free for the taking, and it will come down to a good old 5v5 execute. VP gonna try and go for a plan. You have to kind of force it. Can't really go for kills on here, and Gen.G are playing plant denial. Echo, Smoke, Goyo, and Tachanka. I mean, default plans should never work.
Yeah, in theory. I mean, that's why the Sens is coming here, but it's been chewed up. A lot of those light walls taken down by the ADSs. I'm surprised Pasha's not shooting the ADSs. EMPs come down. It's an attempt to go for the plants. The fire will finally start the damage always, but he confirms that missed Tachanka fire from Skies and no echo presence from Asa, thanks to the EMPs from Dan. It's been well played from VP. It's got them a 5v5 post plant. And now the onus is on Gen.G to retake, but Dan is hiding in the corner. And up above, Shepard is watching over the bomb site with a gentle hand, ready to quell any insurrection from Gen.G. As they try and make their way up, they will one by one be picked to pieces. And like the VP of old, it's a flawless round. Clinical.
So good. There are so many small things happening on that execute. I mean, first of all, I have to wonder how they messed up and neither Tachanka or Smoke went for a default plant denial. But then we're gonna go look, how is that possible, right? So the information operator wasn't a Pulse or a Solus that can see when and where the plant is going down. It was relying on the Echo Yokai drones. Pasha was playing Twitch in that previous round during the execute. He was literally on the Twitch drone in the bottom red hallway for a good 20 seconds. He had Jaeger ADSs literally looking at them and chose not to fire the Twitch shot. He was just looking and waiting for the Echo drone that if it was gonna go in towards the bomb site, he was gonna shut it down. So no information from the defenders. Didn't even know the plant was happening. And when they realized, it was just simply too late. And you know VP in that post plant with 5 attackers alive, it is literally unwinnable. It's flawless, it's clean, and Gen.G had all the right tools, but Virtus Pro had that one counter.
Duck time out from Gen.G. I mean, 3 rounds have gone by and not a lot has gone right for them. If you compare this with the start of Consulate for VP, right? Like VP lost 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
But at least, especially in the first 3, you could say, well, they did this right, they did this right, they did this right. And they looked better than Gen.G in these ways. They just happened to fumble at the crucial moments. That's sadly not the case for Gen.G here. This is their map pick. They're meant to be good on bank. They have beaten VP on bank already this year. And yet 3 rounds have gone by, and Gen.G aren't terrible by any means, but VP are outclassing them in every metric.
I want to see a stylistic change here, and I think open air bomb site, you said this before actually, that should be their biggest priority if this base on bomb site, whether win or lose actually, it should just be like the place to go to next. I want to see Gen.G now take more gunfights and not let VP get to that 5v5 execute, right? Yes, you ban the Ying and the Captain on the Sens from Gen.G, all are about the bomb site execute. So you're thinking to yourself, well, if Virtus Pro gets to the bomb site, they don't have the right operators to go for a round victory, right? Wrong. VP love executing. They're so good at it. So if Gen.G can fight them early, play a more aggressive roam, stick around for a bit longer, and force those gunfights off-site, make it a 4v4, make it a 3v3, all of a sudden VP can't go for plants because they don't have enough utility, enough operators alive on the board. So I want to see Gen.G now fighting longer, fighting more.
Well, they've got 3 chances now to correct their mistakes after that tactical timeout. Immediately, we're seeing a change of tack. The Mozzie makes an appearance to Clash. A reappearance after we saw it be very successful for them on the first map. I think the Clash is a good move here. The problem is that Clash is so site-specific and so position-specific, but just as a general rule, I think Clash is just going to give VP an extra thing to deal with. Even the Mozzie here is actually making it difficult now. Pasha doesn't know where that test is. It is finally there. Does manage to get it. Delayed a little bit of time though.
It's gonna make them cautious of all the areas. If you're seeing like mute Mozzie, you're gonna check every elevator, every corner, every potential hiding spot because this is them getting up to something cheeky. Good value though. Mozzie pissed down, Valkyrie camera cleared as well. It's a util game. In the sense that Gen.G can either take a gunfight or one of those 3 C4s and try and land a vertical kill. And Virtus Pro, again, being so good on the attack here on bank. They're respecting it, they have the counters, the IQ, the Twitch combination, like don't compete for roam clear. It feels like Virtus Pro have all the right operators every round right now.
Yeah. Nope. But they don't have the opening pick. So if you're a Gen.G fan, you got something to latch on to for this round. Verticality gone. seeing the sledge falling, and there's no more breaching charges as well from Always. No kill found through the vert yet. And they, like I said before, still haven't dealt with that clash. Breach on the main wall is certainly going to help out.
Yeah, the way in is the big question for me. There's smoke grenades in the pocket of Pasha. But I mean, what are you going to do? Smoke and sprint on in? That's a bit of an act of desperation. Gen.G would need to step away from their cover to die to a gunfight as well. This is very much Gen.G controlling where the fights will happen and when they will happen. VP have to force it first. And look at the smokes from Pasha. He's playing small box. They just swing the window from far away. Great shot from Deadshot.
Yeah, and a missed opportunity for Pasha. So many missed opportunities. Finally, he gets the kill, but meanwhile, Gen.G have recomposed. They've got the player in blue stairs. It's Azox. He's gone for a flank. He's not over-peeking Always. Pasha's found a second one. Always does kill the... No, that's not even the flanker. That's the player on site. So the only one on site right now is Asa. But Always needs to focus up and take him down quickly. The clash is not going to be easy to finish off. He doesn't have the shield, though. And so he might be targetable. He is. Always can force this plant down. He's been worth so much in this round, and he has to do it all himself for VP. Azox knows the position, sprays it down, and while the plan is confirmed, it's an easy 1v1 for Azox. Gen.G, a sigh of relief as they finally get around on the board.
But you see what Gen.G are doing so different in that round, and yes, it comes down to a 1v1, but they were the ones in control. They picked every single gunfight from the very first opening kill till the final 1v1, as, you know, VP are planning on 0 seconds because there's no time left on the clock. That shot, sure, maybe a little bit too over-ego, maybe over-peaking a bit too much. Always Shepard finding those kills, but this just shows that after that tag timeout, after losing those 3 rounds, Gen.G are changing up the pace and changing up the playstyle completely. Why are we ego swinging Pasha here in the same angle? Why are we ego swinging Always watching the flank as well? Because that's the game plan. We're gonna fight our opponent in gun skill because they've been so good with utility. This is gonna show for a possibility of a comeback here for Gen.G.
It's got to start somewhere. So why not there with the 1v1?
Look here,
Still impressed.
Like Solis, Lesion, Aruni. These are again gunfight operators. Like, what's Lesion and Aruni gonna do in this map? It's good passive gadget in a trap or information form and a good gun. Like, they just want to fight Virtus Pro.
No, I think it's a good move. I really like the Aruni pick. It's actually one of my personal favorites to play on this bomb site. Even back before... Look, even before we lost the ACOGs off all the other operators that had them on defense, right? Like, I've been a huge fan of Aruni. Actually, one of my most played defenders of all time. Even back when she was a 2-speed, she was one of my favorites. Because you get a good gun, right? You get good util, you get barbed wire. And you also get the punch, which is like so underrated, especially if you're playing a lot of ranked or like maybe you're solo queuing. You don't have a whole shotgun, but you do have the ability to help out a lot. You can also quickly rotate with hatches. Great operator. Also, in this case, actually protecting this janitor wall. In addition to the Kaid, we have a double protection up against the Selmas. So even if a Selma is on the wall, you can actually like walk away from it. The gate activates and destroys that hard breach.
That's exactly it. You're gonna sit by the wall on the opposite side and the gate is gonna be opened up so nothing will happen. And if they throw the Selma, you walk away, the net will close and then burn the Selma. So they can actually control what they're gonna be burning essentially. But again, we're looking at Gen.G. Yes, they're protecting the janitor wall. Yes, they got some utility, but the main storyline is not going to be about just that one position. It's about everything around it. They have Skies on the Solus playing downstairs in tethers with the Solus, which can, 1, see where the plant is going to be going down, 2, who's droning from what positions, and 3, check if anyone's checking for a flank for an aggressive play on that square stairs, for example. So this is all just like one big centerpiece of the map that VP are trying to clear first. And the fact that they're going for the center of the building first might cost them, because it looks like Gen.G have all the right tools to deal with this. Except the Twitch drone again finds the Kite Claw.
Yeah, that's... Sure, Kite Claw found, but
Solus
I think they're still going to be able to protect it with the Aruni. That said, a pick, like you said, with Solus going down. VP can now overwhelm with numbers. They do need a way into it. It's very hard to get your boots into this bomb site. That's a really solid bit of hard breach, though. It's getting really difficult for the defense to find safe ground inside of Janitors. Thankfully, the Clash can continue watching over. VP are very close. They just need to find a place to strike, and with almost finding that kill against Deadshot, and now it is confirmed by Joystick, they have the gates open, and it's time to start marching into the objective.
It's the Asa top squares, nowhere clashes. You gotta find Asa's and Naku on the Kite and Elysian. And they're both playing top floor. It's a full frontal battle, but Naku takes on always first, back to even numbers in a 3-on-3.
It's just a constant back and forth battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Joystick is in a keen position. He's got the diffuser, but he wants to try and bite off a little bit more. Finds the Kaid. Goodbye to Nako. Where's the second? Spots Azox as well. The last one that remains for Gen.G is the Clash. Now forced onto the SMG, but surrounded. Spotted from all directions, and will surely be taken down. It's Shepard to deliver the final blow. A cry of victory for Joystick as VP again find another round. They maintain their lead and they further it. They look to try and put Bank to bed.
So many things happening there that is so good for VP, and I think the biggest glow up here is if we look at how they were attacking on Consulate. It was 5 attackers in the same side of the map, just pushing towards the bomb side, and now we're seeing them on Bank. They're roam clearing top floor and the basement roam clear while taking first floor. They're, you know, breaching the wall in janitors right now with a Twitch drone, Selma charge, and somebody Dan on IQ attacking the Solis downstairs at the same time. There are no longer 5 people in the same corner of the map. There are 5 people playing together flawlessly around the entire damn building. They attacked the center, janitors. I was a bit skeptical, like, is that gonna be a good idea? But I didn't have the full picture. They still had Dan downstairs fighting the Solis with a drone. He even had backups. There's a 2v1 downstairs and a 2v1 upstairs. And the real MVP for me so far on the attacks for Virtus Pro is actually Pasha, who's spamming Twitch. Both top floor attacks, he found the Kite Claw and opened up the possibility of breaching janitors. On the basement round victory that they had, that was flawless, by the way, he denied the Echo Drone, so there was no info plant denial for the plant going down. Yeah. Pasha has arguably won or made the game so much easier in 3 of the 4 round victories.
A lot of it comes down to clever util usage, right? Always knowing which ops to pick to counter the very specific minutiae of that defense. And I feel like maybe there was a chance for Gen.G to get rid of that Twitch, because it's been pretty versatile.
True.
Obviously good for the Goyo on the basement. Instead, they went for the Sens, and they're being punished for it. The Sens was very much just something that was being used on the basement. I don't think VP really utilized it on the top floor.
Nope. I don't, like, not really. And it was not really, like, super present indeed. Like, I don't know. I feel like this is Gen.G following the strat that they prepared for before the match happened, rather than adapting to the game that's happening in front of them. And to be fair, it can be kind of hard to track, you know, is the Twitch actually a problem? If the player in janitors isn't saying, by the way, guys, this Twitch is like completely countering me, we should get rid of it. If that conversation doesn't happen, it might just fly under the radar, because only one person's really interacting with that portion of the map.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess no one was really aware that on basement the Twitch was tearing up those Vulcan canisters. Also could have torn up the Jaeger ADSs. Yeah. The Gen.G were trying to utilize to counter the Sens anyway. Yeah. Oh well, VP, one more round of attack. Could it be a 5-1? Wouldn't put it past them.
Cheeky Goomin. I mean, the yellow ping is accurate. He's right there behind the wall. The question is, do you just go for a dry swing? Because there's no nades. Deimos has the can openers.
No, well, the flash comes out. There are nades on Pasha and Joystick, but they are elsewhere. Another flash goes out. They're just waiting for the player of Asa to try and escape. They're going to spot him. That was just way too aggressive, way too early. Asa feeling too much pressure in blue stairs, tried to escape and fell as a result. VP again in control of the round very firmly.
Very firmly, yeah. There's no Toxic Babes, no Tashanka, no Echo. The only plant denial is going to be 2 C4s. The hatch condition here, I was going to say, yeah, the hatch is not open, and it might not get opened up. They would need to take a grenade in server or from the red hatch above here and try and itch it in and try and clear that Kite Claw. Plus the breach, oh, they actually got it. The breach also kind of messed up inside a server, so a default plant might not be doable. I think there's a small gap in the debris that wasn't fully breached open by the X-Cairo pellets. This is Virtus Pro going for plan B.
Oh, it's going to be desperate. Always dropping down the hatch, and VP, they're losing a lot of their numbers. The Nitro cell from Nako as well finds one. That was such a peter out of a round from VP, but Gen.G, they kept their cool. Nako has a few choice words for the squad as they find their second round to close out the first half.
Beautiful. It actually came down to not even a grenade finding that Kite Claw, but Deimos could just see it then, I think, proning on the floor from server, shot the Kite Claw after discussing how terrible that was gonna play out. Thankfully, Observer caught that because I did not. And somehow VP kind of saved the round, and then they kind of lost it. Both C4s hitting their marks, not really getting the kills, dropping down those hatches. You're forcing the hip fire animation. You can't ADS and scope in fully anymore in Siege X as you're dropping down. So you're never gonna win those gunfights. And Gen.G just being quite prepared for it, it seems. Side swap though. I think 4-2 of Virtus Pro looking as good as it did is actually beating expectations, especially going back to Consulate. Now the big question is, can they play as good on the less favorable side of bank defense?
Yeah.
Use bomb.
And seeing the operator bans, it's quite a different story to what we saw in the first half. And at Gen.G, they played a lot of his army, they played a lot of Kaid, especially the Kaid. They're going to get rid of it, they don't want to have to deal with it. VP, in contrast, they banned out the Sens, which they played a bit of. They banned out the Monty, which Gen.G used very well in the first map. So I think the Monty in particular, very good ban.
Yeah,
I'm kind of whatever about the Sens. Obviously, the elephant in the room is you've left in the Glaz, you've left in the Ying. Already Nako's teasing out that Ying.
And the Grim, I think Grim is kind of slept on as well a little bit. It's like base and bombs in particular, you don't really bring a mute almost ever unless you specifically want to counter Grim or Ying, Grim or Dokkaebi, most notably. So Grim is gonna get a lot of red ping value if you reach that bomb side. And I fully agree with you. Sends a bit of a whatever ban to my mind. It can be brought, it cannot be brought, not the end of the world. But Gen.G will crutch the Monty every chance they're given. So, as you said, they tried on Consulate, it worked pretty damn well, and that was the third operator ban. This time, they won't get a chance at all. It's the first operator ban.
You know what I'm going to be keenly watching is what Deadshot's able to do with the Twitch, because you look at the lineup here.
Not as much as Pasha, let me tell you.
It remains to be seen.
Pasha got the most insane Twitch value in a half I've ever seen, I think. Close to at least.
VP also had more different ways of dealing with the util. For example, like that first basement attack, they had Fuse, which dealt with most of the Vulcan canisters. Now Deadshot, he's the sole player responsible for dealing with that mirror window and with the 4 Vulcan canisters.
That is a good point. Let's see a Twitch value. 1 Goyo canister, 2 Goyo canister, 3 Goyo canisters.
Did he pop the third?
Yeah, he popped the third. So Goyo canisters actually explode when you kill them. I know he's like, duh, but they actually do damage like an impact grenade. So if the Twitch drone is touching the Goyo canister as you shoot it, you will lose a Twitch drone because it actually does damage. If the Twitch drone was a little bit further back, like we saw in the second shot, it survives. So the Twitch drone pretty much took down itself and the third Goyo canister.
That's worth it though. I mean, I believe he still has one other Twitch drone because the mirror window he did want to target ideally. I think it was an open area, or was it on default on the site?
There's one on default that was popped, I think, by VP on round start, if I recall correctly.
Oh, default plan, yeah, but is there one in Red Hall in the most common position for a mirror window?
That's a good question. We'll see it momentarily when they get there. For now, it's going to be a bit of split pressure. Here, the Grimby is also very good. They can clear off the corner of the elevator hatch drop to ensure it safely. Can what's going out. Are they faking it or are they pushing it? I think they're pushing it.
Oh, they are indeed. Straight down for Nako with the pistol in hand. Asta is completely locked out inside of elevators. He's the one with the diffuser. Nako goes down. The Blitz is struggling to find any impact as Joystick takes his head clean off. It's left, right, good night for Gen.G. VP 1 by 1. They fall. A great solid defense from them. Gen.G, they threw everything they had at it, but there just was not enough substance to get the round over the line.
I do think Virtus Pro, they are one of the best teams in the world at just locking down a side because they're so good at playing again the strong fundamentals, right? Who's holding what angles? What gaps do we have in our setup right now? As you said, they threw everything at the problem. Smokes, Candelas, pushing garage, the hatch drops, etc. It looked pretty much flawless from Virtus Pro because everyone knew exactly what their responsibility was to cover. And then, of course, Gen.G don't really win more than a single gunfight, which makes it even more difficult to attack. Look at this. How do you attack this? Toxic Babe one area, Joystick off angle covers the prone. Always in the corner has both the headstrong blade on and the main stairs. There's crossfires established almost every single inch pathway. VP are just so good at timing who's gonna do what in that push at a moment's notice. It looked like a frontal attack, you know, server A-hatch kind of default, and then they just flipped it, boom, backside, the heads drop. And VP, they were ready for
10
both.
seconds to go. 5 seconds remaining.
Another good round in the books for VP means that they are just 2 rounds away from sending us to a third.
Objective is to defuse the
And
bomb.
if that is to happen, Nick, it's kind of the opposite of what I was expecting. Coming into this series, I was like, well, VP is taking it, right? Especially Consulate. Like, they're definitely taking that.
And Bank.
Gen.G should be rocky on Bank.
Yeah.
And then look, I'm very easily persuaded. And Gen.G, they made a pretty strong case on Consulate. And to be fair, I think VP was part of that case. VP did not give me any reason on Consulate to believe that they'd look good on Bank. And so I thought this would be a 2-0 for Gen.G. Now, I don't know. Chalet could be anyone's game.
Drone activated.
Oh, it really could. But I do will say this. VP right now are really in the server, and they're playing a lot better, playing a lot more together. And going into Chalet, a much smaller map, we need to have that coordination. You know, that flip of the switch. Okay, now we're gonna execute. Okay, now we're gonna slow down. That was kind of missing for me on Consulate, but they're showing it every single round on Bank. All of the attacks from Virtus Pro, very promising. The defensive side so far, locked in as well. So there's good hope for the Russians. Gen.G, what they need now is the same as Virtus Pro and Consulate. Get a couple rounds on the board. Get that confidence going. Don't feel too mentally clocked out of it. And feel like you still have a winning chance on that third map because it is a BO3. Each individual map matters not. It's the entire BO3 series that matters most.
Progress so far this round. Breach done, a lot of info. Really keen on eye on the flanks for Gen.G here as well, which is not going to happen because everyone from VP is on the bomb side. Really focusing on breach this round. And, well, that's been very successful. VP don't have a lot of places to play since the stock wall's been opened up.
Not seeing the play right now, so they're gonna fire Janitor, smoke on and raffle in maybe? Go for a plant execute? Oh, but they found the gap. Look, there's a gap in the fire. Raffle on in. C4 goes up, but it misses massively. This plant might be good.
Yeah, but Pasha can't spot the player covering. Where is the diffuser being planted inside of CEO? Asta confirms it. Dan snuck up pretty deep, but Asta actually takes him down. Good trade. It's right up against the soft wall where that diffuser has been planted. Now, because Gen.G have opened so many holes around the bomb site, very hard for VP to look for a chance to try and take this down and get that retake. Skies swings for one. He's got good eyes on the position, and he will take down the second player as well. Up to always now in the 1v2, and he's not going to get the eyes on Azox. They know where he is thanks to that drone. It'll be round done and dusted for Gen.G. Thanks to Asta's heroics, getting that plant down. Always, mate, hang up the gun. There's nothing for it. Round done for Gen.G. A third one on the board.
Very convincing. I mean, it comes at a bit of risk, right? They rappel on in, they're successful. The Duke to C4 also successfully, but then they're holding F for 7 seconds, just hoping that there's no proper response from Virtus Pro. And it comes down to the same thing as on Consulate, when Gen.G attacked Lobby with the Monty going for a plant with smokes in the ceiling and Warden right above. It's lack of information from the defenders. They didn't know that the plant was going down at all. It wasn't a matter of where is it going down. The question for this pro was, it's not going down at all, is it? And then, you know, 7 seconds go by and they go, actually guys, they planted. And I think it comes down to 2 things. Mirror that stock inside of General's closet was under so much pressure that they couldn't stand up and scan the room and realize there was a smoke grenade to their left. They were worried about the right-hand side, the person on the rappel, and they threw a C4 out for default plant spot and didn't kill anybody, so they're not planting surely, right? The Warden was not in the right position to see through the smoke, and they had cast a barricaded big double door between the bomb sites, so even Joystick on a Rooney didn't have a long line of sight. So Gen.G find the one gap successfully. Bomb goes down, the rest is history, they're on the repels, easy victory. But that's again that cursed top 4 bomb side. VP can play the entirety of this game and win in regulation by only playing open area and basement at this point. They don't gotta go back top forever.
No. Haven't really tested them on open area though. So this round will be telling.
Drone activated. Breaching sequence activated.
So Gen.G starting from the top. It's going to be a lot of vertical game. So that sledge gets in there. Skies with backup verticality. But I feel like VP, they're playing at some kind of aggressive hold on this top floor. We've got a player inside a Janitors. We've got a lot of crossfires open up, some holes in the walls. As Nako looks to try and scout for info. He's not going to find a lot with the Brava, but he will find a mute jammer. Are they going to try and breach that wall? I mean, surely. Yes, guys, he's actually in position to go for it. Indeed, he does. So this is going to cut a lot of rotations on that top floor.
So that's going to cut the hallway, highway, some teams call it, freeway, etc. It's going to kind of indicate a lobby push. There's also a player now, Naku, bottom of the lobby stairs. They'll just like walk on up. Here comes the smoke grenades. This time, I think they're baiting the execute take. Actually, no, they're actually in, but they're pushing lobby instead.
I like this from the sledge as well. Can easily take down those castle barricades. Well played from Skies from the rappel to support and take down Joystick. This is very nice, very well planned and well executed from Gen.G. As Virtus Pro completely secede, top floor control, they fall back down below.
It's very smart. It's the same top floor bombs that execute for the roam clear, except you pivot the take. It's the same smoke and generator to bait out the rappelling CEO for that same circumstance. But then the you see, Sledge opens the castle barricade and the 3-man the player top 4 by elevator. It is very smart, but that's only the first step down the route. They get the 1 kill, but look at the timer, 60 seconds. Gen.G, the bomb site is downstairs. You have to start speeding up a little bit. It's open area, VP, they're by the bomb site, and in archives. That's the archives player dead, and he's down.
Skies has just been so hot today. 11 kills in this map so far. And Pasha, he's been caught in a very awkward spot. Triple crossfire. 1v5 for always, as he finds the first and the second. 3 more to find. Not likely to happen. They've got info, they've dropped into sight. The diffuser's being planted by Asa.
Oh, man.
Always long angles, but can't find it. Deadshot springs up, takes him down. A 4th round on the board for Gen.G. They're just trailing by 1 now.
I like these small mini executes. Gen.G, no big celebration here on the round victories. It's very cool, calm and collected. Don't have that big hype up moment. They know they're winning these rounds, but it's still very close. And even with that last one being that 5v1, right, always almost gets a 3rd kill to make it a 1v2, but gets shut down in the end. And that's open area, successfully attacked. Now Virtus Pro, the only bombs that really has worked for them is basement. They can go there now, but if they lose this one, then the big question mark comes. Okay, what do we do now? It's 5-5, we've now lost every bomb set in the rotation. Do we go back to basement? Do we go top floor? And even if they win, yeah, there will be 6-4, but now they have 2 bad bomb sets left. It's gonna be a lot more tricky now with VP as only one side seems to work.
The Capital ban finally comes out from VP, which I like. I just wish that it had been instead of the Sens. I wish that they had just denied any Capital from the entire half. I also feel like VP could have gotten away with an ace ban. Because even though it doesn't really matter for the basement, as it's not going to get picks now, it's really useful on all of those secondary and tertiary bomb sites, especially the way Gen.G have been playing them.
It's tough, right? Because the big thing on Bang in particular is if you ban double ranged hard breach, Hibana and the Ace, you cannot breach that top elevator wall that we saw previously. It's the only ranged hard breach in the entire game. You can't throw anything else, right? Yeah. So often on Bang, you'll do double hard breach ban, or you'll do double utility / execute operator bans. VP only banning Ace or only banning Hibana, it's not terrible, but they get so much more value had it been, let's say, multi-ban, Ace ban, and then 3rd ban is Hibana. Or if they do Hibana Ace as the first 2 bans and then ban the Monty 3rd, but then they will deal with the Monty the first 3 attacking rounds. Yeah. So it's tough. I feel like the Sense ban definitely puts them in an awkward spot where it's too late now to ban one Heart Breacher in my mind. Like, that ship has sailed. And I think Capital, as you said, is a great option for that instead.
On the flip side, Gen.G getting rid of the mirror, that's a very useful operator that VP have played almost every single round so far. Especially on this basement. Oh, this is going to be a potential early pick. No, well played from Dan to make sure he gets out of that roam early enough.
That's why teams they fall back the second that oh,
wow.
That's that death. Oh my days. As he drops, he gets hit in the face, trying to escape. I mean, this is such a high value kill. You can now successfully get to a bomb site, execute, guaranteed 5v4. There's no more roamers from VP. They fell back from open area way earlier. Joystick stuck around for a few more extra seconds and tried to min-max it. And ultimately he dies. Toxic base not being spent as well very early on. And yes, they have fire. Yes, they have 2 C4s. There's plenty of plant denial. But I feel like VP right now are kind of itching a little bit. Like, guys, do we just play the 4v5 or should we make a play somewhere?
Cover me! Reloading!
Yeah, Skies continues to deliver so much value to the team in the fragging department and in the util. We saw the Twitch getting active again. I don't know if there are any Goyo fires left on the site. Oh, wow! Big Nitro cell. Asta's lucky to have gotten out of that one intact, but well-timed from Always. This is beautiful. The well-played combo between the VP player with the C4 down below, expecting that Asta will be rotating back towards the main stairs, confirms that kill. It's no 5v4 late execute for Gen.G, Nick. It will be one player down.
Very important. I feel like the second Always used that Toxic Beam on main stair to show that they wanted a fight, and they got it. They got the 4v4. Naked diffuser for default plan sprints in deep.
Wow, he's sprinting through.
Distraction.
Meanwhile, the Blitz has gone straight down inside of Vault. Warden is the perfect operator, but you're right. I mean, it's been a complete dupe from Gen.G, and they've won the exchange as well. Sky's finding a quick double kill. He has been the single-handed savior for Gen.G. This might make the difference, though, if Pasha can win this fight onto Azox, but he cannot do so. Despite being guard broken, the Blitz comes out ahead, leaving Dan in a 1v2 on for the flank. He's already been so valuable to VP, but Deadshot has hidden away, and Azox on the site is going to make sure that it's not possible for Dan to get this one done. Straight around it with the pistol, but the Blitz will put him down. An applause for Gen.G. Take a bow. They've made their way back into it 3 rounds in a row to tie the scoreline.
Such an incredible pivot from Gen.G out of nowhere. It comes down to plan A, that's 5v4, but they get punished. Vertage Pro, uncharacteristically, will give up a very strong foothold and just lash out for a kill instead. Now it becomes a 4v4, and without any hesitation, Gen.G make the most desperate play so far on Bank. Grim sprints in past the fire from Tashanka and gets down a plant by the chassis. While they have 2 players on lobby hands go for a distraction play. Skies gets a double kill. Blitz somehow wins the 1v1 up against Pasha on the Warden, and I think that was the exact moment where VP lost the round. Had Pasha, taken on the goggles and hit his shots and taken down the Blitz, Dan was in open area on the A hatch with full open area control, with the last attacker in a bad position to take down the defuse. This means that after winning the gunfight with the Blitz, Pasha could just walk into the A-bomb side, hold F on his keyboard, Dan covers the hatches, and they should be winning the round. But that one gunfight up against the Blitz, that loss changes everything. Because this right here means now Dan is stuck in an area with Blitz on the bomb side and Deadshot on the hatch. Yeah.
Oh. And look, I was saying I didn't want to see the Blitz, but they're really proving me wrong. Blitz has been so valuable for Gen.G. In the absence of the Monty, it's working a charm.
For that particular case, right, Blitz in the first half played the round perfectly. This distraction, hey, I'm here, worry about me. But Pasha should have taken on the Blitz. The Blitz should have died. That was all down to Pasha, just a little bit of a potato aim. He did what most Warden players never do. He used his gadget. The smart glasses came on. He duped the ability, but then lost the gunfight.
Yeah, what's more, Skies, who last round was on the Twitch, now is on the Ace. He's playing util operators, but also fragging like crazy. He's had 2 nuclear rounds where he's gotten a 3K. In the series overall, Nick, he's 26 kills. Wow. Next highest player is Pasha with 17. So heads and shoulders above the rest.
So also just, I feel like it's guys on attack. He plays these like either DMRs or just like cut off positions, and he just finds so many kills in the middle of the chaos when his teammates are forcing that movement with the blitz, with the ying, etc. And again, he holds an angle, he just gets another kill on the rappel this time from all the way outside the building, takes down, as you said, the second highest fragging player of Pasha.
Wow. There's a hell of a lot of damage, by the way.
He's alive.
Now he's going to play passively, though. I mean, he's a util operator. He can play it slow, he can play it passive. Shepard, thankfully, he had the impacts to trick this, so he does have a little bit more cover. Always in an aggressive spot. I mean, this is uncharacteristic out of VP. They know they're down in the dumps. They know they need to make something happen, but always does not land that shot.
And Gen.G are ready for it, because they did the same thing last time for VP, right? They had the 4v5, they push main stairs, they see all the hatches when they're gonna Maverick them open. Gen.G are like, guys, we know they're gonna get desperate, and this might not be the usual VP behavior, but it is their current behavior. Hold those angles, drone everything, and jiggle peek pre-fire for information. Gen.G know that if they get one more kill, they can flood the bomb site and overwhelm their opponents. The only thing that can make them lose this round, kind of out of nowhere, is if people start over-peeking and dying before the entire team is ready to go for execute.
I think that's why everyone from Gen.G is slowing down. Skies has not exposed himself at all since he got taken low on HP.
This.
Dan might actually be able to get a freebie here.
What?
And so he does. Dead shot too high on the rappel, but will get traded. That's still worthwhile for Gen.G.
It certainly is. Again, numbers advantage. It's better for the attackers to play 4 versus 3 than 5 versus 4. There's less defenders holding less angles and more gaps to be found now. So the lower the number, but the sim advantage is better and better for them. But the Frenchmen have about 35 seconds left to work with. And they're up against the Echo drones, the Warden, and the Solar. So a ton of information here for VP to go for counterplays.
And there's no clear utility to enable this execute. Thankfully, if they keep finding kills, they won't need util, they won't need the smokes or the sends or anything of the sort. They've got the guns. A good nade is going to force Joystick out of position, keep him at bay for a brief moment. Shepard fights one before he's traded on back. Joystick's position revealed. The plant's going down. Nako, a third for the Nook in the rounds. And with that, Gen.G have just run the gauntlet 4 rounds in a row, and match point is theirs.
And it comes down to these very small moments in the round, whether it's Skies getting opening pick, whether it's Nook finding the gap, whether it's Gen.G finding like a pocket strat in the middle of a chaotic round. I really, really respect and like how they're moving around the map right now. They're not showing Virtus Pro any kind of logical and predictable moves, right? That was an early opening pick, they're on the rappels. Then they start prodding on the roof, opening up stock windows, playing on the, you know, the skylights. Then all of a sudden, Nukes and lobby. All of a sudden, they're rappelling a window. VP don't really know what happens next because Gen.G aren't playing the usual, like, predictable kind of slow-paced style bank. They're kind of being fast, slow, not round by round, but in the same round, changing the pace constantly. VP, they're split between playing, you know, plant denial, because Gen.G are planting half the damn attacks. They're stuck between playing information, because they need to know where Gen.G are attacking from, but they also want good guns, they want traps, right? So I feel like VP are being contested in so many different angles strategically, that they're always forced into a not perfect operator lineup, because there's too many issues.
Yeah. On the verge of being eliminated from the EML Finals for VP. They're going to ditch the Tachanka, they're going to bring the Echo into the fray, and Deadshot on the Amaru, very swift into the building. Info on that player that was roaming. Is that Joystick? Spotted?
Yeah,
As he falls back down. Remember how Joystick was cut down so early last time they defended this bomb site? Pasha is in position. Pasha's waiting for him. This is a critical fight. Bullets exchanged, but no kill as of yet. As Pasha decides not to overstay his welcome, he falls back. Deadshot's getting deep, though. All the way down with the shotgun in hand.
Looks like it is going to come down to that classic 5v5, though. Full map control now for the side of Virtus Pro, or sorry, for Gen.G on the attack. Asterisk and Blitz took a fair bit of damage, but I don't think the health and Blitz will matter all that much. It's either going to be a death to a C4 or, you know, stuck in the crossfire. So full health or half health, pretty much all the same here. And Gen.G, again, 1 minute 45 seconds, full map control. The only thing I don't like here is the armor rule. It's really great if you get in the building, get a fast intro kill, because now you've gotten the value. Right now, you're just a shotgun SMG-11 attacker. Like, the hook isn't gonna do you anything, unless you wanna drop down the elevator hatch to basement and then rotate back up the hatch again. But let's be honest, what's that gonna do?
It's not a terrible idea. I mean, it's not a terrible idea. It means you can pivot your attack late rounds.
You could drop the elevator hatch, be like, guys, I'm over here. But again, once they know it's Amaru, they also will recognize that he could just leave. The breach is not for default though, so this is Gen.G showing that they're not gonna go for what you would expect here. It's gonna be a deep plant or a push for kills. With the wall being opened up and, you know, Virtus Pro knowing this, they can say they can make the call now. Oh, the hatch is not open.
Is still not open.
Oh, when they can't
There
get
is
open.
one more Vulcan fire. You're right, there's no more Hibanex Kairos left, so no opening of the hatch. I don't know whether that popped. I didn't manage to see.
Nope.
No, it didn't. So there's still one Vulcan fire available. Default plant is not going to happen. Finally, it does get detonated. 40 seconds left. But the real devil here for Gen.G is in the detail of not breaching that hatch.
And default plant isn't open either, so you gotta sprint through the fire and all the smoke and take a fair bit of damage. Or literally plant. Okay, actually, self-destruction from the shotgun works out. 25 seconds. They have one more toxic raid in pocket. Gen.G could just raid right here for the smoke to expire, and then go for a plant if they want to hold their nerve.
Oh. An aggressive drop from Nako on the rear side. He's taken down by Joystick. It's OT or bust now for Virtus Pro, but Azox with the diffuser in tow has fallen. It's desperate now with Skies. He's found 17 kills and he needs 3 more to send us the distance, but no, it's not to be. VP have taken us into overtime on Bank.
Again, there was one big thing that had to happen for the attackers. The Twitch drone value. It was 2 entire Twitch drones spent to burn, what, 2 or 3 Goyo fires. Didn't find the yokai drones. Didn't find the toxic babe that was actually on the wall for quite some time. So a lot of value was just lost really there from the side of Twitch. They were so busy dealing with the Goyo that they're missing the correct heart destruction. And they had to again pivot the entire attack, get the ammo shotgun inside a server, open up the soft wall, and try and plant on the far wall. But again, they're up against a lot of plant denial. Echo for information. It wasn't ever going to work. VP, they will run it back. Back to back, baby. Little bit different lineup though. No Echo this time to speak of. But basement bomb side, Warden, Smoke, and Goyo.
Yeah.
Man, it's been a very long time since this game started, all the way back on Consulate, and yet it could continue on Chalet. VP are actually continuing their defenses, straight back down to the basement. Funnily enough though, VP have completely changed their strategy from last round, right? You mentioned the Goyo, but where previously they've just leaned entirely into plant denial, there's a little bit more versatility here. We've got Shepard on the Solus. On the flip side of Gen.G, I mean, goodbye to the Blitz. It's time to bring out the Fuse. And how about that Ying Glass combo that we talked about?
This is better. I was gonna say with the Twitch struggling so much last round, the Fuse would just be the simplest way to fix that. It's less risk of anything going wrong, just slapping your gadget on the wall or hatch and saying, okay, job's done. The thing is, when you pick all these execution operators, roam clearing gets a bit more tricky. Who's gonna walk in first here, James? The Glass? Probably not. The Ying? Kinda tricky. How about Thatcher or Hibana for hatch breaching? Probably not. So they're droning from the exterior, holding these passive angles, but they're struggling to get a foot in the door. Look, they're still just droning.
Well, true, but thankfully for Gen.G, there aren't really any real roamers. I mean, Dan was poising for a roam, but he's already fallen back down. So.
But by his choice, right? This is him saying, he wasn't pressured at all. He was saying, you know what, I burned a minute, I killed like 7 drones. Falling back now is statistically a really good play. I could stay for more, but what I had the joystick when he stuck around, he died.
You do make a good point. I mean, the drone counter spells a pretty measly score for how many drones Gen.G have available. A bit of a dim outlook for the round of what info they'll be able to get. Thankfully, they've got the shields, so Azox
they're
can
speeding
face check
up.
areas like blue without having to drone it. And yet they can see blue is free.
Okay. So fast all of
Continually-
a sudden.
Yeah, he's just waiting to detonate.
He's spamming it, but it's frozen. He needs that one to pop before he can fuse the wall in front of him. So he's literally stuck waiting. There we go. Finally gets popped on the edge.
Look at the rotation here. Dan says, well, I've got the DMR, so I'm going to hold on to this position. Is the smoke going to fake a potential plant? Are they going to do it? I mean, they could turtle plant with the shield here.
Yeah, they could. And then Glass peeking on through. No real counterplay right now, right? Warden's gonna be... Actually, Warden's in red. He could go for a swing if he wants to.
Candelas go down. It's going to be all up to Pasha, but he's been EMP'd. He can't use his gadget right now, and you're right, there is no Echo present. VP do not have any plant denial, and as such, Gen.G confirmed that diffuser. Prepared his Azox with the fuse cluster charge right next to that diffuser. As Dan finds the first kill for VP, Gen.G still have that advantage, even in the 4v5, but up they go, one by one, up the stairs, and Dan confirms his kill. Azox still has to be that player to hold on for Gen.G with that shield, with that cluster charge, ready to detonate. Pistol in hand, he can now detonate the cluster charge and confirm that that diffuser will not be taken down, but for some reason it doesn't work out. Pasha managed to stick it with some cover from the rest of the squad, and with that, Virtus Pro are finally on map point on bank.
That is ridiculous way to win a post-plant retake. I mean, I spoke about how when VP, they would plant on a basement attack, they would never ever lose it, and somehow they will win it on the flip side. I don't know how they managed to do that. They sprint up main stairs, they get into open area, they win practically every single gunfight. And the thing is, it was such a beautiful round for Gen.G. I mean, the pocket strat, the only way there was a plant denial was gonna be information or warden swing. The EMP cancels out the warden, the plant goes down, there's 4 or 5 attackers alive. On paper, that is a 99% win rate on the attack. But the attackers lost. And you saw the facial expression there from the side of Gen.G. They know that they just bottled one of the easiest rounds this entire series so far.
Yeah. It's back-to-back attack round losses on the same bomb site as well. Now they move on to the defensive side, giving VP what is favored, which is attack on bank. We've had far more attack rounds won than defenses, and that also just emphasizes how poor it is that Gen.G have just fumbled the last 2 of theirs. Are we on the verge of going to Chalet?
Feels like it. I mean, it's guys dropping 20 kills a bust at this point, right? I think that's where we're at. They need a hero, and the only one really stepping up in the score department for Gen.G is his guys. I mean, look, 17 kills from one guy sounds really damn good. But imagine this, Skies dies first this round, stays on 17 kills. You get 5-11 Asa, 5-8 Asox, 7 and 10 Nekyun, 5 and 10 Deathshot. It's one guy getting all the kills, whereas with VP, much more team effort. Even if Joystick on 12 kills dies, Dan has 12 kills, Shepard has 9, Pasha has 9, everyone else is right there behind him.
Well, if VP are gonna get back into it, there's no time like the present, there's no time like a map point. It's starting to get a little bit of a long series.
Yeah, I mean, mind you, the round score is one thing, but every single round on Consulate, the timer hits 0 seconds. For half the rounds, at least here on Bank, the timer has been up sub 20 during execute. Yes, the score is 6-7, but everyone's just going the distance. Dan takes down Nekyun. Speed of the Devil, 13 kills now, leading a tally for his team. VP opening kill on overtime match point. Skies is still alive though, James. There is still that hero for Gen.G.
Hero potential. Still have the clutch as well. What info can Deadshot bring to the team with those Valve cameras? I mean, ideally, Nako could just sit on them and feed potential plays to the squad. I know there's a Valkyrie camera in lobby. I don't think Dan has managed to find it as of yet.
I don't think so,
wow,
given
look at
Sky's
this.
position. I mean, maybe he has on the camera because he doesn't know that the Twitch is droning right next to him. He hears him, sees
Oh, he's
him.
heard him.
He misses.
Spots him for a brief second. Come on, Skies, you need this kill so desperately. Pasha on the other side jumps up, takes him out. A second one to follow. Pasha has put the team on his back, and the round is surely dead in the water for Gen.G. Deadshot needs to take matters into his own hands as he finds one. 4 more to find.
Pasha.
And Asta, well, he's the last one remaining. A big 3K for Pasha. The flashbang goes out. The round is done. The map is in the bin. And bank is in the books for VP. We're going to need 3 to settle it. Chalet is on the docket for the Russians to come back and survive here in the EML Finals.
Incredible. I just want to see it, James. Give me everything. Give me another overtime. Take the distance. Chalet is up next.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours, mon pays et Paris, pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
A good bounce back from Virtus.pro is what they needed in this series. We talked about it. We were expecting both teams to win their own map pick. Well, it is the complete other way around. And in this map here, though, what we saw on Bank with Virtus.pro on the attack track was a big wake-up call from them.
Yeah, absolutely. They attacked it excellently, and they were given all the foundations to do so, I will say. I was critical yesterday of Gen.G and the way they banned on their defenses against G2, and it's exactly the same again today. Virtus.pro's problem on Consulate wasn't the operator choice for their executes. It was getting to the executes and the time taken. So surely that would also be their problem on Bank. So therefore, the bans, the operator bans, in my mind, to take away from them are things like your breaches, your thatchers, anything that enables them to get to the execute. Whereas Gen.G, they looked to take away the Capitao, the Ying, the Sense. So it was a bad choice there because they allowed VP to get to an execute earlier. It doesn't matter if they've got a couple of operators taken away, they are able to move on to different operators. You know, we saw them on the Fuse and various different operators, and that was the big problem because Gen.G on their defenses, they really just crinkled, they folded, and then they were always chasing their tail. They managed to get a little bit of a comeback going, but in the end it wasn't enough.
And even that comeback is mostly on the back of Skies, by the way. 3 opening kills when they're in attack, goes completely crazy. And you think about the general highlights here. The better team clearly was VP. Yeah, and here, what a retake, but I know it's easy to critique the way that Gen.G was handling that, but also the way VP organized the retake. Clearly in control, clearly having a tradable position every time. The 2 guys that go up, one dies, the other trades him. They played it the right way. And we look at this and we think, once again, VP is the team that has every individual stepping up, almost everyone. On the side of Gen.G, it's completely different. As you can see here, everyone else but Skies, everyone else is struggling hard. Not a single entry for anyone on that team, except for Skies. And so he's the guy that really helps them stay in that match, stay in that competition. And if you look at his performance in that one map, completely crazy. 17 and 11. He's the one that played the breacher, the one that was roaming as well. He gets double entries that as compared to anyone else, really. And realistically, the only player that kept them flowing and all the way to overtime.
Yeah, and that's the sad thing, right? I mean, it's not often we see an MVP on the losing team, and it's so easy to be like, you know, what does Gen.G need to do on this next map? Is it like, do they need to have one player step up? No, that's not really the case. It's about the entries, is what we're seeing here, that Gen.G are really lacking. Going into, you know, Chalet, they're going to have to fix this, Leo.
I mean, look at your screen, look at the bottom here. The entry game between VP and Gen.G is crazy. VP, on average, gets 3 more opening kills than Gen.G. It's completely crazy, across 2 maps, by the way. And there's a big culprit for that. I love Neiko. I love how he's performed throughout the stage. But in his matchup today, he's just not there. Neiko is 0 and 8 in entries across 2 maps. He needs to step up massively in the next match. Because obviously, if you look at this and you think, VP, if you give them the initial control like you did on Bank, which was a big problem that was highlighted by Jack, but on top of that, if you give them the opening pick, of course they're going to steamroll you. They thrive on having 5 man alive and executing their preset plan. So that's the big problem for me here.
Well, it really is. And then we're looking at this final map, though, on the side of Chalet. We already talked about the entries. They need to be better on the side of Gen.G. It's that specific player that needs to step up as well and be a little bit safer at the beginning, please. I guess for these players, for the sake, if they want to stay alive, if they want to keep their chances and dreams alive of making it to an SI as well through the global standings or through the global points. Looking at the next one, though, going into Chalet. VP, I think they're in the driver's seat here. Jack, I think that's fair to say. Do we feel like this wake-up call will help them gain that momentum in the Chalet too, or is there a serious chance for Gen.G here?
Yeah, I think so. I think VP will feel like they've escaped with one because actually the comeback very nearly happened on Bank. But what I will say is now inside of this best of 3, we're seeing 2 maps. We've seen Consulate and we've seen Bank that are very big maps, that are very execute heavy maps, that are kind of process driven maps. We are now throwing all of that out the window. We're going to Chalet, and Chalet is quite a small map. It's a gunfight heavy map. Yes, it's, I would say, execute heavy, but more from like a rush side, more of just like an explosion into sight kind of view rather than anything else. So I think the dynamics of what the map is changes. That should push the time of the entry kill earlier in the round. It should give the opportunity for the Gen.G guys in particular to really feel a little bit more comfortable rather than playing against VP, which can just be away from one side to the other. So, you know, I actually think, you know, maybe this sits with Gen.G in terms of the comfortability factor, even though VP maybe have the momentum.
You know what, Jack? For once, I will disagree with you.
Ooh.
Do you remember when these two teams played each other on border and we said the same thing? We said, it's gonna be a small map. It's gonna be more gunfight heavy.
Oh, we did say that. Yeah, no, I do remember this.
And
yeah.
then it was the slowest. It was the slowest border game ever. So I can
just
still
undone me.
yeah, it can still be the Chalet game. So yeah, basically, and it's gonna be about VP and their play style. I think playing outside and punishing the way Gen.G plays here.
And the pacing as well. We'll see how that all turns out. Who stays in the competition has a valid chance of making it through SI through these points. We'll send it back to our casters for our final map, Chalet.
Thank you very much, Anne and everybody breaking it down on the desk. What do we reckon, Nick? It comes down to the social prediction on map 3. VP 63%. Is that a fair analysis?
I would say so at this rate. I do hear the desk and there's stuff about like, oh, when they played board and it was a slow game, now we're playing Chalet. I just look at it and go, okay, Skies has been the saving grace for Gen.G. They've been lacking in the entry department massively without him. Chalet is a map where you have to fight for opening kills, much more importantly, just like Border also is. If they cannot find that success early, I feel like VP, they just have the better fundamentals right now. Gen.G and Bank were relying on pocket strats and good adaptations, where Bank is a map that strategically offers a lot of variety. Chalet, in my mind, a little bit less so. So the big strength we saw from Gen.G and Bank doesn't exist here in Chalet. They gotta find a different win condition.
Well, neither of these teams have played Chalet in 2 months. The last time Gen.G did it, they beat G2. But of course, history hasn't really meant much in the match today. Historically, VP are a great Consulate team. They got thwacked there. Same story on Bank, but in the reverse, right? Gen.G, they like Bank. VP typically don't, and yet that map played out the way that it did. So here we are on Chalet. It's kind of just a BO1. It's time to reset. One of these teams will get a chance to fight, to play in Malta later today against Team Secret. The other will be eliminated and have to play through the 6 Invitational last chance qualifiers if they are to make it to Paris. For Gen.G in particular, being a largely French roster, you'd think that Paris is really all that matters. I mean, Malta is great, but these guys are gunning for a chance to play in front of the home crowd at 6 Invitational.
No, that's exactly it. That's where you want to be. That is where you want to play. But, you know, it's one of those things where you might want to play at a certain major and, you know, you're really good on LAN, but to qualify for LANs, you gotta play online, you gotta play a stage or a last chance qualifier, and if you can't do well online in that environment, you can't get to play in your favorite spot on LAN, so you gotta be good all times of the year in both the LAN and online environment to be the best team of the best. And Gen.G, I don't think anybody would, you know, go too far and say, oh, they're the best team, you know, in Europe, best team in the world, because that's not what they are. They're a younger team.
Better than last year. I'll give them that.
Exactly.
I mean, they had the org glow up.
Yeah. They're doing better and better, and, you know, their story is not about how good they were yesterday, how good they'll be today. It's about how was they this year compared to last year, and how will the future year be compared to this one. For Virtus Pro, that's kind of where the pressure is on. We expect much more of them, which is why we're more disappointed when they fail and more critical when they stumble.
It's very much an old versus new here. VP, of course, most of this roster is the Empire team of old, back in their heyday in 2019. Gen.G, most of these players, nobody would have even known their names back in 2019.
No, actually, I don't think they would. I think even Deadshot is after that era, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even his stints on Wolves, he made it to a hell of a lot of international events.
Every event for a full year, Wolves made.
Yeah.
Got grouped in like every single one.
Yeah. Even lost to some Aussie teams, by the way.
Oh.
It was always Bliss versus Wolves. I loved it, because I like the Wolves guys, but I love seeing them lose to Bliss.
Nice.
Here we go. Looks like it. Yeah, I'm not sure what the risk is, but they've decided it's worth the risk. They're going in for it. Azox has managed to swing through and found a double with that measly magazine of the SMG-11. He finds both. He saved his teammate as well, and after supporting on low HP, you're right, the round is done. Joystick will find one, but immediately traded back as he jumps inside. Dan is on the bloody roof. What was this play from VP? It's been a disastrous start to Chalet.
They had 3 people fighting 1 guy in trophy. He just skedaddled out of there, survived, axed us with a double kill, down on the roof. There's somehow only 45 seconds left of the round, even though I feel like it just started. This is a Chalet round of all time.
That it is. And I think it's going to be a very slow exit for the round as well. Dan's just going to look to try and bait for a little while. I don't understand the... Oh, yeah.
Mental warfare, James.
Sure.
Imagine if he kills a few of the guys here, you know, that, this guy is so annoying. He doesn't, okay.
Nah, he's been red. He's been red. Good job from Skies. Big round from Azox, though, on the SMG-11. Triple for him, if I'm not wrong. Maybe it was...
Triple for him?
Yeah, 3 for him, 1 for Asa, 1 for Skies at the end of it. Good start on the defense from the French boys.
I really liked what VP were trying to do, though. Like, capture fire off the holes above West Main, double jump in, have a guy in the trophy window, and just clear the guy on the Solarium stairs. I mean, on paper, it looked really good until they all just kind of died and they kind of missed their shots and whatnot. And sometimes that happens. The important thing for me is that Chalet is a map where on the attacking side, you have to act. And you gotta act from the very beginning of the attack because the defender's goal on every single bomb site is to extend. If you're playing kitchen or master bedroom, you're gonna find defenders in library and bar across the other side of the map. You're gonna find them top floor in master bedroom and a kitchen defense above the bomb site because they're extending. This means whoever's attacking on this map, they have to get in either into a battle kind of early by, you know, taking that ground away from the defenders, or at the very least be prepared to go very aggressive later in the round when they hit the bomb site. So it very much feels like to me that VP getting in the building, trying to make that play is a positive because they'll need to do that every single round. Even though they lost, they had the correct take.
The thing about Chalet is there's 4 bomb sites which are all viable. So on the attacking side, you're gonna have to be good at all of them. You're gonna have to show your versatility. VP, unfortunately, they didn't show us a lot in that first round, but one thing I did like is they had conviction.
Yeah.
Well, 4/5 of them. I don't know what Dan was doing on the roof on the other side of the map, but a few of them were like, guys, I don't care if this is a kind of a dodgy plan, we're going to commit to it together. It didn't work, but the fact that they can play a little bit more varied than like this really slow, all 5 together in one spot, methodical clear, I like that.
Now they got the Monty, which again can help speed up the game. Not in kills, but just getting in the building, getting a foothold and getting information. Shepard himself will be on the Monty outside the building for now in the West Main windows, looking for a different avenue. But this VP getting some pressure on library, West Main windows. But you also see now Gen.G's responding to this. Okay, we have all these different denier lasers on Solarium. Let's rotate them to a different area because they're not going for Solarium attack anymore. So cover trophy window. That's going to give you a good bit of information if anybody jumps in. VP kind of flipping the script again. They've broken the walls, going from the bar dining hallway in towards the kitchen bomb site, and now looking to go basement.
Yeah, there's also an angle into fireplace as well. With the way that Selma detonated, this angle right here that we're watching Dan
cheeky
peek through, yeah.
But what's
I don't
the
want an
take?
ACOG to do with that angle.
Like, it feels like you jump in trophy West Main windows and walk up the West Main stairs here, but that seems highly risky in a 5v5 when the defenders have Solaris stairs control. Like, how do you win this?
I mean, look at where they are. That's exactly what they're positioned for. But Asta is going to have a crossfire onto Shepard as soon as he jumps inside. Azox has made it so always is completely nullified. Asta getting aggressive, but he's not vulnerable. I mean, there's not enough people in West Main to take him down. Thankfully, Pasha inside of sight's made it a little bit winnable, but he will just lose his fight to Skies. So the Monty against 4. Yeah, bit of a, again, undercooked attack from Virtus Pro. The thought just wasn't there into it. They went desperately, and Shepard will go down with a mere whimper. It's 2 rounds straight on the defense for Gen.G.
Again, I like what VP are doing. It's very unorthodox for them. I don't think I've ever seen them do this attack before. Granted, I don't see them play Chalet all that often either, but still, it's very not VP-like. Like, yeah, they're a little bit slow and maybe a little bit predictable because of it, but they go for an aggressive play. Again, jump in trophy window, 2 players, jump in west main window, push the bomb side. And while they did get bomb side control instead of dining, the issue is, like I said before, is the extension. What matters the most for defenders on that kitchen defense isn't actually the bomb site itself, it's what's above it. It's like playing ventilation server on border. You can hold the entirety of the kitchen bomb site here on Chalet from above. And that's not where VP were attacking even remotely. They were all going from below, plus they lost the opening engagement, and that means round over. Gen.G are just going from A to B to C bomb site right now, just having a laugh, because right now, these rounds, they don't have to fight too much for them.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to go.
My Artilla is on.
One thing I will say for VP is now we get to see a little bit of a different part of the map be center of focus for these attacks, because pretty much 2 rounds in a row, it's been all centered around West Main, Trophy, Kitchen, because that's where the bomb sites have been for 2 rounds. So now VP are attacking Bar. Chalet can look very different, and they have to choose, all right? Are we going to go for something more direct, or are we going to go for a map clear from Solarium across? And, oh well, Azox is in office, Sky's in Solarium, so there is a roam.
Reloading.
I mean,
Don't know if they're going to hard clear it.
I'm just curious what VP want to do here. I feel like VP, they can do the super old fundamentals, 5-man push in one direction, let's clear the map. That low-key works in Chalet.
But
they've been going for this kind of like more modern take where they are doing things spread out around the building. Like they're playing 2 versus 1s and stuff, but just not winning them. But right now, I mean, look at Joystick. He started on the, you know, let's say the west side of the building. Now he's on the east. Then he's about to go north. Like he's actually circling the building for SIQ.
Well,
at least being the IQ, he can find these Valkyrie cameras which have been brought to the table. So that's valuable. Pasha's also inside. I think there's a belt cam not far from him. Wow, vertical angle from Azox. This is why a lot of the time you got to take control of office, you got to take control of Solarium before you move down into kitchen and dining.
Had diffuser as
now
well.
they got to get the diffuser back. Yeah, exactly. So watch out. There's the belt cam. There's the mute jammer. How about you watch out for people shooting you, mate? Like, yeah, you're in a crossfire.
I'm not really seeing the bigger picture here for VP. Now they have 2 players in dining. They have a player on the roof, always. And they're gonna go up Solarium now after having died below. It feels like they're changing the plan 3 or 4 times in a single round. And Chalet's a very small map. It's not like it's hard for Gen.G to track where the attackers are. They know they're not library balcony. They know they're not on the office balcony because the windows are closed or there's no sound out there. So I feel like Gen.G had the perfect read. They fall back. They give them top floor control for free. That's 40 seconds. Hatch closed, electrified, Valcam for information. Again, Gen.G are laughing.
There are 3 nitros available. The floor could be lava. It's also a very awkward spot from Skies underneath the window. You're just waiting for one of these players to walk past those nitro cells. Someone's got to be on that camera. Nobody is on that camera for now. That's the problem. And then it gets shot. So it's going to be an audio call to try and detonate these. Oh, there you go. Funnily enough, the C4 actually opens up a hole for Skies to see the player and take him down. Time is ticking away for VP, and Shepard is the last one standing, straight into it and out of it. Our VP, 3 rounds in a row for the French, and just another pitiful, uninspired attack from VP.
I think it's time for a big change right now for this pro. Again, this can come from a technical timeout, but I don't think it's necessary. Literally just go back to basics. They're trying to play these kind of different Chalet attacks, and it looks to me like they're kind of fresh from the cooker from Virtus Pro, because I don't see the confidence in where each player has to go on the map. It feels a lot like, oh, I'm gonna try and go over here, and then, oh, I'm actually needed because I have grenades. I gotta go over there instead and spend 20 seconds just sprinting through the building because I was in the wrong spot in the first place. I want to see them go back to like super basic Chalet, right? If they're defending master bedroom, you're gonna clear library, you're gonna breach the wall, you're gonna try and go for default plant. If they're basement, you go for the half clear or full clear, no straight bump that rushes. Like, I really want to see Virtus just show us a confident looking attack where it feels like the players know where they have to go and what is needed from their operators. Because it's so odd to me to watch Virtus Pro and seeing almost no gadget usage. I mean, look at Bank. The gadget usage, the utility was incredible from VP. The coordination and timing was perfect. Now we're in Chalet and I haven't seen a primary gadget use this game so far.
Let's get in place.
10 seconds left.
I'm reloading.
If you had to give VP like one priority for this round, oh my god,
Not again.
Sorry, I got distracted because that is a work of art. Like, what is the one thing that VP needs to figure out for Chalet? Because it took them a hell of a long time to find it on Consulate. Bank, they kind of had a good read straight away. Chalet, it's just giving me Consulate vibes. Like, round and round again, like they just don't have, like they don't have step one.
I want to see them go together with like 5-4 people. Like I said, for master bedroom attack, go library over. Super basic rank strat essentially. Just literally go back to the basic fundamentals because yes, you need to play a high-level strat to get around victory. But for Virtus Pro, I don't think it's realistic to look off the goal of let's win the round. I think it's let's get in the building. Let's have 5 players survive. Let's get to the bomb site without dying first. And that means sometimes slowing it down and playing a bit more boring. So here, going bar gaming, going library, taking a default clear. That's great in my eyes because they're getting progress in the map. But now the issue is a span in the works. Deadshot is on a clash walking into library, shutting them out. So what will they do against this? Now they're stuck again, kind of outside the building and not able to progress the building itself.
And let's not lose on time again. That's happened too many times in the series for VP. Shepard's in the building, right close to some barbed wire. Yeah, he's gonna be able to take it down. The clash will see him. Ooh. Here's a flank opportunity from Skies. He's been spotted. Yet to die on Chalet as of yet. Locked in place by the Lion. Do they hunt him or do they leave him be? I feel like at this point it might be worth hunting him, surely.
Yeah, but timer, right? Like if you hunt him and you... So the thing is, they're all pushing from the same side. If they hunt Skies, they have to have him take a gunfight because he can just keep walking backwards to West Main because all the attackers are on the library side. So it's gonna be too costly in time. Now they're on the bomb side. This is good. This is the best VP round so far. 5v4 by the bomb side. They got them on T. They know Skies was downstairs and they have dining control for verticality. This means if they can get into the breach here, they can go for a plant. There's no C4. Oh, there is, but it's in piano.
Shepard might be able to look for this plan.
Should be free.
Deadshot makes his presence known. He's gonna surely put the shield down and try and go for a kill. Pasha takes down Skies. That was the roamer down below. Good shot from Deadshot, but he's the last one standing. 1v4, and he will be swung by Always. Finally, a round for VP. It took them long enough, but a convincing attack, all things considered. They are back into it.
You know what they did? They did the most boring default Chalet strat known to man, and it worked. It was just, they all knew what they had to do, right? They had to clear library, tank mezzanine, breach the wall above, breach the wall below, lock the flanks, go for plant. And that's like 5 steps, but it's the 5 basic fundamentals of any map and any bomb site. And it's as simple as it can get, and the least amount of things can go wrong. Notice how VP in that previous round didn't really take any gunfights they didn't have to. Like, okay, they fought Skies, who was flanking from basement blue stairs, a single time. They exchanged 1 magazine. Then, they held the flank, they joined the flank. Then they breached the bombs at the wall, they actually got a kill, and then they went for a plant. Because they go for that really default attack and Gen.G weren't playing heavy library hold, no fighting needed to happen. Why didn't they hold library more aggressively? Because the operator bans, Asami's banned, Mirror's banned, the 2 most important operators at helping aggress into library from the mezzanine position. So that was VP actually playing the round correctly in my mind, and then just taking the rewards.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
I try so hard to break into the Japanese social scene.
Well, they've got 2 more chances. If they can mount a comeback in this half, surely the Chalet is theirs. They're going to bring that Monty again. Double hard breach plus Monty. Talk about simplifying things.
I want to see the same things though. Step 1, step 2, step 3. What can Gen.G do to counter, you might ask? Well, they can do this. They can play a little bit more aggressive with other tools, such as deployable shields or a clash with good DMRs behind it. Note how it's actually Tubrau using the clash shield here, not the clash themselves to pick it back up. They want to shut out Virtus from the building. VP of
This is like a perverse modification of the Furia strat.
Yep.
Clash thankfully is able to grab that shield back. I was worried that being a Tubrau playing it, we would lose that shield. But no.
I mean, VP were missing a very small detail there. Nobody opened up upstate by the piano window right here, so they can rotate back and forth. Most teams at this level of play will open that rotation. It's the only way back from piano hallway back into piano itself. VP have allowed Gen.G to stay alive, and they've taken map control and response, right? Now they got mezzanine, now they broke the bombs at walls, and they're attacking top floor, which they didn't do before. So this is, again, much better from VP already.
They're going to take out this single mute jammer that's preventing the main breach from being opened. There goes the mute jammer, and so the wall will be open. The Selma can detonate. Dreadmine's going to make things a little awkward, though. Surely that can be taken down. Azox can re-enable his others. And the clash, always a threat to that Monty, but Shepard, if he's able to just get into that default plant position again, that clash won't really matter.
Yeah, so again, now they're holding top floor from the breach. Monty can jump on in. There's a C4 in the basement from the hatch that can shut down this plant. Here it comes.
Asta, is he going to get into position in time? Opens up the hatch. And you're right, it's just too late. The Monty will go down, but the damage has been done by VP, and now they just need to hold it in the post. Skies deep in the bomb site, crosses and loses the fight because he's shot in the back of the head by Asa, who immediately falls. A second round for Virtus Pro. Gen.G, we're starting to see the cracks finally begin to surface.
Yeah, it's another stable, boring attack, and I don't want you to think that I'm saying boring in a negative way. I mean it in the most positive way possible. VP are playing solid fundamentals on a simple strategy, and they're not making almost any mistakes. With that, Gen.G, as you said, the cracks are showing, they made one mistake. The hatch not pre-opened, the C4 not ready in time, but then we gotta go back and talk about Virtus Pro. Why was Gen.G not ready with the C4? Because they executed quicker than what you expect. VP could have easily taken 20 extra seconds, double drone, double checked, and then gone for a plant, but they had all the tools ready, right? They had the top breach, they had the downstairs breach. Why wouldn't they go for execute? So Gen.G expecting a slower push, weren't ready, couldn't punish. The clash keeps being brought out, and honestly, so far, it hasn't been a big problem for Virtus Pro, surprisingly enough.
Yeah. Well, last round of the half. We'll see.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Depends on the bomb site, right? Makes a big difference whether that clash is able to have an impact. Down on bar, I think holding onto the top floor can certainly help out. No more Monty. The Kappa Tower is big here. Interesting to me that VP have actually decided to get rid of the IQ. Valkyrie is still present, but no IQ, which they did have last time attacking this bomb site into the Valkyrie. They're going to be even more vulnerable, but look at how quickly Always is in the building. That's the change for VP, its pace.
That's very good. Getting that first foothold buys you just a bit of a safe haven, and it applies phantom pressure. I notice Always is now on the roof. He just jumps in, opens up the line of sight from dining wall into fireplace stairs. Also, I imagine if, with the Twitch drone clear the default camera, then they rotate. Gen.G now have this big area of the map. There's just one big dark spot, and they lose the Valcam. Now it's even more dark. They have no idea what's happening on this half of the map. Dining West Main Trophy. Now, above as well, it's the same story. They have no idea what's happening in Piano. So this is Gen.G saying they only care about library. They only care about top blue. They're gonna play default strat as well in defense. Just holding this one spot of mezzanine and blue stairs. Out comes the nade. Try and clear the position. Another default cam goes down. Gen.G's vision is lacking. They have two options now. They either fall back and surrender top floor control entirely, or they'll have to fight blind. The fire comes out. We might just catch it. Reposition there from skies on Romai, but the fire somehow spreads. Despite being caught by the magnet, they keep on going. Joystick finds Azox. British Pro so quick to the punch. Over a full minute left in the round. They've also injured and confirmed skies, furthering their lead. Another smoke goes out. Every small piece of utility here from Virtus Pro is strengthening them in a gunfight somewhere else. Denying a crossfire, forcing the rotation from the players of Gen.G. The secret weapon though, it might just be Deadshot on the Clash. He can keep getting information out of bar, lock down the possibility of the half drops on the hallway pushes, and somehow, when a pixel down the vert takes down always as well. And a second, Joystick falls to VP. We're in the round up to this very moment. And all of a sudden, Gen.G just had to hold on. Pasha sprinting down the hallway, gets shot down by NQ, as well as shot in the back from his teammate. Just leaving Shepard. 1v3, 20 seconds, and he has a yellow ping to work with. Goes to the desperate wallbang, finds that kill. Has to find two more, straight into a barbed wire. Toxic Babe in the door as well, 10 seconds, has to take the other avenue, and guess what? The Clash is waiting for you, Shepard. The Clash is waiting! And the Clash gets the final kill of the round. Gen.G, they figured out their problem. They too were playing very kind of unorthodox Rainbow Six Siege. They're everywhere, and it wasn't working. So they also go back to that older, slower pace of ranked Chalet, hold one position, but hard hold it, and just meet them in the middle. We get to side swap. 2-4 half favoring Gen.G. There was a lot of aggressive operators banned out last time on the attacking side. Something like the Blitz, the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, classic Chalet stuff. It's all about the killing, if you will. Which is why we saw so much utility in response. Deimos falls, Grim followed up after, and then of course, I mean, the Sami Mira. You literally cannot really go wrong with those operators. Like I said before, they're so pivotal for holding onto library control. And with those two being banned away, well, you lose that benefit. Look at Pasha. He's just running down the hallway. And it all comes down to just Deadshot getting those two kills from the tiny verticality. That's really all that changed the outcome of the round.
Unfortunately, Nick, I missed a little bit of that, but I can see the game now. Sounds like an exciting end to the round based on your reaction, my friend.
Honestly, it was one of those like, VP, they got it slow and steady, and then Deadshot is like, pew, pew, pew. No, you don't. And then it became chaos.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that. So, second half now. What do we reckon? Have Gen.G finally found their footing? They also move on to the attack. Is that likely to be the favored side? I feel like
it's like they figured it out, right? But side swap. You gotta figure out again. I will say this though. Virtus Pro switched up in the halfway point. Like the first 3 rounds of attack Virtus Pro, pretty horrendous. We gotta say, like, pretty bluntly, right? The last 3, much better. So if VP are showing that kind of adaptation round by round, that gives them a good shot on defense too, if they can have that same mentality about it.
So what are they going to do this round? Back into the attack. We got that Blackbeard. What's Nako going to do with it? Oh, nice double nade. Perfectly played. Read like a book is Pasha. He's been toyed with. Deadshot quickly takes him down. That's a phenomenal way to kick things off. VP, he's fight back with 1. And the Blackbeard going down. That's a big pick for Always to find.
What's next though? I mean, they have what they need, right? They got information, they got the pick as well. This is just VP stepping off a corner position, getting shot off by 1 or 2 different attackers. They can just go for default plant here, there's nothing to really stop them. Unless...
Numbers are still up, and Joystick, he's found a gap, he's snuck his way in there. And well, Azox is the only one left. He's found 1. Dan and Always now. They play this perfectly as Azox tempts fate and finds a face full of lead. Another round on the board for VP. One behind now, making up for failing to tie up the end of that first half, but looking very solid on defense.
And again, VP good adaptation. They recognize that they've lost the round strategically. They have to just go for the offensive play and push. And just, again, meet their opponents by the bomb side. Don't just let them play for the now. Don't play from below for a C4, nothing like that. It's very much bring the fight to the attackers. And I think the fact that Blackbeard died as early as it did, being the first to fall on the attacking side, makes all the difference. No safe shield to hide behind, no easy way to play. Like the bathroom door, the master bedroom door, and Joystick just, you know, kind of turning back the clock a little bit with the aggressive plays. I love it.
So, dining time. How are we gonna cook this one up? I see a Rayora tempted here by Deadshot. I love to see that. I feel like I've seen some really nice set plays onto this bomb site because obviously the temptation is always, damn, it's so easy to jump into trophy, isn't it? It's right next to that bomb site.
Yeah.
Maybe it's possible with the Rayora if you block off, I don't know, like you could even potentially make West Main work. You block off one of the doors from West Main, you can kind of prioritize your fights.
You do have a lot of options, like there's so many doors that you can use on this bomb in particular, same for Bar actually. And the most interesting thing about Roar for me is one, the operator still hasn't really been fully figured out, I feel like. It's an operator that gets teased here and there, kind of like Sense, but I feel like it has maybe a bigger place if you really wanted to brute force it. That's kind of the problem. It's like playing Amaru. You need to do a set play with a very preset strat in mind for this to work, because everyone has to build around the Aurora, you know? Yeah. If you close off that door, exactly, like if you close off the wrong door, your teammates can't use it all. So everyone has to know what you're doing, but this might just be a rush upstairs.
Yeah, it seems to be. In goes Azox. Deadshot, the first one to fall. A shot from Pasha, but Gen.G can recompose. They do dominate control of the top floor despite losing that initial player. And Dan is locked out thanks to the Rayora. So nice little mini execute there. But that's all that she wrote for the Rayora as Deadshot has fallen.
Ooh, 50-50. Doesn't go for it. What could have been... It's a bit of a switch up from Gen.G, kind of like their bank attacks actually. Fast hit top floor piano. Now most of them are out of the building except for Blitz, who's proning in piano room. Was droning. Found one of the two players here on top, missing in blue stairs. And you see VP, they don't really know what's happening because what Gen.G are doing is illogical. They're supposed to be pushing and taking the ground, but they're just fishing. Looking for a freebie elsewhere. Always very low on health. Dan half as well in the Aruni. I would say Gen.G have done a really good job and come out definitely on top with this mini take upstairs.
Well, they've been so unpredictable, right? Really fast and then really slow. Trying to find Dan, but not overcommitting to it. Unfortunately, they still haven't confirmed that kill onto the Aruni upstairs, but Dan is pretty well separated from the bomb site and the rest of the squad. Always on such low HP, is having to survive in a rat corner. One bullet and he's a dead man as he tries to escape. Gen.G, they still have time, but they need to make sure they make good use of the 40 seconds that they have left. Azox down the stairs. They know that there's a bulletproof camera on the site. They're also keeping a keen eye for the goo mines, which is really pivotal. Dan finally falls. That's the Aruna that was so far away. Almost a shot through the wall. That would have finished off Always. But instead, he continues to rain down terror. Skies goes down. Two players on the bomb site. Shepard will fall. Nako comes to support. And Always eventually will die. Joystick into the 1v1 as he's found the double. The smoke obfuscates his vision. Nako needs to find him. It's so patient, but Joystick just continues to hide inside of the smoke and find a third kill on the rounds. He's rolling back the clock, he's dialing up the number, and he's tied the scoreline for Virtus Pro.
I knew it. On that master bedroom defense, when he was pushing forward, that was the moment where Joystick said, it is my time to play that ego game. Going back all the way to Consulate, you said, James, I think these players on Virtus Pro, they need more ego. You know, and we talk about how Pasha kind of has it. Dan and Joystick used to have it back when they're the new kids on the block. That is Joystick challenging the opposition on Chalet. A map that really needs that aggression, that needs that confidence. He started the round with the kill, and he finished it off with all three here to boot. Playing it both patiently, disciplined, but also confidently.
Yeah, I love that. There's always a little bit of nostalgia when you see a player that used to be the GOAT step up, right? Like if VP suddenly, in next year, they had a massive resurgence and they're like, you know, the #1 team in Europe, my nostalgia's going to be buzzing like crazy.
Yeah. Exactly. It's a round that VP needed as well, right? Now they're tied 4-4. That was a round that they definitely should have lost as well. The thing is, the winner of this BO3 is gonna have, at most, an hour break. Then they play Secret right after. This has been a long series. 7-4, 8-6, currently 4-4 here in Chalet. And if you didn't watch the previous maps, let me tell you why it's been long when I've only mentioned 1 overtime. Almost every single round, on pretty much every map, with the exception of half the rounds here in Chalet, has gone down to 0 seconds. We've been going at it for almost as humanly long as possible, given the round counts being what they are, because the rounds have been very slow from both teams. And you got another BO3 against arguably a stronger team after this in Secret waiting for you. Just
not
watching
arguable.
This game. But definitely.
No matter who wins this, they are going to be by far the unfavored team up against Secret.
That's a fair way to put it.
Secret, they won EWC. They are now in the so-called Big 3 in Europe. And sometimes they're at the top of that pyramid of Big 3. If anything, it's an upset that they've been knocked down into the lower brackets. One thing's for certain is that they will be favored, regardless if it's VP or Gen.G that they end up facing. Only one of these teams will earn the spot there. And of course, that battle later today will be for the final spot in Malta.
So Gen.G after last round's mishap, are they a bit stunted outside the building? This is half the round we're speaking of, and every single person, no exaggeration, all 5 attackers have not yet entered a window or a door into Chalet. And for a small second, it looked like a bit of a direct attack here in the bar bomb side, you know, jump in the window, use the fire from Capital, but look at the lineup. Strikers, Sledge, Twitch, Maverick, these are not heavy util bombs that execute operators. They can do a lot, but not that. And now there's only 60 seconds to speak of. At Gen.G, they have yet to move. They want this bomb site rush, and they're trying to go for it.
It's slipping for Gen.G. You can feel it. It's palpable. Virtus Pro have finally found their mojo back, and they're just holding down the fort. Very narrowly always survives that one. What are you doing? Pasha, a little bit too overzealous, and always will fall as well. Maybe there is a way back into it. It's a 3v3, 40 seconds remaining.
Virtus Pro definitely sacrificing a bit of bodies there. There goes the fire on the drone hole. Will Maverick jump on in though? 2 players outside the bomb site window, 1 by the mudroom next door. They are all committed to the same angle. But Joystick, Dan, and Shepard, most importantly, are just holding the jump-ins. The fire's gonna go away any second now. There's 15 seconds to go. As long as Shepard holds that window jump in, there should be no path forward. Okay,
Nitro available for Shepard. Spots the jump in, takes him down. Asa, risky to try and make this happen. Nitro sails on out. Shepard has single-handedly won the round for Virtus Pro. And Deadshot has nothing to play for. The lead has again been stolen, this time by Virtus Pro.
These rounds are starting to feel kind of rough for Gen.G. I don't know if it's a lack of confidence or just unclear communication when it comes to strategy. But that previous round that we just saw, that was the least impactful in the entire series from Gen.G. They didn't do anything. And then the only kills they really got was actually Virtus Pro being overzealous. Pasha just kind of jumping down blue stairs for no reason, didn't even hear the enemy shooting next to him, dies with his back turned, like that shouldn't really be happening, but of course it happens sometimes. We get the last bit of operators being banned here, Kaid and the Capital, again focusing on the utility after clearing the most important operators earlier, like Asami Mira, and of course the Deimos and the Grim. Gen.G are usually best when they have a good pocket strap like we saw on Bank, or when they can strike first like we often saw on Consulate. And half of these rounds here in Chalet, they're not really finding either. And I don't blame them. Chalet is a map that's very hard to do a lot of different strategies because the map is a bit more figured out and offers a bit less, I would say, flair than other maps like Bank, for example. But then I'm expecting aggression and confidence. And I'm not really seeing that either from them in the entries.
Let's That's what's leading them to lag behind a little bit. 2 more rounds and they could be out of the tournament. A time to attack Master Bedroom. I was about to say that Dokubi's making a reappearance. Yeah, it's going to be shifted off of Deadshot onto Nako. The Monty, though, that's the big one here. The Gen.G, we saw it at the very start of the series back on Consulate. VP struggled to deal with it. They have the Legion. That might be enough to try and slow it down. If Gen.G, if they set their sights on a bit of map control, they need to just march on forward. Lion and Dokubi to support, get the Monty in there, get players cutting off these rotations. Brute force this map control. Inch by inch, that's the way to do it for Gen.G.
First helmet going out, tanked by the Aruni Gate, being tricked here by Dan. Second one jammed away by Pasha's jammer. So all of a sudden, Gen.G can't get that very first step done. They gotta take the vert below the breach or get another operator involved, like the EMPs from the Monty. What this means though, is just a little bit less pressure onto Virtus Pro on the first bit of contesting upstairs. Good drone in bar though, sees the player hiding downstairs, gonna be Pasha. I mean, this might be free, but is it actually?
Poison Chalice. Is there support from Shepard on the stairs? If someone from Gen.G tries to make a play in through mud, he will be there to support his teammate.
It's a nice angle actually, she's the basement stairs.
Yeah, that's really nasty. Always also coming up from below, so Pasha is not as exposed as it may seem. Thanks to this teamwork. Gen.G's wasting quite a lot of time trying to figure out how they can take him down.
Yeah. I mean, Pasha's now in library. He's walked past the drone, past the Monty. No one knows where he is. Monty's in Solarium actually all of a sudden. And all of a sudden, this just dies outside. Joystick jumped out the window on piano.
Yeah, it's been a very strange round, but if Gen.G are able to find a couple of opening picks from Solarium, they might be able to mount and execute. We've got Asa on the window repel. He's actually going to abandon it because he's the one that defused it, but someone else needs to get back onto that window repel. Gen.G need that control to cut off rotations between the sites to put an extra layer of pressure on. But Asta straight into the bomb site. Azox is getting so aggressive as well on this Monty. Spotted. Joystick seeing where that Monty is, but doesn't know the plan is going down far behind him. And it's easy to lock it down, but Pasha, I don't know where he landed that from, but he's found the C4. He's denied the plants. Still, Gen.G maintain the numbers advantage. They have the control, they have the positions. Nako's in an awkward spot as Guys swings for one. Joystick around the corner again. Tempting fate, denying the plant in the 1v2. Can Azox find a safe haven to lock it down while Nako duels Joystick? 10 kills to his name, they're going for kills, and Azox gets around him, knocks him to the floor. Again, the scoreline is tied. Gen.G are not done yet.
Joystick really is fighting for his damn life in these rounds. Always last alive, always making plays and doing a really good job. But his teammates around him, they fell one by one. Azox on the Monty, such high in value. He literally saw all 3 defenders, the majority of that execute. Just said, guy here, guy there. Perfectly navigating NQ, and yeah, so winnable, yet so tough, right? Shoot the Dokubi, get made by the Monty, try make the Monty, get shot by the Dokubi, like, he's just in a really tough spot, and it's not even his fault. Like, the round for VP was just in a very hard to win position. It was a miracle that he got as far as he did, and, you know, what could have been. But he won a round previously for his team, that 1v3 clutch in Dining Kitchen. You can't win them all, Joystick. You have already gotten your clutch for this game.
Oh. I think, like you said, it was the Monty that really made the difference.
Yeah.
In that 3v3, it didn't feel like a 3v3 because that Monty could just lock up those positions.
Activating camera.
Feed
feels
info.
unfair.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of the operator, right?
I've been saying this for a long time, and you know, I'm a big Monty player myself, so I feel like when you love playing an operator and you want it nerfed in a specific way, then there's clearly like a bit of power creep that's valid to discuss, right? Because
So what do we need to do to nerf Monty then?
The simplest way to fix all the issue for Monty, in my isolated mind here, is to give his extended shield mechanic an energy bar like you have with Kavera and Mitchell. Because the issue with Monty is not that he can extend and unextend, is that he can extend for 3 minutes straight and never have to unextend ever. You can never overcommit because there's no time penalty on positioning. If Azox could only extend for 20 seconds at a time last round, he couldn't afford to go all the way into Master Bedroom. He would have to back out shortly after. But with the current mechanic of Monty and how they've always been, you can never really overextend your welcome.
All the shields have their pros and cons. I like the idea. Well, funnily enough, he's not even going to make an appearance this round. Instead, Skies is on the Blackbeard. So, a rifle available, but yeah, less protected.
Yeah, I think for this bomb site it makes a lot of sense. Same with bar attack. It's a bit more about getting the map control and getting in there. Monty can get in there, but can't do much with it. Blackbeard certainly can act. Good bit of value there from the Solace of Shepherd. Finds the pre-placed sense wall that will now enshroud the area to allow Skies in the window, but the Gumai will say that he is indeed in there.
There he is. VP have found the opening kill. And the second one as well. The Blackbeard is still at large. Azox just on this rappel waiting. Nobody from Gen.G is really in a great playmaking position. VP have still fortified their holds on the bomb site. And upstairs, wow! What is that from Always? Jumping straight down below. Skies didn't know what hit him. And now it looks like Gen.G may well be at the end of their rope. It's Azox up against the Worlds. It'll be a match point for Virtus Pro after what has been a hell of a long series. It was meant to be easy on Consulate. It was anything but. Gen.G were poised to take out VP 2-0. But how the script has flipped now, 5v1. It'll be a flawless firing up as Pasha and Joystick and Virtus Pro. One more rounds, and they knock Gen.G out of the EML Finals.
You know, that round felt like Virtus Pro channeled their inner Gen.G. They were running around, jumping out, vaulting over, hipfire kills, and they were just playing Chalet like a lot of teams do. And it sounds weird to say, but VP don't play like most other teams. But they just went full aggressive. Look at the lineup as well. Every single defender, even Shepherd on Solace. Everyone's getting active. We're playing triple trap operators and double interlops. Screw, plant denial, screw shield counters. Just let's play good guns. Make our enemies weaker in the 1v1 gunfights. And I feel like this could almost be the Joystick effect. He's been playing Ela practically every round at this point, and he's had so much good success with the operator. I feel like he's been like, guys, let's just mess them up. Like, genuinely, pick the Lesion, put them on the windows, take the Ela for the doorways, get down on the DMR. Shepherd, you just gotta live. Play whatever you like find best to live with. And it's just working. It's doing really wonders for them here.
All they gotta do is lock in for one more round, Nick.
One more. Or overtime. I said
overtime.
Before Chalet started, we might as well go all the way and give us overtime again. Bring us the chaos. But one, it's gonna be a very long night if this happens. And two, I wanna see VP lock this one in. Like take it convincingly, or some quote-unquote convincingly. Small break, up against Secret. Another trick, huh? We've seen this one before.
Yeah. Oh, well, the breach will go down. Well, speaking of overtime, the last time these teams met at BO3 was 3 maps of OT, so we're already a little bit light on by that metric, but the first map didn't go overtime. It does feel like we may be heading towards it here. VP, they've gone hard on the traps, though. I mean, Lesion, Ella, even Aruni, they're really worried about shields, and Gen.G haven't brought any.
The thing is that's great about these ops, even if there's no shields, this still just works against any operators. If anyone gets Elamine, that sucks. Anyone Goomine, that also sucks. And it also gives information to Virtus Pro. A lot of these rounds comes down to, we are going to start seeing the bomb sites almost every single time. The more traps you have alive around the bomb site when that execute comes through, it's just more win conditions and more ways to gain advantage for VP. Gen.G are in the building though, they're in library, and they're very sure there's a outcam in the ceiling, but the IQ scanner says there isn't. So misinformation perhaps, or somebody showed it earlier, I'm not entirely certain. But Gen.G are slowing down on time here, 1 minute 20, and it's actually VP aggressing.
Oh, Pasha's got this though, doesn't he? Look at that, one big kill for him. Meanwhile, Dan has whittled away at this attack. Gen.G 3v5. There's no world, no universe where they redeem this one. Asa to find one, joystick down. Don't overpeak this Pasha. The round is riding on it. There should be no way for Gen.G to get back into it, but Skies will cut off Pasha all the way from outside through the bomb site, and we're back into the 3v3.
All of a sudden, everything has shifted and turned upside down. There is still Shepard though, with 3 toxic babes in pocket. The Valcams will still help them from the grave, as will the traps from joystick. 35 seconds, Gen.G have to figure out one of 2 things. Either go for a default plan attempt, they might let those smokers alive, and that's gonna, you know, be hard to do, or they gotta go for kills. But finding these kills with the players of VP being so far away, now they see the gas, now they know they can't play, they have to go for kills now, no other option.
Gen.G's hero has been Skies, and it's go big or go home for Gen.G. Is it going to be the end of the line, or will it be overtime? Skies is on the floor. Asa is dead, and Azox cannot do anything about it. Virtus Pro have overcome. Round by round, they bring it back, and on the 3rd map, they finally put Gen.G to bed. They knocked them from the EML Finals, and the dream is still alive.
They do it by adapting, by overcoming, and by staying true to themselves and playing their style of Siege. The break is ready, and the analyst will talk about all the action that happened after this.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Virtus Pro keep themselves alive in what we wanted to see, a 3-map series, and they do it so well. We get to speak to Pasha as well after this game, and I would just like to know, once we get to hear from him as well. Good afternoon, Pasha. Congratulations on the victory here.
Thank you.
That was a close 3-mapper series, and the start was not what you guys wanted. Maybe how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling kind of exhausted, but it's job's not finished, as some good people say. We just need to go on, and win secret. That's all we need.
Pasha, reflecting on the first side on Consulate, you guys struggled a lot to attack and were really, really slow and getting punished by just the time or just tiny mistakes, and then you turned everything around for the next 2 maps. What was the team like in between Consulate and Bank? What did you talk about?
Well, honestly, I thought that console was completely our map, and we didn't play that bad. It was just like one small mistake that makes us lose the round, but like hero plays from Gen.G and punishing us for doing things too long and playing that long time meta. That's just like kinda ridiculous. But I think we had a console is just like kinda unlucky for me.
Pasha, we talked about, certainly in stage 1, we talked about you guys maybe not liking Bank so much as a map, but you turned around and won it on that one. Is that a map that you've been working on, you know, in the last few months?
Yeah, obviously.
What have you been working on it?
Like the new ban system kind of messed up things on Bank for us, and we were working basically to solve the ban problem, see what we struggle about in attack and defense. All the bans, we tried it all, and I think we maybe found the solution, but the score was kind of close, so Bank not good yet, I gotta say so.
Pasha, looking back at the statistics of the 3 maps, you guys were actually in the driving seat in every map. I actually agree with you. Like on Consulate, you guys won the entry almost every single time, and it's the case for almost every single map. Why is that so? How do you guys manage to get the opening kill almost every time?
Well, I think it's basic stuff. It happens because of the drones, because of the how good you pushing together, how are you understanding the timings where you can get the kill, where you can catch somebody or not let them rotate safely back to side. So basically you understand that if you play a lot, and if you train for that exactly, you obviously can get a lot of entries, but as well, every defender can easily punish you for that, but by just hitting you in the head, that's it. I don't know. Sometimes we get entry and still lose rounds, so I don't care actually.
It happens. Well, one more question before we let you go and start preparing for this next series. You said you were exhausted, but the job is not finished. How are you going to make sure that you recharge before the next series coming up? And what are your thoughts on the game that you have?
We will eat. And we will speak. Yeah.
Eat and speak. Well, I mean, right now you're giving us not many words with that, but I hope it'll go better together with the team, though. Pasha, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with the series you have after this.
Thank you.
All right, eat and speak is what they will be doing after this series here. A close one, as we mentioned. Starting all the way back here on Consulate, which feels like it's been hours and hours ago. But right here on Chalet, it seemed like on the defense, you know, first of all, maybe struggling a little bit on the attacks here, Leo. But on the defense, it seemed like they had the much better game plan.
Yeah, I mean, across the overall match, I think the attacks were kind of poor, except for Bank really, where they came alive. But I think you gotta praise the resilience, because every single time when Gen.G came back on Bank, they came back in the overtime and won it. When they struggled here in the first side of Chalet, and everyone was thinking, okay, Gen.G is just gonna take this. They're in the lead in the worst side. Well, VP comes back and is able to come back with 5 opening kills in a row and win the rounds all the way back and win the match. I think the resilience that they've showed, the trust in each other, are really what carried them through. And overall, I don't know what you think, Jack, but I think we looked at a team that was much more composed. Was once again, everyone is carrying his 20%, whereas on the side of Gen.G, clearly you had culprits, right? 2-3 players that struggled exactly like BDS facing VP yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was very, very similar. I will say there's one key word that I just pulled out of what you said there, Leo, which was composure. This is a word that we would associate with Virtus Pro. You know, this win that they've got here, every single map was in the balance. You know, even Consulate was in the balance for a period of time. Bank was certainly in the balance. We ended up in overtime. Arguably, Gen.G should have got it done. Similar story with Chalet. But ultimately, when those pressure and nerves in those high stakes games presents itself, VP have the composure to get the job done, and that's exactly what they did. And, you know, Chalet isn't a map that necessarily plays itself out to a VP style of siege, but they had enough composure and discipline and team play, and, you know, all of those things that Pasha spoke about in the interview yesterday, because he didn't give us a lot in the interview today, but all the ones that he spoke about in the interview yesterday, where he was like, we went away and focused on ourselves and our team play and communication, that came to fruition across this best of 3 today.
Yeah, and I feel like, of course, it's fair that he's not speaking a lot. Right? He's just played a series. He's going to have to play one more. But something we've been speaking a lot about on this desk here is the entries between these two teams. We talked about it being or needing to be their A game going into this one. But if we look at 2 players, Leo, on both sides, really, there's a stark contrast between them in regards of entries.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I see that big of a gap. I've never seen that before. One player going 1-10 in entries across 3 maps and the other one going 10-1. I mean, Neiko and Dan here, a massive gap in the first part of the round. It's especially more important because Neiko is supposed to be IGLing. He's supposed to be the one that sees things at the forefront of the team. And he was so good in entries at the end of the last stage. I don't know what happened today. He really struggled hard. I mean, almost a 0.5 KD and not even a cost that was having him useful in most of the rounds. It's been a really rough one. And I think a big example of why Gen.G struggled today.
Yeah, and unfortunately with that struggle, we see them leave our EML Finals competition. They won't have a chance to qualify to SI based on the points that they've gathered so far over the course of the whole circuit. They'll have to go for the LCQs if they want to actually make it to the SI. As we're looking at the bracket here, they're running a gauntlet. Ends up being or falling short, but Virtus Pro have a really good shot of actually successfully completing that lower bracket gauntlet. They just have to make sure they beat Squiddy as well. Our last game of the day will be after break. It's a straight shootout for a ticket to Malta, but before we go there, we sit down with Joystick as well, where our content team sat down with Joystick before stage 2 to talk about a lot of things that are going on in his life right now.
Hello, I'm Joystick from Virtus Pro, and this is our lunch zone on our bootcamp in Serbia. So there is my teammate Dan. Here we're just talking to each other, chilling, eating healthy food. Ты уже поел?
Да.
Ну, так нечестно.
Да.
Я буду один сейчас сидеть и уминать себе.
А я буду пить кофе.
When I was a child, I see the first international of Dota 2. So, and I started to dream about being pro player, and I was playing from like 6 years old. My dream actually comes true, and on the first time you can't even believe this. It's not a lot of amount of people that becomes a pro player. When I was young, I think it's pretty easy, but it's not. It's, in my opinion, it's a very stressful job. You need to work on yourself every day. You need to compete with the other teams, and you need to understand that when you are not working, they are working. Как нам вообще на буткемпе в целом? Как тебе? Нравится?
На буткемпе, да, потому что буткемп — это всегда место, где вы собираетесь, такой некая атмосфера лана. Ты чувствуешь командный дух, ты больше уделяешь, больше фокуса на игре, больше гриндишь. И в целом еще пинг плюс намного лучше, чем дома. И поэтому я считаю, что это хорошо, что у нас есть такой буткемп.
Мое мнение тоже, что буткемп — это всегда залог продуктивной работы. Вы все время общаетесь по поводу игры, обедаете вместе, проводите время вместе, общаетесь по поводу всего, что связано с игрой. Не отвлекайтесь ни на какие другие дела в вашей жизни, только еда, сон, игра и мысли об игре. Поэтому это полностью фокусирует твое внимание, плюс хороший пинг. Что может быть еще лучше, чем буткемп? Working with a psychologist, it's like really, in my opinion, have good results, but you need to like working it for the long distance, like maybe more than 2 months, 3 months. You just psychologists actually don't fix your problems. He just point on it, and you then try to find the solutions how to fix it. In my opinion, it's really good because you just go to the open conversation with your team. We have some problems. when we are leading the game, like for example 5-1, it's a big chance that we are starting to throw these games. So it's like it's a big problem that you need to fix. I don't know why. Like that's a weird thing in esports and in anything when you were good and then nothing actually changed and you start to play bad. And you need to realize as fast as possible what changed. This is the main point of the bootcamp, that we need to like fix it as fast as possible. So this is my room. I'm living here. There is pretty comfortable room, like one bed and one additional bathroom. Everyone have their comfort, so everything is easy, comfortable. And this is my view on Belgrade. It's a little bit rainy today, but amazing view on the center. You can drink coffee here, sip it a little bit. And hear some pretty loud noises. It was actually scary. What the fuck? Yes.
That was crazy.
When I was 18, I think I has less responsibility for my mistakes that I do in game, and I has less fear. Right now, when you're like more older, get more experienced, you trying to predict what will be in the game, and sometimes it stops you to do some stupid things that maybe works. Here's our PC zone. So there's our main part of the bootcamp. It's pretty good PCs. So like our game routine is we are waking up, we are doing our lunch, and then we have like first scrim, then we have 30 minutes or 1 hour break, then we have second scrim, and then maybe after the scrims we have like theory or like some additional stuff, then you go sleep and then repeat. So of course you need sometimes to get a break from your teammates as well, because you're like stuck together. So you need to find your own activity and you can do it alone and like find motivation and success for you there. Before I have really, how to say, not depression or like bad mood when you're coming from the tournament and you have nothing to do. So that's the main problem for me. Well, my main thing in my life, it's that I'm playing the game, and when you have a break and you don't have scrims, you don't have like anything to do, you don't know what to do in life. So that's the main reason. You try to find a new hobbies, new something to do. When I'm speaking to anyone, they have like, I have a dream to do this. I don't have. Like, I'm already like living my dream, and when I was a child, I dreaming about it. But that was my only dream. So it happens, and it's cool.
Hello mec.
Hey,
ça va?
T'as dit quoi? Ça va ou quoi?
Bah ouais, écoute, c'était un peu plus long que prévu le voyage, tu vois.
Ouais.
Ça fait un moment que je viens t'interviewer, je me suis dit, ça va juste être un petit train, on va aller à Paris tranquille et tout.
Ah bah au final, regarde.
Au final, on est au Maroc. Tu peux m'expliquer ce qui s'est passé là?
J'ai vu cette magnifique vue, je me suis dit, alors on va vivre là, c'est magnifique, c'est le pays de mon père.
Ouais, nickel, c'est super. Est-ce que tu trouves que ça a l'air typiquement marocain, selon toi?
Ah mais là, on est dans le luxe marocain là.
Et c'est fou que c'est amené à cette décision où tu t'es dit, avec toute ta famille, on va venir vivre là.
Ouais.
Et le timing est assez dingue, je trouve, avec le fait que tu gagnes l'Esports World Cup juste avant.
Ouais.
Est-ce que tu peux me raconter un peu comment vous avez pris la décision, comment ça s'est passé?
Bah, la décision, on l'avait prise avant la World Cup déjà, même au moins 6 mois à l'avance, tu vois.
Ouais.
Mais en gros, on s'était dit, on voulait trouver un pays musulman où en même temps, je peux exercer mon métier.
Ouais.
Du coup, avoir un ping en dessous de 40, 50, ça serait cool. Et quand j'ai fait la liste de tous les pays, je me suis dit, le Maroc, c'est le meilleur. C'est le pays de mon père, j'y étais, c'est magnifique, je connais Tanger. Tanger, ça a été directement notre coup de cœur et on a été voir quand même. On avait fait un petit séjour de genre 3-4 jours. Et ma femme, elle a adoré. On s'est dit, vas-y, on se lance. Après la World Cup, on prend la voiture. Et vas-y, c'est parti, on se lance l'aventure.
Je pense qu'il y a peu de gens qui savent un peu déjà, peut-être que déjà t'es marié.
Ouais.
C'est assez ouf. Que t'es papa aussi.
Ouais.
C'est incroyable en vrai. Mais je me dis, je me suis dit, avant qu'on se parle, est-ce que t'es pas le seul joueur en EML qui est à la fois père de famille et joueur pro?
Franchement, je pense que oui, parce qu'avant il y avait Léon Guides, mais du coup, il n'est plus là.
Ouais, c'est terminé.
Du coup, ouais. Après, moi, j'ai été discret sur le fait que je me suis marié et du fait que voilà, j'ai eu un enfant et tout, tu vois, parce que moi, je crois au mauvais œil, tout ça. Du coup, j'aime pas trop. Ouais, voilà, c'est ça. J'aime pas trop exposer ma vie complète sur les réseaux sociaux, tu vois, même si c'est bien pour mon travail. Mais j'ai un peu cette réserve que je prends avec tous les réseaux sociaux, tout ça. Et maintenant, je pense que beaucoup de gens le savent aussi à travers mes streams, à travers. Il y a beaucoup de gens qui le savent, même quand je vais en déplacement à l'international, tout ça, j'en parle avec les joueurs, tout ça.
Forcément. Et moi, je trouve ça fou en fait que tu arrives à conjuguer. Tu es quand même en train d'élever un enfant en bas âge avec ta femme, mais en même temps, tu étais joueur pro, tu vois. Est-ce que tu sens que ça a impacté?
Je pense que c'est plus dans la façon de gérer mes journées de travail, tu vois.
Ouais.
Parce que c'est plus, je suis chez papa-maman et je fais 6 heures de scrim, après 6 heures de stream, et après on dort et on refait ça la journée. Genre là, j'ai une femme, j'ai un enfant, du coup, je dois gérer mes heures, je dois vraiment avoir un emploi du temps structuré. Parce que voilà, quoi, le bébé, il a besoin de me voir aussi, même la femme, on a besoin d'aller sortir, voir ses beaux endroits, aller faire des déjeuners, faire des activités, tout ça. Du coup, c'est plus une question d'emploi du temps, de bien s'organiser, tout ça. Et sinon, à part ça, dans le jeu, c'est juste une motivation en plus. Et j'ai eu le bébé et j'ai gagné la World Cup.
Ouais, j'allais dire, en fait, le truc arrive enfin.
Ça m'a boosté.
Mowgli, on arrive tout juste de l'Esports World Cup, ça fait un peu moins de 2 mois maintenant. Tu gagnes cet énorme titre, tu gagnes un gros cash prize avec lui aussi. Surtout au Maroc, qu'est-ce que ça te permet de faire un peu de gagner ce titre ici?
Ça représente tout pour moi parce que je viens de déménager au Maroc, le pays de mon père, et je vais pouvoir directement être propriétaire. Du coup, c'est incroyable. Franchement, j'aurais pas pu rêver mieux, franchement.
Pour moi, il y a vraiment un moment clé, c'est ce clip dans le bleu de Clubhouse. Le clip le plus fou de ta carrière, mais je pense que tout le monde s'est levé. Toi-même, tu t'es levé. Faut que tu m'expliques ce qui se passe à ce moment-là, dans ta tête. Rien.
Tout a été vite. J'ai mis mes capitaux dans le bleu de Clubhouse, j'ai couru vite. Je me suis dit, bon allez, on va voir ce qui va se passer.
As the fire goes out on sight and secret of finding all of the kills, Mowgli's turned it on! Oh my god! Mowgli! Mowgli! What a 4K is that?
Il se passe quoi quand tu lèves le trophée dans ta tête?
Il y a trop d'émotions.
Est-ce que tu réalises ce qui se passe à ce moment-là?
En vrai, ouais, mais en même temps, je suis encore dans l'émotion de fou de me dire j'ai gagné. Genre le moment où tu gagnes, il y a toutes les émotions qui arrivent. Et quand tu te lèves le trophée, tu t'en rends compte que tu l'as gagné. T'es trop fier. T'es trop fier de toi, de ton parcours, de tes mates, de tout le monde. Il n'y a que du positif.
Est-ce que tu as l'impression que tu es un peu un modèle pour les gens qui essaieraient de devenir entry? Et même, je pense, dans sa globalité, peut-être un modèle pour tous les gars, tous les joueurs en Afrique du Nord, tu vois, tous les joueurs MENA qui voient un gars comme toi de leur région qui joue au plus haut niveau de leur jeu.
Ouais, je pense, mais il faut que les gens retiennent de moi qu'il n'y a pas que l'individuel qui parle et que c'est grâce au team play mixé à l'individuel que tu vas passer un cran au-dessus et que tu vas pouvoir être pro.
Et donc ton meilleur conseil, c'est pas de se focus que sur soi, mais c'est aussi de réussir à être un bon teammate, c'est ça?
Pour moi, il faut se focus sur soi jusqu'à avoir un niveau correct.
Ouais.
Une fois que tu as ce niveau correct, tu joues en équipe avec, je sais pas, tes amis ou si tu as rejoint une équipe, tout ça. Et là, tu te focuses à 100% que sur le team play. Et à côté, si tu as des mécaniques qui sont fortes, bah, les deux mixés entre eux, tu vas devenir un excellent joueur. Et après, c'est l'expérience, c'est ça. Moi, mes premières officielles, je me faisais défoncer. Hein. J'étais trop nul, je me rappelais, j'étais dans la lousance avec Slaz, Mafio et tout.
Oui, je me souviens.
Mais je me faisais terminer. Ça me disait, mais pourquoi tu joues pas comme en ranked, tu veux pas t'équipe tout? Je me sais pas, j'arrive pas et tout, c'est impossible. Et je pense que c'est pour ça aussi que Vitality, ex-Vitality m'ont pris. Parce que j'avais fait une saison de fou en Challenger League, tu vois.
Tu veux une anecdote là-dessus? J'ai fait les trials avant toi.
Ah ouais?
Ils m'ont refusé pour te prendre. Je rigole même pas. Je rigole même pas, t'as signé la fin de ma carrière en fait. Tu m'as mis à la retraite.
Mais tu sais que moi je te donne une autre anecdote.
Ah ouais?
Mon premier trial que j'ai fait avec ex-Vitality, c'était contre Bolo Prime qui venait de gagner le 6.
Ah ouais?
Et je lâche une 18 kills mon premier match.
Mais voilà aussi! J'ai aucune chance à cause de toi!
Première map, je me rappellerai toute ma vie. Et d'ailleurs, je vais la mettre sur YouTube, c'est un de mes sub-goals. Je la mettrai sur YouTube. C'est la première map Coastline, je m'en souviendrai toute ma vie contre TSM Prime. J'ai lâché un 18 kills. Et j'étais trop bien, j'étais en mode ah putain, mais là, si je suis pas pris, je comprends plus rien.
T'es là, t'es au Maroc. Est-ce que tu penses que on se reparle dans 2 ans, t'y es encore? Est-ce que c'est.
Maroc?
Tu te vois y vivre?
Moi, tant que je suis joueur pro, je resterai au Maroc, je pense. Parce que cadre de vie exceptionnel, la vie elle est moins chère qu'en Europe. Tu sors, tu peux faire plein d'activités, il fait bon. Franchement, c'est incroyable.
Et en te souhaitant une excellente chance depuis le Maroc pour te qualifier à Munich et puis on se revoit là-bas.
Ça marche.
Si tout va bien.
Merci beaucoup.
And you didn't see each other there because it worked out the way that it should have, and Secret actually went to Munich. I love these content pieces in general, reaction down with players. I feel like the one we saw earlier as well from Joystick, there's so much that goes on these players' lives besides just playing the game. You'd think, oh, they don't even have time for that, but they do, you know? Mowgli is a dad as well. He's moved to a different country. And then the whole thing we talked about with Joystick and retirement as well, Jack. It's nice that we get to see this side of the players as well, rather than one that we always see in the game too.
Yeah, I think so. We see these players online a lot. We see them, you know, their names, their pixels on the screen ultimately, but everybody has their own individual story, their own individual journey. And I remember saying it during EML when a lot of these videos get shown, the stories of most pro players involve an incredible amount of sacrifice in other areas of their lives. And I think we see that when speaking to the players.
Yeah, and you can see how it pays off as well. Like for Mowgli, he said it to me, right? The cash price of EWC allows him then to be able to afford his first home in Morocco. You know, that's how Siege is life-changing for him. So, you know, to see this player go out in Munich obviously made me sad, but also now he's just one game away from Malta. And for Joystick, he went and said, you know, I don't know what I will do when I stop playing. And so for all of these guys, you know, Siege it's way more than a game and just a match, right? It's their livelihood. So every single game means a lot. And I think it's probably why we saw Secret struggle against Falcons yesterday. They had way more to lose than Falcons.
And speaking of Secret as well, I mean, you say they're one game away from Malta, but a win today will also confirm them for SI. So lots of travel in the planning that they have if they do win that game here today. Of course, all these statistics and the confirmation, or no, it's all coming from Spoony. So a big thank you to him for always supplying us with these stats and the chances of teams qualifying and the probabilities around that as well. So it's always good to know that going into this game, because that means the stakes are really high for Team Secret going into this one, as they are for Virtus Pro. But when we look at these two teams going up against each other in the course of 2025, it's been quite a one-sided affair on the side of Secret. They've been able to come out victorious over this matchup quite a few times in inside of 2025, as you see the stats heavily leading in their favor as well. Well, we talk about Secret though, Leo. I just want to know, you know, yesterday, the game against Falcons, I wasn't expecting that to be a 2-0. What do we think happened to Secret yesterday?
Well, I think you have the post-event curse as well, just like Falcons. You know, they had to take a break, they had to breathe a little bit. But most importantly, I think they had way more to lose. It's what I mentioned before, right? Falcons came in, played completely loose, exactly like G2. Did not expect much of this matchup, whereas Secret, they just want to confirm SI. They want to make sure they qualified there. They don't want to go through the LCQ, and they also don't want to miss on another land. They want to go to Malta as well. And you see most of the players underperform here on your screen, not a single one having an average GPS of 100, and you think, okay, everyone was struggling to find you know, the right way to approach the game against Falcons, which had been their nemesis for a long time. And I think that today it's different. Today it needs to be not about fearing to lose. It needs to be about wanting to win, right? And that's what we need to see from these guys.
Yeah, I think they've got a bit of a problem post Munich, and you know, during Munich and also so far that we saw yesterday, which is that Secret are one of the best attacking teams in the world, but defending, they're not particularly hot. You see the highlights here where they are 3-1 down in skyscraper defenses, which is pretty much unheard of. And I think that's one of the problems that they're looking to address. We saw a couple of the highlight plays there where they're double, triple jumping out of windows together. They're trying to address it. They're trying to force the team play, but ultimately that is probably their Achilles heel. That's probably the reason why they didn't go further in Munich. And it's probably the reason why they didn't advance through the upper bracket yesterday as well. So turning that back around within 24 hours is, you know, it isn't something that's going to happen overnight. I would expect them to still have a few struggles, but hopefully they found something that can make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's sometimes all about the communication and teamwork, and that's something that we've seen Virtus.pro focus on a lot after they played that already quite tiring series earlier today, where they started off really on the back foot, having lost that first map against Gen.G. But a great comeback, great resilience was shown from this team. It's just that they have to do it once more, all over again in this best of 3 here. Now, looking at these players' stats, once again, I feel like it's pretty fair to say everybody is doing their 20%, but we're closer to seeing the Pasha from stage 1, Leo, than that we are seeing the Pasha from stage 2, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, he's been absolutely instrumental, especially in the defense side. I think getting a lot of kills. I'm still not sold in the attacks. I still think that they're too slow, that they're getting punished easily. I do think that what Pasha mentioned in his interview, the first few steps are there, and the fundamentals are there, but they still are able to lose rounds that they should not lose when they're at a man advantage. And I think that's an issue they will have to solve against Secret, because it will be a much harder opponent than Gen.G.
Yeah, I think so. I think I agree. Like, you know, in terms of the BDS, Gen.G, and then into Secret, there's levels in terms of the level of the opponent that they're stepping up from kind of the mid-table that VP have been playing against. They're now playing against the elite level teams inside of Europe, right? They're going up against the EWC champions, top 6 at the major. So we're still asking for VP to make a further step up. I think obviously there's going to be a lot going into it, but the one big advantage they've got in my mind is that they've just played 3 maps. They've got the momentum. They're feeling good. They're feeling warm. Yes, it's tiresome, but these are going to be guys that, you know, scrim 6, 8, maybe more maps on the daily basis, so it shouldn't affect them too much from an energy point of view, but they should be nice and warm for it.
Yeah, they're used to it at this point, right? And as you say, they're warm. They just came off the back of a victory as well. Complete contrast to what happened with Secret, right? Having lost that game yesterday, haven't played really in 24 hours inside of a competitive game. So it's a big difference for these two teams coming here inside of this best of 3. Let's have a look at the map, Veto. I want to see where the series will be taken to, because we always talk a lot about Virtus.pro and their map pool when we talk about Bank a lot too. We even did any interview with Pasha, but it seems like Secret are picking it here today, Leo.
I'm not surprised at all. I mean, if you look at the way Gen.G struggled on Bank against VP, they came back in the end. They went to the overtime. Yep. In fact, they could have beaten VP if they didn't lose that post-plant situation on basement. VP struggled hard just as much as Gen.G. And if you look at Secret are on a 14 win streak on that map. They're clearly, I think, in the world right now, the best Bank team. And so for VP to leave it open, it goes to show one more time, Jack, that map pool is an issue. And so they have to leave it open, and Secret just makes full abuse of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Secret will take any team in the world to Bank, no matter what's just happened or the circumstance. So not surprised to see that one at all. And yeah, VP, they've got to ban away the Sky, they've got to ban away the Night Haven, because they simply just do not play either of those maps. Secret will then, or VP will then pick into Cafe, which again, I think is kind of similar from a Secret point of view in terms of, it's not necessarily a map that they love. Of course, they lost it yesterday, but they've had to ban away the clubhouse, which VP have shown to be incredible at, and Secret have had real issues playing into Consulate, which has opened the door, therefore, for VP to play Cafe, which, Leo, is one of the best maps for them in their entire pool. I would say it's in the top 2, maybe even the top 1.
Yeah, in fact, they're so good at it that they almost are never allowed to play Cafe, and that's why they only played it twice this stage. And this season rather, they actually lost it to Wolves, by the way, and to Furia and at EWC. And now, if you think about Cafe, just one more thing here: Secret chose to go attack, and I think it goes into what you were saying, Jack. They're so struggling in defense right now, and they struggled in defense against Falcons that they end up attacking on Cafe, choosing to attack before, which in turn puts more emphasis on VP actually going in their stronger side in defense. Now they go to border, and that's another good news for Secret. Secret right now hold the 11-1 record on this map, and they only lost it once against Falcons in overtime. It's an amazing map for them, and if you look about it, Bank, Border, Secret, it's written all over it.
Yeah, I agree. I think the map veto favors Secret, but I will say this game is complete chalk and cheese. It's yin and yang, as you called it, Leo, in that VP, well, they're really dominant on their defenses. They really struggle in their attack. Secret, they're really, really dominant in their attack, but they struggle on their defenses. And Secret being a fast-paced team, VP being a slow-paced team, really, whoever wins this, despite the maps, is going to be the one that can implement their version of Siege the most onto this game. Can Secret force the gunfights early, or can VP bring it into the late round and bring it into the execute phase?
That is incredible. This is crazy to think that there's such a big difference between these teams and their strong points that they're going up against each other inside of this matchup right now. As we mentioned, of course, Secret being victorious in that matchup every single time they faced off in 2025 with this lineup that Secret now have. Virtus.pro haven't been able to beat this team yet, but now they may have the difference here as they are warm. You know, them starting on attack on Bank as well. We've seen so much Bank, I feel like, inside of the EML Finals here. And for Secret, there's a great chance. I mean, we're speaking of this, Jack. There's 8 teams qualified for SI right now. They could be the 9th team that solidified their slot here today.
Yeah, it adds a layer of pressure. I mean, there's a layer of pressure for both teams, actually. Obviously, Secret can confirm with a win, whereas VP, they need to really run this gauntlet, and they'd have to do more in Malta next week. But, you know, of course, that's what another thing we've not yet mentioned is that this is a qualification game for Malta. Whoever wins this game, it will be our third and final team to be competing out to be champions of EML next week as well. So there's a lot riding on this game right now.
Yeah, at the stake right now, obviously the winner goes to Malta, like you said, and then for Secret, 1 win means SI. For VP, it's 2 wins that they need. They would need to go all the way in Grand Finals in Malta to be able to make it to SI. It's a tough one. I will say this, I think Secret needs to not overthink this. Despite the pressure of winning this match to make it to SI, even if they lose this, realistically, with their run throughout the last few stages and in Munich, they should have enough SI points. As the other regional finals continue, other teams will be eliminated and eventually they might land this spot, right? So I wouldn't think too much. I would not pressure myself too much because I can see that that was probably the main mistake and the main weakness of that team playing against Falcons. They're playing against a much weaker opponent now. Once again, pressure should be on the side of VP, not on them.
All right, there's a big difference in that, though. Speaking of the pressure, because I know you said they shouldn't feel it, but there might be some pressure on these players' shoulders, even if they look at their performance that they did yesterday. You know, it's going to be difficult. Yesterday wasn't great against Falcons. This is a completely different team. We're starting out on Secret's map pick as well. It is Bank. I'll send it back to Dev Marta and Pengu.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's time to get underway with our qualification match. Who's going to Malta, Nick? Who's going?
It's very easy for me, okay? It's gonna be the Secret boys, okay? They've been on fire lately, they're doing good, they won the EWC, they're looking mighty hot, and my boy Joom is on that roster. You know Joom and I were tight like that, so Secret all the way, baby.
Yeah, I love that. Well, the fans at home seem to agree with you, 56% down to Secret, but that's not very convincing. Virtus.pro seem to have won a few people over with that grueling match earlier against Gen.G. They certainly didn't win me over, I'll tell you that much. Their map pick of Consulate was a disaster. They went on to play Bank afterwards, which we're now getting a little bit of a repeat of. But Team Secret are a very different beast to Gen.G and our EWC champions. And our, of course, top 3, one of these big 3 in EML of Team Secret. I mean, they should be feeling very, very comfortable going up against VP.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, Virtus.pro had a long series earlier. They played Bank, Secret watched it. Will we get the double ranged Harbage band that we spoke of literally in the VP Gen.G that did not happen? Yes, we will.
We will.
So we had this whole talk about. So, to set the scene, Gen.G versus VP, the third operator ban came around, and we discussed should they ban Hibana or the Ace because they've been banning like the Monty and the Capita or something like that. Or whatever. No, Sense and Capita, I think. Whatever. Doesn't matter. And we're like, you know what? Banning only Hibana or the Ace doesn't make a lot of sense on Bank because if you ban them both, then top floor becomes a lot more playable and you really impact the hard destruction. So, here's a new team, here's a new setup. Secret have gone for this. This also means that playing top floor is going to get a lot better, and playing basement is going to force the can openers, secondary heart destruction. What this does leave open though for Virtus Pro is going to be all the execute operators. And this is going to also mean that when Secret are watching Virtus Pro just a couple of hours ago on this map, they're not going to see the same attacks from VP, because now they can play the Sense, they can play the Ying. Those operators didn't exist before. So this means that Secret can use the strats one-to-one.
Bit of a different beast to what we saw earlier today. Now, Bang, VP were pretty damn good on their attacks, right? First half against Gen.G, they won 3 attacks in a row on the basement bomb site and on the top floor. They ended up undefeated on that top floor, and then they ended up winning staff room open area in overtime. So they've shown that they can successfully attack all the 3 main bomb sites on this map earlier today against Gen.G. Some repeatedly so. Can they do the same against Secret? Remains to be seen. Secret are a very aggressive team, and one that's in a much better form. Obviously top 6 in Munich at the major, only being knocked out by the eventual champions of M80. Team Secret, it'd be certainly an upset if they don't qualify for Malta.
Seen a fast intro though from Virtus Pro. It was a very kind of slow and somewhat steady pace for them up against Gen.G on all 3 maps, but already looking a lot more alive right now. Oh, Savage misses his shot though, had a bit of a freebie there, potentially onto Dan on Deimos. Would have been quite the pick. Meanwhile, Doom in open area, applying pressure elsewhere. We really start to see just how proactive Secret's playstyle is. Looking for a flank, going for it, gets the freebie, track onto the Asami, was actually baited inside of the small executor box or double door kitchen, and they all get back towards the bomb site. Opening pick, fall back, establish crossfires.
Amazing. Great stuff from the dad himself, Mowgli supporting his team captain of Savage. Yeah, really amazing start from Secret here. Numbers advantage, late round, it's going to be a 5v4 in favor of Secret. It's hard enough to execute on this bomb site from even, wow. Just talk about the aggression, look at them go. Doom on the main stairs. VP have been reminded very quickly they're facing a very different beast to Gen.G.
If you could pick one operator to clear right now, free of your choice, you probably pick the Sense like 9 out of 10 times, no? Like, look at the lineup. Ram Sledge is just vertical destruction. Deimos is just frag grenades on a turtle bomb site. I'm taking down the Sense and I'm taking down the Maverick. Secret, they do that as well. Adrian locking down the super stairs, final Toxic Babe. Even if he dies, his job is done. He's traded 1 for 1. Now Joystick is injured. 34 seconds. This round is absolutely cooked.
I mean, it's exactly what you said, Nick. Secret are such a proactive team, even on this defensive side.
They swap positions.
Even this, look at the baits. It's a genius baits. They knew that the track was going down onto Adrian, so Mowgli comes in, baits his teammate, finds a kill. He's just tripled down. It's flawless. It's not a pretty sight if you're a VP fan, but for Team Secret, it's just another day in the office.
It really is. And I mean, it kind of goes to show that there are levels to Rainbow Six Siege, and I mean a lot of different levels. All the small stuff like pulse scanning one guy, proactively doubling up. When the Deimos track comes out, the guy being Deimos tracked runs away. The other guy who's not tracked, he steps forward. They swap spots. Deimos right swings, expecting no one to be there. But guess what? There's a player there. VP, if they make a mistake somewhere, if they're a bit slow on their timings, they will be punished by Secret. And that's the big thing that I think they're not quite ready for with their warm-up of Gen.G. Because Gen.G were not all that good at being proactively punishing Virtus Pro. They were good at having, adaptations and pocket strats and stuff like that. Whereas Secret, as you said, different beast. They start basement, they go upstairs to CEO, and this is exactly the rotation you want to go for when you've banned the Hibana and the Ace. With no hard breach that's ranged, you cannot breach open the elevator wall. That means the entire long corridor right here in the middle of your screen will be very hard to clear. And it's gonna force Virtus Pro again into these kind of one-off operators. Stuff like Den here on the glass can make a break around, but it also means a lot of pressure falls upon Dan's shoulders to get that job done, as not many of the operators can try and do that kind of job.
Well, if I am to half the copium here for VP, you did mention the operator bans from Secret. How about the operator bans from Virtus Pro, right? We get rid of the Warden and we come in with the Glaz and the Ying. Even the Tuberale ban, right? Harbreach is going to be a little bit more doable. I guess said Harbreach is gone. Deimos is going to be a little bit more deadly with that Tuberale ban. Oh, that's awkward for Joystick. I feel like VP, they have a win condition here by utilizing that Ying and Glaz in the absence of the Warden. But they need to really focus up on opening picks and making space.
They have it, but it's just very difficult to get that done. Right now it's actually Dan with the Glass downstairs looking to do vert. Maybe clear a jammer or just look through those vertical holes. Doom is getting proactive around the windows of CEO, getting shot from beneath. Window repels, under a lot of pressure. But he's staying alive, doing a damn good job of just wasting out utility. Kadena gets tossed on in.
Below.
They gotta use those Sophias. There we go.
There's two battles happening at the same time. Doom is feeling a lot of pressure upstairs, but meanwhile down below there has been a flank, and the Yokai drone is trying to scout out information for the Team Secret players, and that's exactly what happened. Savage, guided by Adrian's Yokai, can retake. Goodbye to Dan down below. The Glaz was basically a discount buck and has no impact on the rounds.
Kind of surprising that it's not Sophia. I mean, just Joystick could just go on the windows, break the castle barricade, rabble down, and then do the verticality from beneath with the Sophia gadget. Instead, it's the Glass. No smokes in effect. The DMR, of course, can break the floor a little bit, but come on. It's not ideal. Now Dan's dead. Half of the strat is gone. Savage goes down though. Pasha picks up a 1 kill now to even numbers. But now we all look upon the 2 Dokkaebi calls in the pocket of Shepard and always on the Ying to make that magic happen.
A Secret will take a late round 4v4 any day of the week.
Oh yeah.
It's on VP to figure out how they're going to get their boots in that building. Player on the roof. Joystick from this rappel. Concussion to go out. He knows exactly where that player is, and he's just going to have to repel him inside. Out goes the logic bomb. The plant seemingly going down from always. It is denied from Doom. How is the Azami left unaccounted for able to deny that plant? Desperate for Joystick. Bring that pistol to the fight, but Adrian will shut it down one by one. VP will fall. That's a good kill from Pasha, but he's the last one standing. The Yokais are still up. The logic bomb has subsided, and the round is dead in the water. Back to back for Team Secret, not slowing down one bit.
One of the things that we were praising Virtus Pro about earlier in their season against Gen.G was how they were so effective at picking all the correct operators for what they wanted to achieve in a given round. Looking at the Glass downstairs during vertical destruction just screams that they are missing a very important piece. Like, the Glass is great if you get to utilize the gadget and the smoke grenades. It's not so great if you just beneath solo, no flank drone, no cover at all, and you just die. And it's those very small things that, again, can really make or break a round. Had it been the Sophia, had it been the Buck, had it been the Deimos maybe, you can deal with Doom, help your teammates, have a better tool for the job that you're trying to achieve. Instead, it was just subpar. I thought that they picked the Glass because the Warden was banned without having a purpose for the Glass. And now in this upcoming round, we might not see a Glass at all. Dan going from the Glass onto Gridlock, always onto the Ying. We really need to see them play around the fact that Warden is banned, otherwise it's a very ineffective operator ban phase.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it feels like that's happened before for VP today. Right, you see an operator ban, you think, oh, cool, that's a little bit left of field. What's the play? How are you going to capitalize upon that? Glaz going down below and pretending to be Buck is certainly not making good on a Warden ban. If I'm VP, I'm maybe considering an Echo ban later. Either that or they just have to be ready to counter it. I mean, Secret, they played the Echo greatly last round to aggressively enable those flanks, but now they've got the Valkyrie. It's like the same idea, different flavor.
Yeah.
For Team Secret.
It's also just kind of pulling Virtus Pro in a lot of different directions, right? They want the IQ for Elements and Valcams. They want range soft destruction like Ash Sophia for the castle barricades. They want Twitch drone maybe for the Valkyrie cams or Elements as well. But they also want execute. They want plan. They want utility. They need hard destruction. Virtus Pro need like 1,000 things, and they got 5 things they can choose from. Pasha though, ready for a fight. Mowgli swings him. Mowgli will go down. Joystick finds Savage. This is the best look so far, VP.
So this is the thing, right? Secret like that aggressive play, but as soon as a few 1v1s slip through their fingers, it might gift VP the round. Can Noah get back safely? Absolutely not. Joystick will take him down. The round should be over now. C4 goes begging for Doom. Adrian's already used his. There's no way that VP lose this round with 90 seconds left in the 5v2.
Oh, they have so much more time than usual due to Secret being so aggressive in the fighting. Remember, Mowgli swung first. He wanted that engagement. VP are a team that once you give them that advantage, they almost never throw that lead. And a 5v2 with Doki Call available, I mean, that is one of the biggest leads known to man. The only thing missing is like a Monty to walk them down, right? That's really it.
Yeah. No. Adrian will find the first one. A flashbang is surely going to mean the end of the round.
Oh.
Wow, actually finds a second consolation frag. But no cigar. And around the board for the Russians. They're first. But Secret have shown that this is not going to be an easy half for VP. And keeping in mind that they went 4-2 in their attack split against Gen.G, it really puts a lot of pressure to win as many rounds in this half as possible.
What are you thinking here? Echo, Asami? One of them?
Honestly, like there are so many good tools that Secret have available that whichever one VP go for, like they're going to have to deal with something else. So yeah, the Asami, that's good. It's a little bit more in line with what VP were thinking against Gen.G. Right, get rid of that Asami.
Yeah. It also impacts the more amount of bomb sites. I think that's probably also their thinking. It's like Echo sucks to deal with, but it's maybe only good for like 1, maybe 2 bomb sites. Asami is like all 4, even if you don't see the 4th very often, right? It's like every round type of thing. So banning the Asamis with the pick rate being higher just has a bigger impact overall. But then now what we can see instead, because obviously some teams will kind of keep some strats in the back pocket until that 3rd operator ban and not show their full hand. We can look now at like Kaid for hatch denial. They can try and hide in the operator phase, and then if they don't pick the Maverick or EMPs, they can't get the hatches. They can look at Clash if they want to slow down the game, or in this round, the Mira. Now they can play these operators for 3 rounds. They're unbannable in the future, which means they can show a bit more pocket strategy. Whereas for VP, I mean, it's business as usual. Banning the Asami will make their life a little bit easier, but it's not going to change anything about their own strategy. They just can't do what they've been doing with the Ying because Secret took the Ying away from them.
Yeah. Well, let's give some credit to Secret's versatility here, right? We've already seen Basement. The only 2 operators that are the same as the last time they played Basement defense is Noah on the Goyo, Adrian on the Smoke. That's your backbone of this defense. It's your late round plant denial. And then what else we got, right? So Savage, he's gone from one info gatherer to another. He's gone from the Pulse, now he's onto the Valkyrie. Similar idea, slightly different mechanic, right? Doom, he's gone from the Mute over to the Mirror. That really changes how you play this bomb site. And Mowgli, he's gone to try and prevent a little bit of aggression by going for the Fenrir instead of the Azami, because obviously it's been banned now. I just really like the confidence in how Secret can switch up their options, switch up their strategies between rounds.
And mind you, I think Virtus Pro didn't quite find all the defending operators in their prep phase, and that's a very important small thing here. If an attacking team will see all 5 defending operators, you can literally cherry pick the perfect lineup. If the defenders, they will hide an operator on purpose, like on the bomb side, not give those to drones, you can then be like, okay, do they have a Kai? We gotta pick the Maverick. The Maverick here, while they can still breach stuff, is highly ineffective because there's no wall denial or hatch denial. But they will get the opening pick as well. Savage does go down. So Maverick might not bring the full amount of value, but with that pick, it doesn't matter as much. Big advantage earned already, same as before. Secret, a little bit too eager to challenge the verticality and challenge a fight, and they go down for the 2nd round in a row.
Changing bags.
Yeah, I feel like Secret maybe wanting to lean into the roam game. It's probably not the right call here, but that's okay. They didn't invest too much into it. And Adrian, oh, he's actually falling back.
Yeah, because
he dealt a lot of damage from the blue stairs last time around.
Yeah.
So that's a bit of a loss.
It's one of those, like, they lost half their C4s, one of the two, and they're playing 4v5. If you stay on server stairs and you get 5v1 because no one can help you from your team, now you're playing 3 versus 5, right? So you're cutting your losses early, and Smoke can now utilize the plant denial looking at the timer. There's still gonna be, I think, one more bullet cannons in the bomb side. That has to get popped. That's gonna stall for 20 seconds. And then you have 3 toxic babes in the C4. This means Secret no VP are forced into a rush plant that cannot be default plant spot. Plus they got the mirror window still. This shouldn't
really
be plantable.
good. 20 seconds remain. And so it comes down to Shepard to fire off that player from the mirror window. Doom does a lot of damage, but is forced off his position. Still has his nitro cell. Sneaking in, it is Dan. Where is the plant going down from always? Nitro goes out, but it's shot out of thin air. Dan is worth his weight in gold this round as the plan is confirmed by VP. 1 by 1, Team Secret will fall, and Virtus Pro confirm a successful basement attack.
Shot C4 mid-air, toxic babe tossed a little bit too late. I think the first babe was maybe like deeper in the bomb site by the vault prompt plant by the TV screens, and then the last toxic babe we saw it mid-air. It actually hit the planter off Maverick, but the plant did go down successfully. That capture fire literally saved them, forcing the player off the mirror window, buying them space and freedom inside the server to exist. And now we can look back upon this death right here. Savage going down early, forcing back Adrian, not having one more gun alive, losing a C4. All those small things will amount to what happened in this round, which was a loss for Secret. And I really want to kind of go back to the Gen.G VP game here for a second. Gen.G were so good at playing that perfect middle ground with VP. They are roaming, they would almost never die on the roam. They would always fall back and play like the 5v5. Secret have now in half the rounds overstayed their welcome, died in a way too aggressive position, and been too much on the offense against VP. VP, they're known as a slow team, they hold angles, they watch their flanks, everyone knows that. Yet Secret, especially Mowgli and Savage, are just happily swinging and swinging and swinging, and guess what? VP are standing still, holding the angle, and they've gotten the kill 2 times in a row. We gotta see Secret switch up now, and play a bit more like Gen.G in the sense of like, don't give VP a lead too early, cause that's when you give them too much.
Presence but no commitment, right? The classic shoot drones and fall back have a little bit of map control, map presence, but don't actually play for your life. It took VP 2 rounds to adapt to Team Secret's aggression, and now it's up to Team Secret 2 rounds later to adapt back again.
That's exactly it. And speaking of that, what better way to do that, James, than playing Maestro, Echo, Mira, Castle? They're playing 4 util operators in different ways, fortifying positions, granting information. No plans will happen with smoke nades on Secret's watch if they have anything to say about that. And that's why we're going to see the counterplay come into play here. We got Dokkaebi calls to the Maestro cameras and the Ash for the mirror windows and bubbles. But look at that. So much utility in the pocket. You cannot get both the cameras and the mirror window with only 2 Ash charges.
Last round, the lack of a Warden certainly hurt Secret because the plant was actually an exposed position, but the smoke covered it. If a player knew in Red Hallway, they could have shot it. And now, perhaps a similar case. Secret have realized, okay, we need to be able to see through smoke. So we've brought that Maestro. We've got 3 bubbles. And you've got so much visibility in the site, thanks to those evil eyes.
What's the counter response, though? I mean, VP, they've pretty much been playing all day today about the plan, right? Get the breach, get into the bomb side, try and go for a plant position. This exothermic charge might actually kill the Maestro cam on the other side of the wall. I think it is.
Is that evil eye done? Oh,
yeah, I think it is.
Unfortunate.
One could argue misposition there by Doom, because he should account for that. Yeah, I believe it did get cleared out.
Yeah. Well, the other counter here to both the Echo and the Maestro is the fact we've still got 2 Dokkaebi calls in pocket.
Yeah, you can do them back to back, basically, because he has waited for so long. You can use the first one and fake out. I mean, they got options here. It's really good. Nade going out. Still got at least 1 yokai left, droning around inside of CO. Here comes the smoke grenades. And the call.
Where's the flank gonna go?
Another call.
So they can just spray through the smoke.
They won't know.
Call goes down. Yeah, it's perfect. Now VP need to try and figure out a way to hold this in the post plant now. The denial from the Echo was too late and always did confirm the plan. Doom is on the floor as well. Yeah, look at that for Secret. They thought they had all the answers, but no, one by one, VP is picking them apart, and these post-plant positions are far too powerful. Adrian all alone, 1v5. As each round goes by, they look more and more convincing. Virtus.pro have taken the lead.
It's one of those rounds where it comes down to there's one counterplay for Secret for that entire strategy, and it's called mute. But fitting a mute into the top floor defense is so awkward, because the sole purpose of the mute is literally going to be that you have jammers. Because what you can do when you play heavy information game with cameras is slap a mute jammer in 1 or 2 spots that's relatively safe, like janitors are meeting, and have the Echo or Maestro play in those spots like June was inside a meeting room. If you're sitting on a jammer, the Dokkaebi call will never go through, and you will actually bait the attackers into going for an execute, not necessarily knowing that you have full access to all the cameras. Had Secret had that access, they would have stopped the plant. Because what happened, the first Dokkaebi call went through, and then they staggered them back to back. That's the thing about Dokkaebi. You have both Dokkaebi calls, you can pretty much call first time, and even if the defender immediately answers the phone, only 1 or 2 seconds later, the second phone call from Dokkaebi will go through if you stack them. That's what Shepard did. He waited like about 6-7 seconds and then popped the second one. Echo literally answered the phone, got called immediately. Then he answered the phone, tried to get on the Yokai, too late. Had you had a mute, that doesn't happen. But again, the only purpose of the mute would be for that specific circumstance. That's a bit of a gamble. It's the small things, once more.
Yeah. Secret, of course, they could have opted to ban the Dokkaebi if they wanted to lean into that, but
true.
I think it was the right call to go for the Ying with the Warden ban.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so too. But then again, it's a matter of picking the right operators, right? Like, Mowgli's been really, really happy with the Ela. And looking at VP's playstyle and not playing shields a single time so far, I'm not sure Ela is like the highest value operator for this specific circumstance.
You look at the ops that Mowgli's played today, it's Azami, Ela, and Fenrir, none of which are kind of mission critical, none of which are really hard countering anything that Virtus.pro is doing. More comfort picks to make sure that Secret aren't going to get rushed.
Yeah, that's his job, the anti-rush, but again, is Virtus.pro known to be a rush team? You know, they might be rushing, but they're not rushing anything inside the server. They're very methodical and slow usually.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's a pick. I think it was Glaz. Found that. Where was Noah?
Dan the man.
Not able to be supported, but well, never mind. Maybe he is. I think Savage is going to get the revive as well. Wow, that's going to be really rough for VP to come back from. They've got this upside-down repel player, but Shepard is forced off of it. All the ground that they thought they had, all the progress that was made, you can kiss it goodbye. Joystick looks for one, cannot find a second. In fact, it's Mowgli to reply for 2. The round should be over with that. Back down into the basement and into the first floor. Secret can go. Always needs to get active on the Ash. Now, you can prove that he does deserve this Ash license. R4C ACOG. Dial back the clock, see what you can do. Shepard's got 1. 2v3 is not impossible with 50 seconds on the clock.
It's not. It's actually quite winnable. Just gotta get always in the action. Yet to find his first kill on the scoreboard. Up against the 7 kills from Mowgli and 5 from Adrian. Time is taken away and there's no Dokkaebi phone calls to help them. And neither of them really have much drone you to left. Just one last drone from Shepard, but it's not gonna be needed. Just a flashbang and dry peek.
But he doesn't know, does he? He's got an inkling. Oh, and always has found a pick. It's now a 1v2, but Doom doubles back on him through the window. Savage says that was a little bit too close, guys, but Secret to find that 3rd round on the defensive side. They do one better than Gen.G. And now they get to move onto their own attacking side.
Honestly, I think getting a 3-3 half starting defense is just perfectly fine. I think 2-4 favoring attack is like the usual circumstance you're looking towards. And while VP had a bit of a slow start, they're again showing us that their adaptability has been the saving grace now. It was literally the reason why they won against Gen.G. Like, it was a very close series, but Virtus.pro were not stuck in their ways. They were playing their own style when they had to, and they were happily adapting when they were forced into it. I still think this is all about Secret. Like, they should be winning, they should be the better team, they should be a lot more convincing. We'll see if they can do it on the stronger side of attack, because that's really where you should start to build your big lead if you are truly the better team.
Yeah, and I wouldn't have even been worried, like you said, if Team Secret did go down 2-4 in the first half. But the fact that they won the first two and then would have lost 4 in a row, I think that would be cause for concern for Secret. VP, like you said, they adapted, they won 3 in a row. If they had made it 4, I think that would have put them in really good stead moving into the defense. But Team Secret, they've shown that they can adapt as well back again. They can change playstyle mid-game. They can get a read on VP. They can play it scrappy if that's the way it's going to be. And like you said, now onto the attack for Secret. No Monty available, no Sens. Both operators that they like a lot. We've seen tons of both of those ops from them. A lot of preset strats, a lot of pocket strats. And the Monty, I mean, VP really don't like playing against it. We've seen that already today.
Yeah. They do, in general, just hate shields. They were the... VP one of the last teams in the world to actually adopt the shield meta themselves, because they hate playing
Secret
against
one
it.
of the first.
Yeah, ironically enough. It's, you know it's getting grim when Joystick starts maining Blitz all of a sudden. It's like, that's how desperate they were. Like, guys, the shield meta is here to stay. They buffed them. We have to play them because teams are just not banning them against us, and they get to ban all the other good operators. When we started playing the Blitz, they started playing the Blackbeard bit by bit. Still with very mixed results, shall I add, but they're finally kind of breaking their old mold of not learning new maps and not changing the meta. Because Virtus Pro / Empire, that roster, they were always known to like refuse to play new maps. Never learned Villa, never learned Theme Park, never learned the new Skyscraper when those maps first came around. Nowadays they do play Labs and Lair like they've started to. It still seems like they'll avoid them at all costs, but you know, they will play them if they absolutely have to. So they're learning.
Yeah. Well, for Team Secret, their first attack round, and we see the Riora, we see the Ying shotgun. Already, that's a huge love from me. I love seeing the Ying shotty. Now, we've only got one kill. Ooh, wait, what's going on here? Dan comes in for the crossfire and supports Joystick, saves his life. Very aggressive from Mowgli. Dan's gonna fall back. Joystick should be revivable. No, never mind. At least Pasha is able to trade for it.
Swapping mags.
Bit of a reset now. Looking at the lineups, right, you're thinking, well, those attackers, that's going to be a tough one for them. And you'd be right. 2 C4s, Toxic Babes. Yes, Maverick can break through those Clawed hatches. Yes, the Ying can create chaos in the bomb side. But let's be honest, 3 versus 4? I mean, VP even got Solace to boot. Like, they can see exactly where the plan goes down. It has to be Secret kind of going for a kill or go fishing for a bit of damage somewhere. But look at VP. I mean, look what they're playing. They're playing in Garage, so that's covered. They got Smoke and Lockers. They're playing in Red Hallway. Like, there's no real gaps here. Backside fast hatch drop maybe, but let's be honest, VP are gonna be ready for this.
And the problem is Noah is... all he's got is this automatic pistol, this Reaper,
and
or the shotgun.
Lights on!
Adrian's gonna go Garage. It's up to Noah to make this work. Over goes a Nitro Cell. Second Candela to follow through. Third one available. Is he going to be able to cover off the angle? I don't think he is. It's going to be very challenging for him as he brings out that pistol, but the crossfire from inside of the bomb site puts him down. Adrian's the last one left, finds one. You should have a pretty solid idea of where the last 2 are, but no, you're still worried about the other side, and so he doesn't have time. Oh, what a shot with the pistol. No time to get to Pasha, no time to get to the diffuser, and so the round is done. And Virtus Pro steal the lead on Bank.
Now, I'll make the same point that I made when VP played Gen.G in the same similar attack. They know exactly who's covering what angles. The Kaid that was just like shooting from like jail in towards elevator was simply just baiting for his teammate inside the B bomb side. The second the Ying steps forward, boom, 2v1 crossfire. They give up garage control, knowing that's a bit of a dead end for the attackers to take, and they play their positions perfectly fine. Secret, they are pretty much forced into even numbers or even positioning to have a fighting chance to execute. because VP are so good at blocking things down. And it's why it's so difficult to play against Virtus Pro when they get the opening kill. Because they don't give you any easy way back into the rounds, they just don't. They don't make those kind of mistakes, they don't take those kinds of risks. That's not their playstyle. So I really think for Secret, the early stage of the round is gonna be the most important. Whereas when you saw how VP were attacking, it was all about the end game. It was all about VP getting to the bomb site and executing. Secret, it's about building an advantage early on, so that when they reach the bomb site, if they reach the bomb site, they have a fighting chance.
Yeah, I don't think Team Secret need to have some kind of ace up their sleeve of a Ying or a Rayora or a Sens. They don't. That's not the way that they play. That's not their strengths. Wow. How?
Okay.
How?
Through the window?
Was he just running through the hallway?
I
think he must have just been running through the hallway. I mean, Mowgli, you miss every shot you don't take very clearly.
Oh, he was in there actually. Okay.
Was there a reinforcement happening or what?
He was just vibing, dude. He was.
Wow. Okay.
He was vibing.
That's a choice from Shepard.
Speaking of, it's hard to fit Mute into the CEO lineup. Shepard was playing Mute. Perhaps fearing that same old Dokkaebi call, not entirely certain. Looking at operator lineup, I don't think Dokkaebi would have been too much of an issue. Only with the Valkyrie here to watch over the bomb site and maybe a deployable camera. That's really it. Yeah. But this is Secret getting exactly what they want. Early advantage. All they have to do now, quote unquote, all they have to do is not throw it. No one can make this silly solo play where you make a super risky, 50-50. Take 60-40s, take 70-30% gunfights. Don't take even 50-50s when you have this advantage. You got so much time to work with. Capital, Grim, double range destruction. You even have Deimos tracking, right? So Secret, just keep this nice and steady pace.
The key here on CEO so often is to displace the defenders. Just open up as many avenues as you can.
Oh my god.
For example here, the Kanto wall. Make it really uncomfortable for anyone on that defense to play any position. Window repels, presence on square, presence on the main repel. That's Noah all the way over on the ATM's repel. This is how you convert a numbers advantage on this top floor. You just have to tighten the noose gradually. No need to overcomplicate things. Pasha forced into desperation. He will fall.
Oh my god.
Always has been destroyed. Flawless for Secret. First attack round 1. And a good confidence booster as well.
That's looking good. Again, opening pick, and then it just goes from there. They never slow down. Things keep working their way. And as you said, the biggest thing on CEO is displacing those defenders. What better operators than Deimos/Grim red pinging you, Capital Fire? Like, they can just move and force people away from their safe corners. But that's the thing about the CEO side. It's kind of a freebie often for the attackers. I feel like the win rate percentage there is pretty damn good, just looking at Bank today. The real question is, how do you deal with attacking open area and basement? That's kind of like the make or break bomb sites, and Secret already failed in the basement one. Now they'll have a shot at open area. They gotta go through the motions of operator pickups and see what they deem necessary to pick this apart. We saw so much Twitch in the early series, and it feels almost wrong not to see Twitch spanned every single round.
Yeah, I was thinking that. We didn't see any Twitch from
Echo,
VP on
like
the
there's so
attacking
many
side.
good ops for it.
For sure.
It's being brought.
I mean, I was surprised VP didn't bring it, right? Because they were bringing operators like Striker every single round. They brought the Sledge almost every single round. And yet they're going up against the Mira, the Goyo, and the Valkyrie almost every round. And the Maestro even, like...
And Echo ones, yeah.
Yeah. Even Ella, like Mowgli picked that every single round. The one of the rounds he didn't, it was Fenrir, which is also counterable from the Twitch, so yeah. I like the pick from Jim. Wow, he's very quick.
He's in there.
Building.
Twitch drone? No. Entry.
He's going for it.
He's not gonna slow down. I mean, he's on a mission.
Wow, look at this. Very rarely do you see this happen. Bit of hard breach going down.
Cutting the map in half, right? By opening up the not only is a rotation there and defenders extend around, by opening this up and taking the ground for absolutely free, you're cutting the bomb site in half. No one can go from A to B undetected as long as Agent is watching over that rotation. but it also means you're leaving Adrian in a pretty vulnerable spot in the middle of the map with flanks to his left and the right, and he can get peeked from the bomb site itself. So this leaves Secret in a 4 versus 5 roam clear, while Adrian just holds the angle.
They flush out these players upstairs.
Just kill him.
One on banana. Yeah, apparently, but it's not that easy. Dan is still alive. He's up in front desk.
Is that a smoke grenade?
It's not an easy fight. It's a battle back and forth. Yeah, I guess it is. Not a flashbang. Dan's finally taken out. Shepard is the lone player upstairs still, but Secret have decided to focus up on the site. What a strange round, Nick. What a very strange round. All the action going down off camera on the top floor until Secret finally realized they could rush the site.
It's very strange for a very simple reason, and it just comes down to that first heart destruction. I mean, I don't think VP expected that to be opened up as the immediate action. It was broken in 30 seconds. Doom sprinted in, Adrian behind him, then they abandoned Adrian and they just attacked the top floor. Adrian got 2 kills while top floor were fighting, by the way. He killed the first player, the only guy on site. Then Warden rotates back down when it was like the 2v4, 2v3 or whatever, and then Warden dies right after. Like, if Secret were winning, well, they were equal on the top floor roam clear. They were losing some players and taking down some players. But because of Adrian's efforts here, that changed the entire outcome. It forced Starstick back, it weakened the top floor, and it tilted Pasha.
Yeah, Pasha's been looking pretty tilted for the last few rounds. It's also been a long day for VP. Of course, teams are used to scrimming for much longer than this, but I guess I'll ask you, does it feel different? Like, you play 5 maps of scrims, or you play 5 maps of game day BO3s? Surely there's a difference in how much energy you're expending there.
It's definitely more energy it tends to play these games. I mean, in the little content piece we had with Joystick, he was like, oh yeah, we'll, you know, scrims 3 maps, have a food break, scrim more maps, like 6 maps a day, then like do theory, do additional things. Playing a BO3 at a high level drains you. Playing scrims is just kind of, you know, going through the motions. You do it every day. It's just about learning. You don't have to play it 110%. Winning doesn't really matter. Only learning does. You learn a lot more from losing. Losing is arguably better, one could argue. So, yeah, going 3 maps, tied series in the first one. Going up against
2 overtimes, by the way. A 7-4 and then 2 overtimes. And then not a lot of time off between this or that game and then this game starting.
Yeah, at most an
15
hour, right?
minutes maximum? No, not Dude, it was way less than that.
from the second the thing finished to the second the map started. Okay, they already did the PCs and talking stuff, right? But they probably had about an hour of clicking left and right mouse button.
Yeah.
Give or take. It's not a lot of time.
To go make some food.
So yeah, definitely gonna start talking about that more and more as this goes on. I mean, if we see a 3rd map here, then VP will have been playing from 3 p.m. until about, what at that point, like 10 p.m. So
yeah, wow,
that's a day actively playing.
And that 3rd map will be Border as well, which is
yeah, well, you need your energy.
the most chaotic, energized map in the pool. Have a look at this from Shepard. Oh, he's showing us the new tech as well with that peek, the way that people peek and then knifed. You can kind of peek and get information without being fully exposed.
Oh.
He's also got his Yoko drone, so he knows where both of these players are. He knows where that Osa is, and he's also then rotating his other drone upstairs to try and support the roamers.
So Secret are in garage, and on paper this is a great spot to be in, but they can't do anything with the garage control. They don't have server, they haven't roam cleared, they haven't any hard destruction. They've lost 2 players while trying to roam clear, and this is the thing, they needed 2 people to take garage control. Doom on the OSA together with Agent on the Maverick. That means they had 3 people roam clearing, potentially 4 roamers. Smoke just gets a kill out of nowhere with the secondary beta. That's Smoke. That literally buys you a good 30 seconds on the timer that will no longer be denied. They know this. And then Dan jumps her in the rotate. He absolutely throws his life away, and this round became almost impossible to win to very winnable so quickly.
That's it. It should have been a done and dusted round for VP, and now they're pretty awkward because of the positions, right? Secret have the bomb site cut in two because of Joom inside a garage, who, by the way, I mean, Mowgli has 12 kills, Adrian has 10 kills. We've got two of the top fraggers, or the two best fraggers from this match so far, still up and alive for Secret.
They're rotating.
As Mowgli rotates upstairs, they're going to drop and go for an aggressive play.
I thought they could just plan default here because it can't be inside the red hallway, but no, they're going to hatch up at the smokes instead. Yep, down it goes.
Now they're going to be able to plant on the chassis in a safe position. Adrian will cover. It's a flank upstairs for Pasha. The plant's actually denied. Mowgli eliminated. Desperate now for Adrian. He drops down into the thick of it, but will fall immediately. Joom is not able to reattempt that plant in time. Thank goodness that VP salvaged that round. Should have been theirs from the get-go. Secret brought it back, but VP just keep their heads above the water. 5 rounds each, and we're again tied up on the scoreline.
Are we back in Munich Major now, James, yeah? Head above water?
I had plenty of water-related puns left over. I have to sprinkle them through somewhere.
Dude. That was a series that we were at work on the main stage, and you were throwing out like 4 water-related puns a game, or a round at that point, probably. No one told you to slow down, by the way.
Did I leave you gasping for air?
Yeah. It had me definitely listening very actively, being like, how many can I count here that you throw in? And
just wanted to soak it in.
Okay, relax, buddy. Just like we wanted to count how many times that round should have been winnable by one team, and all of a sudden the other team is winning back and forth. I mean, Virtus Pro started off super hot, 5v3 with a guy stalking Garage, Doom, to 2 players dying always and then seemingly out of nowhere, to then Secret going for a head drop, and then they get shot from across the bomb side because they didn't plant quote-unquote correctly behind cover. They're a bit exposed. That was a bit of a back and forth, just like this game. 5-5 in round count. You never know what's going to happen in VP's games these days. You never know what happens then.
Dude, Consulate was abysmal. I thought it was going to be a quick 2-0, 2-0. And VP were outie, but now VP are looking pretty good, right? I mean, they play bank apparently. Who would have thunk it? But their bank's pretty alright.
Let's see it. Again, VP, they're on the, I think, quote-unquote better side for the circumstance. They can play their default setup, they know what they want to do, and they just have to, like, react to what Secret up for. We've seen this attack before from Team Secret, right? They rush in the building, they take the middle, they take archives, and then they breach the wall. This time VP, they're playing the kite, and they want to deny it, because it's important to them. Secret then, they have the Thatcher, so they can now EMP the walls, Salmon them right after, and go for a direct counterplay. This feels like to me Secret are winning the long-term game. Surprisingly enough, they're not going to get the wall in the middle just yet. They want to get the quad wall first. Perhaps clear the angles, then use the last EMP and Selma charge later in the round to cut the bombs at the half. The only thing it makes me question here is how do they intend to get the diffuser down? The only way into the site itself is going to be the smoke grenades and Savage Pocket on the Twitch and sprinting on in hoping for the best. There's no shield, there's no cover, and that's the last bit of half destruction. They're not going to breach that middle portion.
Oh. And the priority here for Secret is exposing some players, finding some kills, converting the numbers advantage. Mowgli's done that. A double kill. Great nade. Now he can just jump straight on inside. 5v3. This is the way that Secret win the round. Not with the sequential execute, but by finding picks time and time again. Look at this from Pasha. Finds one, confirms the second kill. He might have just stolen the round, but Mowgli's doing everything he can to bring it back for Secret. Pasha in a 1v3. He has to do everything himself. There's plenty of time on the clock, and Secret have grabbed that diffuser again.
Plan is going down in a safe location, but they get off it. Just want to double check and make sure that it's absolutely safe to do so.
It's going all the way
does have a C4. He's going to go top floor instead, though. Is the hatch even open? No?
Round's over. It was a valiant effort from Pasha, but there's just no way you can get back into it from there. And Adrian puts the nail in the coffin. Massive round from Mowgli. Yeah, take a stretch. Well deserved. Savage has plenty to say about it. It's map point for Team Secret on their own map pick.
not just a big round for Moke, it's a big game. He's sitting on 15 or 16 kills now, I believe. He's popping off on an occasion of rounds. I mean, started off with a 3K. I mean, the nade was aiming for one player, the Warden, to move him away. But then he killed the person behind the Warden. And then Pasha, great discipline play there on the flank. Another facepalm from Pasha. Oh man. The rounds come down to the craziest details right now.
It does. One more for VP and it'll be their third overtime of the day.
Now that's a stat that you don't want to have next to your name.
No.
I think Maestro as well.
One thing I don't know, I'm gonna actually have a look at this now. I don't know what VP's head-to-head against Team Secret looks like in recent times. Off the top of your head, can you remember who tends to win?
I would assume Secret, but I couldn't tell you as a matter of fact.
Let's have a look.
Could not tell you.
So yeah, actually, they've only played twice this year. They were both best of ones, once in stage 1, once stage 2.
Yeah.
In stage 1, Secret won 7-5. Stage 2, Secret won 7-2. It was actually here on Bank.
Okay.
The last time that VP beat Team Secret was in overtime over a year ago in September 2024. And obviously we had 2 different players on Secret back then. Secret were very much not on this level back then.
Guys, see what they can do now. Again, they bring out the Jaeger and the Maestro of all operators on this top 4 defense, and I like that they're pairing it up with the Mute. Mute jam the Canto walls, Mute jam safety for Shepard, and use the Evil Eyes to actually destroy some of those X-Kairos. But Evil Eye got shot. Did clear most, if not all of it, but they got more X-Kairos being spent away. There it goes. Wall opened up. And with these Evil Eyes being one of the only big pieces of utility, losing one this early can get a bit tricky with the rest of the round to go. I mean, Brava's also on the board. I mean, if this Brava is successful in finding the cameras, that's not.
I think that's both of the clutch drones taken down.
Oh, yeah.
Funnily enough, the Maestro actually defended himself and shot one of them with the laser earlier. Ooh, is this a free kill? Oh wow! Oh my god! Wow! The leg actually flinched.
Because the 4 moved. Oh,
yeah.
Hello, joystick.
Goodbye, joystick.
It's good value on Mute Jammers, also for the trackers of Deimos, but that's a great target. Mute by the main stairs, falls in back up. Remember, the cancel wall is open. We know, though, there's nobody on the rappel, but Pasha is not sure about it. Has to stay kind of below the skylight, worried about the hallway, worried about his left and his right. Tricky spot to be in if you're Pasha. Has to maybe get a kill to get out of it.
Adrian might be able to jump here. Oh, Joom's actually going to take down Pasha, moving up from below. It's time for Adrian to jump over, I think. He's Flash's teammate, like you say. Always a fine one. This could be the end of the line for VP. Here on Bank, Dan's the last one that stands. He's got the DMR in hand. He spots out Joom, but Adrian from behind sits him back down. It's another game of Bank that Team Secret will take very handily. VP are on the verge of elimination again. The Secret have won their map pick, but the series is not over yet. VP will take us to Cafe after this.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Secret win the first map. It's their own map pick as well, as they should be doing, as we expected them to win as well. It was a 3-3 split at the even half. And then, as you said, Jack, Secret seem to excel in these attacks, and that's where they made the difference today as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think they changed up the strategy from what Gen.G did against VP on Bank in terms of the operator bans when they were on their defense. They banned away the Ace and the Habana. They left it for the late round for VP to try and execute, and VP took a couple of rounds to adjust to that. So first and foremost, I think commending Secret for getting a 3-3 split on Bank, which it's actually never easy, and especially for Secret, who have really been struggling with their defenses. That was a good platform to set themselves off. And I think once they got into their attack, they did a good job of being typical Secret, of, you know, taking risks, of being in the map quickly, of getting aggressive. You know, Mowgli here throws one nade to try and move a player out of position and gets a second kill with it. Those types of things were happening for Secret because they were forcing the issue rather than getting drawn into VP's game.
Yeah, and it was exactly what we expected. Two very different playstyles clashing against each other. For Secret, attacking very fast-paced, very about finding an opportunity, finding a gap, or creating it by being proactive. On the side of VP, very step-by-step. But I will say this, very different pacing that we saw compared to the very first attack side that we saw from this guy today on Consulate against Gen.G. This time, we saw entry kills early on in the first minute. We saw different pacing. We saw late round executes, yes, but also, you know, a couple of rush executes, maybe with 50 seconds left into the round. It's exactly the kind of versatile play that we expected to see from VP. As they warm up into the matches. It's just not enough to take on Secret, but I will say this, it was a 14 win streak for Secret, now a 15 win streak on that map. For VP to make it almost all the way to overtime, I think it's already a good sign, especially because this was only Secret's map pick, and Bank, out of the 5 maps that VP play, was probably one of the weakest one. So it's still a good sign, and by no means does it mean that VP cannot come back into this, especially after they showed the composure that they showed in the game against Gen.G.
And then the man who didn't have a lot of words for us certainly made his actions speak louder than words in this game here. Pasha showing up heavily in a head-to-head against Mowgli, as we put him. Like, two players that really stood up on either side of the game, Leo.
Yeah, two big fraggers for their teams. That was really a clash of multi-kills in the two. Really important ones. Mowgli got a triple kill, and here two very important kills on round 2. And round 1, he was the main stakeholder of the first 2 defenses won by Secret. And even then was still the one giving the fight. And here, he finds the opportunities, like Jack said, the nade plus the kill. But Pasha was always the one fighting back, the most consistent player on the side of VP, the one that once again drops double digits, the only one that's positive in the VP roster.
Yeah.
These are facing each other. It is really what we expect, Jack, from two rosters that have such high quality players.
Yeah, absolutely. Mowgli had a really, really tricky Munich major, so good to see him, you know, coming alive straight away inside of this fixture when it matters. And on Pasha, I kind of feel for him a little bit. I don't know how you two feel, but he's the one that's trying to make things happen. He's got the quality, but he's also got, I would say, a little bit of flair, a little bit of a dynamic playstyle where he can go outside of the mold and he can try and make things happen. You know, you saw the flank there where he had a generational flank to win the round for his team, but unfortunately his teammates were falling off and dying in sight at the same time. So as much as Pasha's getting those multi-kills, he does need his team to step up around him.
I think you saw the visible frustration on his face as well with some of the situations, some of those rounds on the side of Pasha. They have to bounce back here. The good thing is they're going on their map pick now. Cafe, we were kind of surprised it was let open in the map veto, and it was allowing Virtus Pro to pick into this one. But then again, Leo, it comes down to Secret starting on the attack, which they pick, and it's something they excel in as well.
Yeah, they absolutely love to start attack because it's their best side. And even on a map that's that defender-sided like Cafe, they're willing to do that, despite them being in a 4-loss streak on it. It's very surprising to me, and it's a good sign for VP, in my opinion. VP are going on one of their best map, if not the best map of the map pool. They were only allowed to play twice this season. They can now go on it, start on the stronger side, rebuild that confidence, and most importantly, fix that one issue that I keep seeing for one team that was supposed to be the best team in terms of discipline out of the world. I still see always overpicking when they're in a 5v3 and throwing bodies away. I still see these kind of mistakes, and I'm like, that does not happen with VP usually. They need to be careful with that, because winning an entry against Secret is by no means easy. When you do that, it's very important to keep that man control.
I think the most important half in Cafe for me is going to be this first half. It's how well Secret can attack onto Cafe, because obviously Secret are great on attack. We've gone over this. They love attacking. It's why they've picked attack, but also VP and no slouches on defense. I think we'll get a real determination of where this map's at specifically from the first 6 rounds, because once we get past the half, I'm expecting VP to attack. They will do the full clears, but they will do it very, very well. Cafe, they go through their processes super well, and that's why they're so good on this map.
It's just one more map that stands between Secret and a ticket to Malta, but also a ticket to SI. They could be the 3rd team from EML region to make it to the 6th Invitational. The question is, can they do it in 2, or will VP bounce back? We'll go and find out with our casters.
Thank you very much, and yeah, it's time. It's time to figure out, is Secret going to get it done in 2 maps? Will VP hold on like they did earlier today against Gen.G? If you remember, Nick, VP went 1 map down against the French. They still managed to come back 2 grueling overtimes later and get it across the line, keep their hopes alive. But Secret are a different beast entirely, and they are by far and away the favorites to take it here on the 2nd map.
They are. I mean, Jack said it so well. VP, they have their processes that they go through, and Cafe is one of those maps where you do step 1, step 2, step 3. It's not about creativity and crazy strategy. It's about just being rock solid, especially on the attacking side. Secret will start there. They gotta try and get the job done first. If they get 3 attacking rounds, I'm gonna say they're looking mighty fine. Can they get it done though? Operator bans, much like Bank, is about protecting those defenders, so we often see these exact bans. Asami and Castle removed from action. There's only like mirror windows and Clash to hide behind now, and that's gonna mean when you're on the defense, you gotta be very cautious of where you stand, because it might just not be safe.
Yeah, another repelling map, just like Bank, just like Consulate. It feels like it's a lot of what we've seen today is maps where the attacks are gonna sit on those repels for a really long time. Even Chalet, right? Cafe though, it's a big map. It's a big map with a lot of big rooms, bit of a fortress, and a lot of safe positions to play.
Attackers have discovered the location
But yes,
of a bomb.
those lines of sight can be very long. Usually you want the Castle Deals to cut them, like you said, not to be. The Clash not going to make an appearance in this first round, but you know what is? The Mira. You said it. I feel like Mira and Cafe, it's so iconic. When Mira first came out, it was like one of the most obvious places to put Mira is in, for example, right here, where Pasha's just reinforced the wall and backstore in Cafe, Cocktail. If you're holding on to mining, you might put one inside a train. A lot of different options here for VP on using this mirror. It looks like it is double mirror on the top floor. The second one to go down on Cocktail facing towards Bar.
The thing about the mirror these days, unlike the past, is that it's a given, right? It's gonna get brought out a lot of rounds if left open. I feel like Secret, this shouldn't be a surprise to them. They should be very well prepared for it. But looking at the attacker lineup, I'm thinking to myself, how do they actually intend on dealing with the mirror windows? There is no Ash, no Kali, there's no Twitch, there's no ranged hot destruction. It feels like the mirror windows might actually get a ton of value in this one, unless they just simply attack where the mirror windows aren't, which is also a perfectly sound strategy. But there's a player, a wall bang, misses, but always is down to a single point of health, so anybody will now either kill or injure him. It'll be a lot more passive for the rest of this round. The Secret, they start off just gathering information and denying utility from Virtus Pro.
Oh, nice.
The Brava hacking the Banshee. Probably looking for the default cam. Just weakening the defense.
Yeah, it's really good. I mean, the Banshees are a heavy priority for the Brava, as are the Renegades. I guess the one weakness of Brava is, like you said, it's not a Twitch. You can't counter those mirror windows. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Bit of an awkward crossfire for Mowgli to play in. Is exposed to the mirror window that Pasha is playing all the way down in Cocktail. But yeah, you're right. Somehow, both Dan, Always, and Mowgli have survived. As flashbangs go out, it's going to be Repel inside. Always at the top of White Stairs, holds on. Noah's making his way forward. Again into the crossfire. Jumping straight up, Always. Pops his head up and claims a kill. Dan's found his double. And Secret, well, one by one, they march towards the bomb site. They Repel inside, and Virtus Pro says, I will take that.
And this is why those processes are so important, right? When you see how Secret, they let 2 kills escape them that they could get for absolutely free. The first player, they're really stuck inside the pixel spot in piano. If you run back, you grenade them, like this should be as good as dead. There are 3 people looking in that direction and still nobody ready for the gunfight. And then always with 1 HP, top white stairs right here. Just prones, no one checks it, there's no utility, no throwables, no Deimos tracker, also just escapes. A solid round for Virtus Pro. You can already see in the very beginning here, they are challenging Secret every step of that round, starting from piano and all the way back towards cocktail.
I gotta say, Nick, 1 round in, not impressed. I'm gonna have a look at what Secret's history is on this map. All right, last time Secret played this was yesterday. They lost it 7-5 to Falcons. Reloading. They played against M80 at the major. They lost it there. They played against G2 at the major. They actually played against M80 twice at the major. Been a bit of a losing streak here. It's now 4 games in a row, 3 in Munich and 1 yesterday in the finals that Secret have lost on Cafe. Last time they won it was actually in EML Stage 2 against Matchco. They did beat Falcons in Stage 2 as well, or 4 months ago. Was that Stage 2?
That would have been Stage... That's before...
Well, what are we in now? We're in... Technically, we're in December now. Happy first of December. We're in December, according to my time zone, at least.
Oh, yeah,
4 months ago, wow.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since we've seen Secret be really good at this map, though. So, of course, VP are going to be comfy here.
Seen a fair bit of Valkyrie today, that's for damn sure. I feel like it's an operator, it's like so map dependent. What you realized?
Sorry to divert. I just realized Secret chose to start attack on Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, struggle first, feel better later. Instead of feel great, then struggle.
That's some copium, brother.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes, man. I'm telling you. We'll see, though. I mean, you can prep your attacking strategies and just hit the road and see what happens. In the worst case, you got defense coming up. I don't know. I'm all for it.
Sure. Sure, we'll take it.
It's not as defender side as it used to be. It's either, I would say, with the rapid changes and the operator ban system. Not though.
Very much the case. Here we go. There's an explosive entry. Love that from Adrian and Mowgli together. Beautiful domination on the top floor now for Secret. And this should be a round win for them. How on earth do you hold onto this bomb site when you don't have top floor control? I mean, Shepard's in reading, for goodness sake. As soon as Savage gets to work on the floor, he will be a dead man.
Oh. Timing's incredible. Good nade goes out, forcing Pasha back. Will Mowgli go for this? It's a bit risky.
Nope. I mean, surely he will have heard Pasha. How's Joystick and Shepard still allowed to be alive in that position? Another nade goes out. Joystick actually finds one on the vert. Somehow Pasha does as well. Now he can retake upstairs. There's no universe where that should be allowed to happen, and Joom shuts it down. After a little bit of funny business, VP find just Joystick left. He's hitting on the side, but he's already found 1 kill. They should know where he is.
Oh, the fire. No fire. He's just planting.
Plant going down, no C4. He might be able to deny it. Oh. Plant is gone. A second one for Joystick. He's turning time back again. The 3K in the round is Noah. Must find the Russian cyborg and finish him off. The smoke
10 seconds.
Makes it all too awkward for Noah, but he's doubled back. He's got a good position. He's taking a long angle. He's got the AK, and Noah gets it across. A sigh of relief for Secret. The round that they could not afford to lose, and thankfully, Noah doesn't.
Been loving to watch Joystick today. He really has been stepping up, especially earlier today against Gen.G. I mean, it was like round by round and map by map, he got better and better at getting aggressive and getting those clutch moments. But look how it starts off. They just stampede over top floor. They get 2 easy kills. No one can fight back. Thankfully here for Joystick, they actually broke that little copy in the prep phase so they can see through. Pasha, another little look of frustration, but let's be completely honest here. Yes, it sucked that clutch didn't favor you, but you should have never won that round in the first place, given how it started off. It's a nice try, and very, very, of course, possible to be won. But we gotta look upon what happened earlier. Who died? How did it die? How can we fix this if you're Virtus Pro? It's all about the long game. Also, Joystick on Vigil, like this is just him getting like on his evil arc, you know? He's hitting shots, he's feeling good. He's not gonna get a license to be the +1. When you go back to, you know, Prime Empire, even like back when they first got formed as VP with this roster, it's a classic case of their playstyle being the 4+1 on defense and attack. Where you have the 4 players of this roster do the plan that they strategize around, and then Joystick being the +1, meaning he do whatever he wants. And if he gets one singular kill, it's super worth it. These strategies are built for 4 players in mind, and whatever happens with Joystick happens with him. That's playstyle enabled once more.
Can I be kind of honest?
Sure.
I kind of hate the Vigil pick.
Deploying drone.
You're such a hater. Like Joysticks, he's just gonna be shagging them. He's gonna be running around, doing stuff, shooting, falling back.
We've got Dokkaebi. Noah's on the Dokkaebi. Like, it's no worries, man.
Yeah, but yeah, okay, true. But Joystick's Joystick. Like, Noah or Joystick at a 1v1. Who do you take?
Dude, they only have 2 drones left anyway.
That is not my question, but fair enough. They only have 2 drones left, lack of intel. Dokkaebi's gonna be ever more important. But look, it's not about the roam clear, it's about like the bakery take.
Yeah, time for a bakery takery. But look at that, I love that. The Goyo fire and the smoke locks the attack out of it. So it doesn't matter that Always is very much cornered. The Capital fire will subside, and now he's got his freedom again.
That's an expensive attempt at clearing bakery. They didn't get it. And now this is where Joystick gets enabled, because now they have to go for a bit more roam clear and verticality, right? There is the first call. Joystick can either fade away downstairs or stick by the white staircase. 50-50 door and breach. He gets out.
Ooh. Well, not a lot of damage done by Noah as well. I don't know how Joystick tanked that. Oh, sees him cross again.
Just Joystick
back on the site. Yeah, he is. And he's somehow still very healthy. Only a little bit of damage done to him. But like you said, Secret had to change things up. Pasha's getting very aggressive, but Mowgli shuts him out. Yeah, a little bit too much there from Pasha, a little bit too hot-headed. And now Secret have just opened the gates. They're marching on forward. Joystick is down, he's done. The Vigil ineffectual. The entire map is theirs. And, well, Dan will find one before he's shut out of it. Always. With the weight of the whole round on his shoulders, Adrian with his own shotgun.
Ooh.
Needs to get aggressive, but it's Mowgli who can easily cover it off. Wow. Started to look like a good round for VP, but slowly and surely, Secret dominated them.
Feels like one Secret they get like just a foot in the door, like that one kill, they fire up the aggression, they don't stop till they get that round victory. That individual was kind of bad, and you were right in the end. You know, maybe the Vigil wasn't the answer. But it could have been. Maybe it will be in the future. Miraban, just to finish off that trifecta. Asami, Castle, and Mira, only leaving Clash to kind of falsify positions. VP banning out the Grim, which actually, small surprise to me. I kind of would have maybe thought about the possibility of a Capital ban. They kind of do the same thing, but slightly differently. Dislodging strong positions, either getting information or a kill. But I'm not against the Grim ban.
Yeah, you've been talking about it all day. You do love your Grim bans, don't you?
I just think, you know, very strong Vader right now. Arguably gonna get stronger
than Capital.
Well, Capital has 2 fire arrows, Grim has 5 bees. So it's a matter of, you know, quality versus quantity. Depends what you're into. But next season, you know, there is going to be a Grim buff. Mute Jammers no longer counter Grim. Nor Selman.
Really? How did I miss that?
Yeah, so also
I guess
obviously also don't work anymore.
Yeah. So, well, that's the thing. Like anything that's not
Grim not working doesn't actually. Yeah.
That doesn't really track, to be honest, because it's like The bees are meant to be like little drone, little like robot things, right? And they would have to send a signal, wouldn't they? So in theory, the mute could jam that.
Yeah, so that's what a lot of Twitter people are talking about, how it doesn't make sense that Grim doesn't get counted anymore. But that's not for me to decide.
If anything, the
I'm
mute
not in
jammers
charge.
could
I'm
like just kill the bees completely.
Okay,
Surely.
that's just toxic.
That would make more
That's
sense.
just kind of rude. Bees' life matters too. Even robot bees. But
They're not even, they're robot bees, bro.
On paper, it doesn't track, but that's the reality, man, okay? So Mute next season, like, definitely getting a bit of a nerf. And I think it was about time. This operator's been very, very strong for a very long time. But you can now start playing Tuber out for this kind of action if you really want to get a hard counter.
Yeah, I guess so. Grim doesn't have many counters. All right, let's see what's going on here. Dan in washrooms. Noah just baits him to over peak after that hard breeze started to go down, and then takes his head clean off. That's an opening pick that's going to sting for VP as they try and hold on to the top floor. The next layer of defense to peel is Always and Pasha holding on to Cocktail and top white. Secret are looking primed and ready. They got their repels. It's just about time to start marching on forward. Savage has got some nades to work with. Brings out the Reaper. Pasha will find one. Great backstab though from Savage. Where has Pasha gone? He's actually slipped all the way back down to sight.
That's a bit scary.
Escape for a bit longer.
He's like 180 and his teammate's in his face. I thought it was an enemy for a short second there. Had a bit of jump scare. Wildcam's found though. And again, Secret, I mean, we know when they're in this position with the opening engagements, they look so strong. They always seem to get that round W. And this looks like they're still around. They shot the most of the Wildcams. So there's one left inside a pillar. That's to be expected. That's one of the last drones going down. Just Doom's Brava came on side. And over 2 defenders are now, however. The only thing is, without any smoke grenades, any easy way to plant, getting inside the side might be hard, but it's gonna get a lot easier if Joystick just walks into Doom's gun.
I mean, that's the thing. If you have enough of a numbers advantage, it doesn't matter about your execute. You can just overwhelm them. The Shepherd brings it back one at a time, though. Maybe it is winnable for VP. Forget about it. Savage has gotten in and gotten all around it with the Reaper. So it's another round for Secret. That makes 3 in a row on the attacking side. It's a tough day to be a VP fan after how hard they fought against Gen.G. We're starting to see why Secret picked to start attack on Cafe.
I mean, looking pretty damn good so far. One more though. Both teams just want one more. The thing about VP, and I'm gonna go back to Fresh's point, is that they're on paper they're so good on Cafe attacks. Like how it plays out, how they play themselves, how the map, you know, favors that playstyle of the fundamentals. I feel like it's one of those cases where we shouldn't get too worried about VP on the defensive side. Just, I mean, look at how half of these gunfights are going, right? It's literally VP running around, not really realizing where the danger is coming from. And this also goes back to the upper defense phase. No Mira, no Castle, no Asami. It's a very raw map, if you will. And that is going to skew the defender's win ratio. Because you have literally almost no safe shelter in any of these bomb sites. And I also think that's low-key why Joystick is seemingly liking this visual so much. Because when you can't play the map in terms of layout, you have to play the map in terms of presence. So instead of shaping the map into a fortress in specific areas, you have to get a bit more with your legs around the building. And take control and keep control. That's been Joystick's role so far. And is it working? Usually no, but sometimes yes. It's hard. He's kind of solo playing against Doka B. It's very hard to do. But someone's got to do this, because if they all bunker down by the bomb side without any of these vital operators, like the Asami, the Casemiro, that shouldn't work either.
I wonder if there's a universe where Shepherd can assist with the Yokais.
That could be an angle, actually.
It's very hard to solo roam. Yeah, upside down rappel is going to catch him. This is the thing, like, you can't really solo roam on Cafe against a good team. It just doesn't work. Doesn't matter what operator you're picking, it just doesn't work.
It's certainly hard. I mean, look at this. There are 2 people red hats, 1 people. Are we just walking down the side? Oh my god.
Oh, I don't blame him. Yeah, get it done, Jim.
Okay.
Time to speedrun, says Secret. And now we know how this bit plays out, right? The only way that VP try and make this work is if they get hyper-aggressive, they try and find a pick back, so Secret will now just slow things down.
It's tough. The issue with playing the Echo and solo roaming as well is that you get a free Dokkaebi hack on the phone so early on. The Echo is now rendered completely useless. It actually works against the defenders if it's on the bomb side. You have one more spare Dokkaebi call in pocket as well. There it goes. They can just kind of walk on down, sledge shotgun, march.
Oh, he's gonna swing him, go! There it is. You called it. The sledge shotgun, it's perfect. Adrian rips out the Reaper, finds another one. The round is over before it really begins, and Secret have found more than just a bit of momentum. They found 4 rounds in a row to go 4-1 up on Cafe. On the unfavored side, VP are well and truly on the ropes. Pasha looks like he's about to cry. It's time for a tactical timeout for the Bears.
He's begging and praying right now. You see this? Guys, please, please, please. Oh, it's tough. It really is. It's such a contrast, because like you watch Pasha and he's such an emotional player, and you watch the rest of the same roster of VP and it's just not phased at all. You can't tell whether they're winning 6-0 or losing 0-6. It's a tough road ahead for them, but I mean, they found themselves, running the gauntlet. Lower bracket run, gotta go the distance, playing a lot of games, haven't had the best stage, haven't had the best year. And it's even tougher when you're playing with a national team, like whether you're speaking, let's say, only French or only Russian or whatever, because you can only really pick up other players that speak that same language. VP and back on their Empire have always been known to stick the same roster in wins and in losses. Let's say that theoretically they could go through a roster change. Who the hell do you pick up? Right? It's not like, and I'm only speaking this up because I know some people are gonna go, oh, VP are not really playing to standard for so long, why wouldn't they make a roster change? One is loyalty, another one is that they don't have a ton of options. And that's why it's so important that when we look at VP and we talk about their, long-term history, their inability to play new maps, their inability to adopt the new meta, like the shield meta, they are forced in a position where they have to learn these things, because what other choice do they have? If brute forcing the same playstyle for years on end is not finding them success, they have to be more moldable to change. But they're very limited due to language barrier, due to also ping. That was a big talking point from Joystick in interviews, right? When they play home in Russia, they play like 60, 70, 80 ping. So they start bootcamping in other countries to play EML full stages on those locations instead, to play 30, 40 ping instead.
Loading mag!
It's not easy.
Yeah. There's been issues for a very long time brewing with this team. Look, they're 4th at the moment. Like, even if they are to lose here, that's top 4 out of a 10-team EML. That's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not ideal. It's not befitting of a, major championship, Pro League championship level team like we've seen these guys many moons ago. But, I mean, it's anyone's guess what this team needs to do to get back to that potential again. For now, it's a new era, a new dawn. It's goodbye to the old Empire and hello to the young gunners of teams like Secret, teams like M80, even the young gunners on a team like G2. Now there's a team that has rolled with the punches and constantly updated their roster, bringing in new talent, new generations.
Right now it's Secret stuck outside the building. That's what it is. Young gunners, all you want. If you can't force a gunfight, what good are you, huh? But they're looking for a potential young bait. Are they baiting right now? They're gonna rush the side here. Watch this. Rappel and in, grenade, push the door, anchor the window. 3, 2, 1.
Okay. All right. Well, don't knock it if it works. They do have numbers advantage. Noah's solo with the diffuser right now, so I'm a little bit scared for him. If he dies, Joom's just around the corner from Always. This should be a free kill. Always is just trying to be really sneaky.
What? He wins
It might
that?
just be that Always has to clutch up the round, though. They've walked right past him. Oh, he sees one.
But he can't drop though, can he?
He's not going to be able to take the shot until he drops. Finds the first one, and he gets the second somehow. Out comes the shotgun, but Adrian's got 1-2.
It's a 5th round of attack for Team Secret. And a smile creeps on a Mowgli's face. 2 more rounds and the game is done.
It just feels like this is not VP's game to win. It's almost like the Seed Scouts are against them. They get into these 1v3 clutch circumstances and they get 1, they get 2 kills. Always did it, Joystick did it, but in the 1v1, despite looking so winnable, they still falter. That was a mute close quarter, primary shotguns, ready for the fight, expecting to push Madrian, and loses out to the secondary shotgun pre-fire on the corner. Again, another heartbreaking round. This could have easily been, James, a 3-3 half if 1 kill had gone the way of VP in those clutches, in the 2 options that they had. Instead, it's a 5-1 split. Secret, they're going from attack to defense on Cafe. And it's been a long night.
On the flip side of that, I mean, it's
VP.
Well, exactly. They've gone from what should be a much more comfortable side, now forced to win 5 of the next 6 rounds on the attacking side. Otherwise, it's good nights. And a culmination to their season. For Team Secret, it's an exciting chance to go and rematch G2 and Falcons to fight for the title, the best team in Europe. But what's more than that, a win here books them tickets to Malta. It also books them tickets to Paris for the 6th Invitational. Oh. And that is what everybody in Rainbow Six is gunning for. And I know having a French player on their team with Mowgli, I mean, he may live in Morocco now, but it's going to be an exciting time for him to go and play in front of the home crowd. Team Secret were one of the favorites in Munich. Of course, Joom playing in front of his home crowd with his parents there, and yet they were knocked out in the top 6. Secret will have another chance if they can win today to gun for an international trophy. What's more, a world championship a year after getting knocked out early in Boston. First rounded they were back in America at the SI25, SI26. I mean, they could be one of the top contenders for the trophy.
Consistency and improvement, right? They have qualified for pretty much everything known to man this year. Mixed results, but overall pretty damn good. Mowgli, again, early in the battle, takes down Always in probably the most important round here for Virtus Pro. The first starting round here on the attacking side is a Sledge vertical going down. Mowgli, classic Eagle challenge, goes for another. A little bit greedy, but you know what? They're up 5-1. Mowgli has 7 kills. That's okay. They're allowed 1 troll round. 1 troll. What is happening here?
What am I watching?
What is happening?
Talk about ego, talk about trolling. 2 players from Secret have just jumped outside to team up and take down the Monty of Shepard, and it worked.
That is incredible. They see the Monty, they realize that he's all alone. He's literally just a walking drone, so they just gang up on him. He had Diffuser, and now it's VP acts of desperation. Joystick has to make that kind of play where you walk down the staircase with no information. Dan, quote-unquote, baiting outside bakery.
So scared.
Yeah, they have to be. They need Secret to Eagle challenge, to make a mistake, to overstay their welcome, and just die to a person holding that angle. But when you're relying on your opponent making a mistake, rather than your team making a play, that's when you know you're down bad. Virtus Pro right now don't have the playmaking. They need Secret to mess up.
And Secret have that extension inside a bakery. Noah's playing it with ADSs to boot. The rest of Secret within touching distance of each other. It's actually Joom and Noah together, 2 teaming on this position. We got, what, 2 flashes, 2 nades, and a smoke. They will have to land perfectly, but Joom swings for 1. Dan dueling with Noah and is not able to land even a single shot as of yet. He's got that diffuser back, thankfully. He doesn't have much hope of winning any of these fights. It's straight into a dead crossfire. Pasha is surely doomed to die as he vaults on down. Bottom of red, sees 1. There's a second player basically in that same possession. Savage doesn't have to swing this, but he's tempted to anyway. Time is ticking away. And here comes Noah from behind. Dan is still baiting outside of bakery a minute later, and there's nothing to show for it. Team Secret have 5 match points before them to qualify for the 6th Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, and they're just kind of toying with them, right? Mowgli's opening engagement, Eagle swinging the second. He dies, it doesn't even matter. They run down the Monty, remove him from the board, and fall back towards the bomb side. And I feel like Pasha's small reactions on the player cams are kind of been telling the story of the fall here for VP, right? They fight a brutal BO3 up against Gen.G, where they just barely get ahead, and they make it to the following match up against Secret, an even stronger opponent. But it's been a long day. It's been a lot of rounds with this roster, and they've gone through so many different adaptations, round by round and map by map. It practically just feels like they've run out of energy almost. Like, they're trying their hearts out, but they don't have that much more to give. And Secret, fully rested, fully prepared, a much stronger opponent, and they're showing it.
Oh, it's been a long day for Virtus Pro.
Very.
3 maps in the first series, all of them going the distance, one of them to overtime. Today, first map was a serious slog as well. VP, they performed better than I expected on Bank. I thought that was going to be a shellacking.
Yeah.
Which is what Cafe turned out to be. I mean, Team Secret, unbelievable on their attack and really setting the pace on that first defense just there. VP, they looked scared last round when Dan was baiting outside. They're probably going to be scared this round as well. And Secret, I mean, just look at the ego. Joom's continuing to peek. Somehow he dodges every shot sent his way.
It's been a very much of a team effort here for Secret on Cafe. No one like really, really popping off. Mowgli was huge on Bank. Right now it's everyone. Joom needs to kill challenge. Shepard takes down Savage. A barricade here. A bit of a struggle with
2 players running out.
Again, doubling up. They're not done with him.
Oh my god. A trade from Joystick. 3 players ran out from Team Secret that round. And VP have killed 2 of them. I mean, even though VP technically win that exchange, it's just really adding insult to injury here. Secret are 6-1 up, and they know it, and they're playing like it.
I love the power plays, though. They're saying, guys, you know where one attacker is? It's just double, triple jump him. And even if you trade 1 for 1, again, it's worth it. Even numbers. Thankfully for Virtus Pro, Joystick was sort of traded back with another kill. That means VP still lead by 1. They need that on the attacking side. They need this for this round, staring down match point. But right now, they're not that close together. A player inside a cigar, a player on the roof. They gotta squad up. Actually, they just gotta go for a straight plant.
Where's the plant denial here? Mowgli, he might be able to see it from above, but Pasha will catch him off guard. Joom and Noah are not close enough, and I think Pasha might be able to hold down the fort. Joom will sneak over, and now in the 2v2, is the cover there from Noah. Joom fakes it for a brief moment. Is Noah going to be able to get the angle here? Pasha and Dan fall back. Pasha is playing this perfectly, and Dan will secure the final kill. Pasha's excited about that one. They staved off defeat for another round, but Joystick is as cold-faced as ever.
Really good read there from Virtus Pro. I mean, they had 2 players upstairs, 1 top cigar, 1 by the sky. And I'm thinking, are they gonna go for a full roam clear despite all that action earlier? But then we switch to what's happening right beneath them. An instantaneous plant attempt. I think Joystick on the IQ was just checking if he saw the pulse scanner and saw him so far away and thought, you know what, that C4 is not gonna be nearby. Maybe they had a drone downstairs and knew the verticality was clear. Either way, a quick adaptation, a good call, and good cover. Despite the plan being free, though, it came down to a 2v2 where I thought for a second Secret was once again going to steal away around. With VP, they held strong. They used the gadget well, opened up the wall with Sophia, got a better line of sight, and denied any defusal attempt.
There should be no way to win that in the post plan, and yet Secret made it look close. If that doesn't tell you a little bit about the dynamic in this game, then I don't know what will. While Secret is still bringing out new strats, but the Castle Mira, we haven't seen this yet, if I'm not wrong. We haven't seen the Castle combo up on that top floor. Of course, it was banned by Secret when they were playing on the attacking side. They got rid of the Azami Castle. VP got rid of Azami Wamai. And yet, Secret, look at this. We get Castle, we get Mira, and we're getting the Jaeger as well, so we even have some catch, despite that with my ban.
They're gonna be protecting the mirror window positions as much as they can. That could be their entire win condition. And again, Virtus Pro, no ranged top destruction, no Kali, no Ashe, no really easy counterplay right now. And they got Jaeger, they got Aruni. So they're just gonna be burning util here on the sky with the gridlock trackers. Then the nade goes out, clears the jammer and the ADSs, so don't gotta worry about that later on. And this is kind of where Striker is not barricade. You do, but that's where Striker really shines, where you got extra throwable utility, you got Sophia as well, Brother hacking the third ADS. They're countering util with util, and it's quite beautiful. The mirror windows though, that's another story.
There it goes. So Castle down. Noah can still kind of play that mirror window just from a little bit further back, a little bit less safely. But like you said, there's no direct counter for the mirror windows themselves.
How about an opening pick though, James? We take those? Joystick says, yes sir, we do. Mowgli goes down early. No active utility, all passive. You know, bulletproof camera and ADSs, move from action, no big losses. So still need to go fish for more. But look at the util counter. They've spent like a lot of util, right? Nades, flashbangs, etc. Sophia, but there's still 4 grenades in pocket. And there's no more ADSs. 4 grenades against 4 defenders, that's value.
How can they isolate this player of Adrian up inside Cocktail?
Nade spam, nade
VP,
spam.
oh, bit of damage done. Pasha's found one, but Noah is still alive inside a cigar. He's found a double kill. Is this going to unlock the round for Team Secret? VP, like you said, they had so many nades available. They still have 2 on joystick. As Doom is finally finished off. VP have the numbers advantage, but it's still on the knife's edge. Noah has not been dealt with, and he still has a solidified position. He's the last one remaining though, and joystick finds both of the final kills. Tooth and nail, they will fight to stay alive. And VP, well, they're not going to say goodbye just yet. There's still 3 more match points that they will have to fight off.
Joystick is so back in these rounds. I mean, he is locked in. Holding down the angle, going for the flick, getting both the 2 final kills. And while Noah did go for a great flank play from Piano in towards the guy with a double kill, in the end, it didn't matter all that much. The mirror window doesn't see the bar, doesn't see default plan, it just oversees Piano itself. And VP, they were smart. They realized they didn't have a ton of mirror counterplay for that particular spot, so they'll attack elsewhere. Don't work against the problem, work around it. I think that was that tag timeout from somebody? But there it is. Tag timeout taken from Team Secret to lock this in. This is going to be...
So what to say now?
I was going to say, we had listens in at in Munich Major, right? And we got to hear a couple of different teams. We heard Twister, and he usually, when we cast him at least, he was being very specific about either the upcoming round or general strategy. Usually a switch up like, you know, they're playing really slow, so we can either go slow strategy or we can do this kind of thing. And he was calling like specific setups from memory. So I could really see them just kind of figuring out like what the setup's going to be, what the priorities should, and what to look out for. Meanwhile, VP, I have no idea how they handle these things normally, because I do not speak Russian.
Yeah. Is Kajeka still the one that'll be doing their tactical timeouts? I guess he will be.
I was actually informed as well that apparently Twister doesn't get any of these players to like stream for him for point of view, so he has to make these tactical timeouts purely from communication. So for the players at home that might not know what this all means is that often when you're scrimming, when you're playing your practice matches every day as a team, you will usually have all 5 players private stream on YouTube, for example, and you stitch those 5 streams into one stream, and you can watch all 5 POVs like one big CCTV screen at the same time, and you can kind of help watch the timings and what happens in the coach's full overview. When you're playing Pro League matches, it's not uncommon to have 1 or 2 players stream the point of view privately to their coach so that he can get insight into what's happening visually. But for some teams that don't want to do it, or input delay or FPS stutter or whatever because of streaming, you can then just only have the vocals. So they can only hear the team's communication, not see it. But then you can watch the stream with the delay like the viewers at home, that's like a round and a half behind, and at least did some of it together.
It's a hard job trying to support your team in a tactical timeout. Even harder online, even harder if you don't have visuals.
And you got 60 seconds, right? You gotta say the right things in a very fast pace and not mess up along the way. We had that trial in Munich where I said, James, what would you say to your 60 seconds? Go now. And you would start talking and you only got like halfway through what you wanted to say before the timer was up. You're like, wait, but I had so much more to say to my players. I'm like, yeah, that's too bad. You get caught off by the admins. They can't hear you.
And there are a lot of the coaches that would literally talk until the admins cut them off. We would hear that. I think it was it Fabian? Or was it Romalio, I think?
Romalio, Fabian, and Bob. Bob from NIP. Or not Bob, sorry. Dan from NIP.
Yeah.
He was just going boop, 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 boop.
Yeah. Oh, another close missed opportunity there for VP. As Mowgli is able to get back down to the ground floor, everyone from Secret back towards the site now. The only extension really is Noah and Bakery, Adrian and VIP. VP again really slow. This is just classic. Everything we've seen from them all day.
Yeah. But I mean, they're playing a bit more for execute, which is gonna mean they're gonna be a bit slower because this is kind of like the VP playstyle, right? When they want the 5v5 brawl, the brawl by the bomb side with the stands, with the executes, they want to be perfect. No one can risk dying. No one is taking those kinds of high-risk plays. And you know that Secret like to be an aggressive team. That's gonna slow you down even further if you don't want that kind of fight. So this means it's gonna be chaotic, potential final round, sub 1 minute to go. It's gonna be VP prepping their sense projectile walls. But what this also does, it is actually going to show off what they intend to do before they do it. Unlike a Ying or a Grim where you throw it out and you act upon it immediately, you're gonna prep these walls. Nice little form in there for the Yokai drone. That's gonna help them for sure. But Secret know exactly where the wallet's gonna go up. You can then throw impact grenades or C4s at the problem, or toxic bait, for example. It's not gonna be unpredictable, but it will be chaotic.
It all comes down to this execute, and the timing from the Nitro Cell of Adrian could be everything. He tosses it out. Oh no, he does now finally toss it out. It doesn't find the players it's looking for, but Jim can hold on. They need to target this Yokai drone. Where is it? Because it could win the game.
4 seconds.
For Secret, Shepard takes it down. There's 2 seconds left to try and force this plan down, but the denial comes through for Team Secret. So many times they had a chance to get it done, and finally it presents themselves. Again, VP's worst enemy is always the clock. And Team Secret with that have qualified for the 6th Invitational. Mowgli's going home to Paris for the World Championship. And Team Secret have knocked VP from the EML Finals. We'll break it all down after this.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Mon pays, Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
And with a 2-0 for Secret, they see themselves going to Malta as well as 6th Invitational. Absolutely huge for them. And that means we get to speak to them as well. We should have them on the line to ask them a few questions as we're joined by Noah. Congratulations on qualifying to Malta and 6th Invitational. Talk to us about how you're feeling right now.
I mean, it feels amazing. This is my first time going to an SI, so I'm really happy. You know, this is gonna be the first like SI tournament that I'm ever gonna play at. So really excited.
I'm also excited about your hat. What's going on there, Noah? Tell me about this.
Basically, it's very cold right now in Sweden, and I'm having a bad hair day, so it's kind of 2 birds with 1 stone. So I just put it on, you know, for a little bit of extra flair.
Noah, you're lying. We all know you can't have a bad hair day. You're always looking good.
Happens to everyone. Come on now.
More focusing on the game, you guys bounced back really well. Despite the loss yesterday, I felt like you guys had a lot more at stake and maybe a lot more pressure than Falcons had. Do you think that was the reason you guys struggled a little bit yesterday?
Yeah, I think we struggle a little bit with coming back from a tournament as well. You know, when you're at a tournament, you're seeing each other, you're always like there, you're always bringing energy. But when you're online, it's difficult to have that same experience. So I think we were a little like drowsy, a little sleepy in the Falcons game. And then today, even I think the first map, we saw signs of the same things. And then the second map, you know, we just came back together and all played like a unit and we were ourselves again.
Noah, talk to me about your defenses, because it certainly looked like you guys have been making an increased effort to make those like mini team plays, that type of things. The amount of times I've seen those jump outs for bottom white on Cafe, you know, you guys going out of windows, making those plays together. Has that been an increased focus of yours?
Yeah, after the Munich Major, we kind of saw that like the defenses were a bit of our struggle. We were really good on the attacks because Savage is like the best IGL out there, so he's always going to be a strong leader. But on defense, we need to bring our own games, so we need to bring our own ideas. And I think we've worked a lot on it this past week on trying to be better on defenses and doing these mini plays, and it shows.
That's awesome. Well, there's a lot of traveling that you have planned ahead of yourself. Is there anything you want to say to the fans that have supported you all the way to these 2 events?
Just thank you guys so much. Again, it was a dream at a Munich Major seeing all the fans, and I'm hoping that we can create that same atmosphere in the SI. Thank you guys. And buy the skin.
Awesome. Well, very well media trained. Thank you so much for your time, Noah. And we'll see you next week in Malta. All right, take care. Great to see you. Great to hear from Noah as well, of course. Talk about this game and talk about everything they've been working on after Munich as well. I think it's fair to say that the struggles were there during the Falcons game, but this was just a complete different game. A 2-0 check. That's just a way to show dominance, to book your tickets to Malta as well as SI.
Yeah, it was absolutely huge. I think I would be fair in saying, I don't know if you agree, Leo, I kind of expected this to be a 2-1 where Secret came out on top just because of the way the maps would go. I expected VP to be very, very strong on the side of Cafe, and they were just not at all whatsoever. You know, Secret came out, they attacked it, they had the pace, and they really, really looked comfortable. I think Noah said it, we just found our gear, we just clicked and realized what worked well for us.
Yeah, I think we just saw a difference in caliber of IGLs and of understanding of the meta in the way that Secret attacked Cafe. They just understood things way better than VP. It feels like VP plays the same default strategies, understand the same scenarios, but are just struggling against the way that that Secret was playing, and despite some incredible individual moments that brought some rounds back in defense, and then there you see the double jump outs when they swing to defense. But overall, Secret's statement of, hey, we're gonna start attack on Cafe, despite it being defender-sided. We're gonna go win 6 rounds in a row, 5-1, and then 1 more in defense. They just had to close it. And overall, what a great showing from these guys. Noah said it best. They needed to warm up, but clearly, I think they're burning hot coming into Malta.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Secret have always had these little lulls, and Noah actually referenced it. Think at the start of stage 2, Leo, when they just won EWC and then they lose their first 3 EML games in a row, and it was all at that point it was all about trusting the process. The same thing, you know, they not crash out of the Munich Major, they lose the Munich Major, they you know, fall short of their own expectations. They come straight into it yesterday against Falcons. Disappointment, but they trust the process, they get back to their norms. We're getting to a Team Secret that are at every single event, that are operating at such a high level that they're contending for every single event. It would have felt weird if they weren't in Malta, and it definitely would have felt weird if they weren't at the 6th Invitational.
It's great for them that they get to go to both these events, and with that we can have one more look at the bracket as that concludes it kind of for us for the first week here at the EML Finals. Unfortunately for Virtus Pro, the curtain falls as well. That's the end of their lower bracket run that they were looking so good on, having defeated BDS, having defeated Gen.G. It falls short here against Secret in this 0-2. Maybe as Pasha was saying earlier today, the fatigue was getting to them too much, you know, having played these two really important series back to back with the pressure on their shoulders of, you know, wanting to make it to SI based on the point system, but that's not going to work out for them. They have the LCQ to look forward to potentially still make it to the biggest tournament of the year. And then Secret, we'll see them in Malta play against the loser of G2 and Falcons. And Jack, looking at, Leo, looking at this one, you know, any expectations for what we're seeing next week when it comes to Malta?
It's gonna be a great show. I mean, these three teams, they've been at the top of international level for a long time. The Falcons G2 for me, a direct rematch from previous EML Grand Finals. Just such a big classico of European Siege and to be honest, to a certain point, international Siege. It's going to be an amazing event. And just going back to VP, I think that in the end, they can be proud of placing fourth in the end of EML, right? Yeah. In those finals, I think they created a huge comeback. And I just saw, as the game ended, Pasha actually tweeted and said, we're at a much better spot than we were at the end of EML of Stage 2. We have to go and focus on the LCQ. The work is not finished. We can still make SI. And it's exactly the kind of spirit I expect, the composure that we expect from Pasha and VP, guys.
I just feel like we are 2 and a bit weeks ago now, you know? 2 and a bit weeks ago, we had Secret against G2 to play against Falcons in the Munich Major. Now we've got all 3 of those teams playing in a double elim bracket next week as well, which is, you know, it's going to be great. I think it's our best 3 teams by far. I think those 3 teams are head and shoulders above the rest in terms of what EU's got to offer right now. So, you know, Malta as an event is going to be very, very fun next week.
Yeah, and for those of you who are watching the schedule just now as well, especially for those that are coming to Malta with us, keep in mind the games will start at noon in Malta time. That is just CET. Also, for those that are watching at home, next week, Saturday, the first game will be at 12, and then the second game will start just after that, though. And yeah, as you were saying, I think, you know, unfortunately, with the Aston Munich Major, we can't call ourselves the strongest region anymore. I think that goes to NA right now with them holding the trophy for the most recent S-tier event. But we are most certainly the most entertaining region. I think that's fair to say with these teams going up against each other, your G2, your Falcons, your Secret, continuously battling each other, and the game's just being so good. I mean, once again, it's a cafe game. We're seeing a lot of gunfights happening outside the building rather than inside. I just can't wait to see all of that happen again in Malta. Thank you two so much for helping and talking us through all of these teams and all of the matches today. We'll see you two as well in Malta again. The NAL finals will continue as well, about an hour on this channel as well. So just a short break, and then you get to watch more Siege. That's it for us, but we'd love to see you again in Malta. Have a great rest of your night.